culture united, our culture united, our culture united, our culture united. Connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Word up, mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live, Culture United Live, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. 9-second applause. I know. It's a big week. This week gonna be big. Next week gonna be big. The week after gonna be big. It's a big, hot summer on the way. Thank you guys for joining us. My name is Justin Hunt. I'm your guest this evening. This is your event. We want you to have a good time, so feel free to share all your thoughts in the comment section. Introducing our panel today, all-star cast today. I love this saying that this panelist advocates for all the time, and I think particularly this week, particularly next week, is something that should be at the forefront of all of our minds, because hip-hop is a sport. And he is on the Mount Rushmore of reactors, but also an incredible lyricist himself who never forgets that fact, that hip-hop is a sport. The one and only Screwface John. 9-second applause.
Thank you so much. Damn, that was dope. Thank you so much, man. That means the world.
Word up. Thank you for being here. Also on the panel today, one of my favorite YouTube channels, Incendiary Commentary is how I describe him, because he gets to the punch, he is effective, he is well-researched, and he's funny as a motherfucker. The one and only Challz Brown is here with us. 9-second applause.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Word up. Glad you're here. Also on the show today, Super MC in his own right, representing the Carolinas, where I'm from. His new project, Smile, is on the way next week, I believe. I think it's next week, right?
Nice. Yeah, it's this week.
Oh, it's this week. Smile's coming out tomorrow, right on time. The one and only Nick Grant. 9-second applause.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys for having me.
And always here with us, back again, once again, representing Shreveport by way of Dallas. You can find her commentary on the Look at the Material pod, rising star in the making, co-host of Culture United, BK. 9-second applause.
What's up, panel? What's up, chat? I'm excited to get into the conversation tonight.
Word up. It's gonna be good. And also, as always, one of my favorite people to talk to in general, just a brilliant strategic mind when it comes to anything that's happening in the media, anything that's happening with philosophy, and anything that is happening with this culture that we all love. Co-host of Culture United, Elle. 9-second applause.
Hey guys, right. It's gonna be a big summer. I am so excited. It's time to show and prove. So
it's gonna be a big summer.
You're
right. As always, those of you who have watched this show before, there's basically two shows in one. We have the main discussion that'll carry us for the first couple hours here, and then we move into the second show, which is a show driven by you all, the commentary that you guys leave in the super chats. We also have a special guest at 7:30. We will have the one and only Bigg Jah, the latest season of his hilarious show, The Lesbian Homie, is out now on Tubi, so make sure you check that out. He'll be here with us to talk about that. If you look at a couple of the lower thirds, you'll see some people have their cash apps that are up there. If you love something that they're saying and you support something that they're saying, go ahead and break them off something specifically and let them know how much you appreciate it. And with that, now that we're all in agreement on the wallpaper, let's get started. Now, this is a big week, man. I feel like we've been waiting for Iceman for years. It feels like years, right? And one thing that I always think about when people let the world know a project with that much lead time, that sometimes it can feel like the pressure can rise around that. When I look at what's happening this week, I feel like, all things considered, things have been relatively quiet on the Iceman front. But I personally am excited to hear what he has to say and what music he's going to put out with this project. Let's get started with Screwface. What are your thoughts as we are in the middle of Iceman Week right now?
Like, am I excited or like
whatever thoughts you have? Whatever thoughts you got. You can
I think the rollout has been all right. I think for Drake, the same type of buzz he generated from like the Ice Cube and stuff like that, I think he's generated in the last 2 years doing way less. So when it comes to like generating energy just for that, I don't know if that was such a big thing. I do feel like it wasn't the greatest sign that it felt like that whole Kendrick music being taken down and put back up kind of felt like it snatched some of the air from it and it started dominating the conversation more. And obviously I have the morbid curiosity of what he's going to say, because this feels like, even though he's dropped, a project, this feels like, I guess, the sequel or the end or hopefully the final chapter to the battle. And I already knew he's going to be taking shots, and how I look at just battle rap in general, I'm gonna have to listen to it like that. But it does feel like all right, man, what else is there to say? But there's some things I do want to hear from him, from his angle. I don't know how he's going to take it, so we'll see.
1 second, pause. Yeah, I think, I honestly really liked the rollout. I thought the ice sculpture in the parking lot was actually a cool idea. I think it, turns out, I guess it caused some problems in the city afterwards, but the setup for it, I think, was really great. And then I think a lot of that conversation quickly moved us to whether or not it was staged, but all of this is still promo for the project, right? I just can't believe that there isn't a lead single or a song that we've heard so far this week. Drake tends to drop out of nowhere pretty often, so I'm not sure if this is an outlier one way or the other. But on the Kendrick taking his music down tip, there's a lot of people who think that actually might have helped the conversation around Iceman to a degree. BK, what do you think about that?
Helped? I don't know. I think that Drake is a draw in and of himself, just because of the massive artist that he is, because of that anticipation that you spoke about. He has genuinely been teasing / rolling out Iceman for some time at this point, for like a year and a half, 2 years at this point. Nothing for me has been cohesive. Nothing for me has hit. And outside of the battle, like I was a Drake fan, like in middle school, high school, like soundtrack to my adolescence, teens, college years. So like, it's not that I want it not to hit or whatever. I can't lie and say like my perception of him hasn't shifted post beef, because it's like these narratives are compiled and launched at you, and then like receipts come up, and then like the stake shit, the Aiden shit, the right wing shit. So it's not that like that has tainted my view of him. But I think the Kendrick music situation is interesting. I'm sure there's a technical behind the curtain industry answer to that, but it is curious as to why it happened when it happened. But it's interesting because there is no lead single, which I think might be a strategy for Drake, because a lead single for Drake at this point could maybe indicate which direction Iceman is going to go. And so people could hear the single and be like, you know what, I don't like that, so I'm not even going to tap in. So maybe he's trying to add to the allure and mystique of they don't even know what's going to be on here. I wouldn't say I'm excited, but I'm definitely curious. I think the ice sculpture thing, although it was a spectacle, again, the execution just wasn't there for me. And it's so shocking to me because he's so rich. And like, you would just think that like, he would just hire people to like put a clean, tight bow on this, to roll it out, to have a strategy. And it just seems like he's kind of all over the place. So I know he's going to do like a stream kind of into the drop and all that. And so I'm interested to see how that's going to go. But I'm kind of just confused. I'm confused about Iceman the project, Iceman the persona. I'm confused about the strategy. Like, I just at this point just have to hear it. Maybe that's part of the larger strategy. I don't know.
1 second applause. Somebody got something knocking in the background. Anybody else hear that? Maybe just me.
But it's
I
not.
was gone down. I don't know where that came from. But yeah, you know what's funny? And I say drop a new single, right? Because I expected something a little bit sooner. He did drop, I guess they're calling it, I think it's called 1 a.m. in Albany. He dropped it about 30 minutes ago. And so I listened to it maybe 2-3 times. I sent it around to some people on the panel. I'm not sure if everyone had a chance to listen to it yet. But, it's shots. You know, and I think that's something that we expected. Nick, I'm just a question for you. What do you think about where the Iceman rollout is, and what do you expect from this project? Let me get you on a second. There you go. My bad.
No, it's all good. I think this is a very important album for him. Probably his most important album, just because of what transpired the last 2 years. But yeah, while I understand all the theatrics and stuff, man, I'm just like, let's just get to the music. Because again, we don't have a single. I want to get to the body of work. I want to get to how everything's sounding. I want to get to what's been going through your mind as an artist. And you know, we've never seen you against the ropes like this. So I'm ready to hear your thought process and everything that you've been through. And I think the way you deliver that is make or break for you right now. So, yeah.
I mean, it's really interesting because, you know, part of the discussion is this is Drake's return. And for a return, he's been pretty present, in my opinion. Now, the difference is this is like a real rollout. Like, he was really doing stuff. And it was different than the stuff he was doing with the live stream, the Iceman streams previously, and I guess it was different than the plot twist stuff. And just regardless, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think there's a lot of people who look at this as just another Drake album, like he doesn't necessarily have anything else to prove. At least that's what I hear a lot of times from Drake fans. A lot of times Drake fans are like, he's already #1 guy. What else do you have to prove? It's just another album. And I just see this like completely differently. I just think that, because I feel like if I'm Drake, the pressure may not be to necessarily outsell or do myself from a number standpoint previously, but more than anything else, this is a legacy kind of defining opportunity for him, especially following what happened during the Shakespeare Shakedown of 2024. Am I off by that? Elle, what do you think?
No, I don't think you off. And I think, I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of the people are being too calm a little bit. I know I'm not supposed to say this, whatever. But it's like a lot of people are acting like, well, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. Me, I'm excited. I feel like this is another like touch point into like what I think is the greatest battle of hip hop. So it's like shit to get off the pot time. It's like either he's gonna drop a banger album and then we're gonna have to go down that timeline, or he's gonna drop like a wet towel. Where people are like, hey, did you pay me? Just wet towel away from me, and then we're gonna have to go down that timeline. And I kind of just can't wait to see which one is gonna be, who's gonna switch up. Like, I'm excited. I feel like this is like Game of Thrones coming back on.
Second applause to Game of Thrones. Yo, I'm curious, Challz. I want to ask you this: what does success look like to you for Iceman, like for this album? I know that a lot of us have the reputations for being critical of things that come out of the OVO camp. But for you personally, what does success look like?
I think it gotta be at least 450 to 650, but I don't think it's gonna do 650. I don't think it's gonna do 450 unless they do some juicing. But I don't know. They really want to. If they do 650, it's gonna solidify this guy, and you ain't gonna be able to hear nothing else. But Drake is the greatest rapper, period. So they looking for that. They looking for some obnoxious Taylor Swift number so they can shut down all the K dot talk, and we beat every album he has ever had. So I think that success for them is some unreachable number. But I think they're gonna, no matter what it is, they're gonna. If it's low, they're gonna have an excuse. If it's mid, they're gonna have an excuse. So if it could do 150, they'll be like, oh, his label's blackballing him. He's independent. He did it with no help. It's gonna be a million excuses no matter what it do. So I think it's gonna be successful no matter what it does. He could do 50,000. It'll be a reason. So I don't think we'll ever see him not be successful with it. This is my opinion.
Well, second applause. Screw what you got.
Just to be clear, I just wanted to say this. Iceman is going to do numbers.
Yeah.
Like,
Definitely going to do numbers.
Yeah, it's going to because like when people are asked like, do you think he's going to do it? It's like there's nothing else out right now, and like Elle said, it is like the installment of Game of Thrones. It is like the next chapter of this thing. No matter how much we feel that it's being drug out or this person's dragging it out, every fan base says the other person's dragging it out when it happens. Now, definitely, since Kendrick hasn't really saying anything, it's definitely more on Drake dragging it out. But like I always say, hip hop is a sport, and I love it so much that, yeah, I do want to hear it. And this is going to do numbers because of that. It is still Drake, and I think the OVO, bots and stuff are going to look for that as to mean something more than the numbers. But I really don't think the numbers will reflect the cultural impact. The cultural impact is what's going to say where Drake is, not the numbers, because he's always going to do numbers. Right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I actually, what's the funny thing about numbers, right? If there's a number in the music industry that an artist or a label needs to hit, they'll find a way to hit that number, right? Let's not act like bots aren't just built into the structure at this point. Before that, it was payola built into the structure. Before that, it was something else, right? I mean, part of the music industry is to build hype around it. You go to a label for them to do everything possible to make it seem like your project is something that people need to sink into, right? So it's going to do numbers, and I'm pretty sure they already know exactly what number it's going to do, right? But away from that, right? I don't look at the numbers as being the success. I'm with you on the cultural response, but I also think that's an individual question for anybody who's just a listener, right? If you're going to an album from an artist that you love, there's certain things that you love that they do. There's certain things that maybe you love less that they do. But the quality of the music, the quality of conversation, the quality of, in this case, lyricism, all of that's kind of baked in to it. Open floor. Who else? What does success look like to you guys on the creative front when it comes to Iceman?
I feel like success is the cultural sway. It's the music that makes your body do that involuntary thing that it does when it hears music that moves you. I feel like if there's that on there, then like that's a success to me, because the numbers conversation it's like having a numbers conversation surrounding like Taylor Swift. Like, these are massive artists. There's anticipation. People are going to either rush to hate listen or love listen or casually listen. Like, it's Drake, right? So I think if he could get that that buy-in from people who, I don't want to say are so staunchly against, because I feel like Stan Wars is kind of a separate conversation. Like, they've already picked a side. But I think if he has music on here that is like, you're kind of looking at the person next to you like, all right, man, like, this is kind of undeniable. This is making my body, this is giving me the goosebumps. This is making my body do the thing. Or if he has another Nokia moment where it's kind of the soundtrack of the summer, or whatever, 2 years removed from the beat, I feel like that's more of a successful measure. And I think Drake knows that, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think he knows that, not that he has to, like, I think he's kind of given up on like trying to win us over. But if he just stays true to who he is artistically and creatively, he might be able to pull that off. But I think that's the success, more the culture, more the sway, more the involuntary music things, versus the numbers. I think that's a pointless conversation to have around success with him.
Yeah. Open floor.
I think okay, he has to do a couple of things to have success. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think he's gonna pull it off. But he can. That's what makes this interesting. It's like The Last Dragon, I guess, like we always bring it up. Like, it looks like he couldn't do it. If he catches the glow, I'm going to admit it. I think, one, he has to, like, I have a friend who got beat up. The video went viral. He played it off so cool that it was almost like nobody cared he got his ass whooped. Where anybody else, it'd be like the worst thing. People would always fuck with him about it, but he played it so cool. He was so honest and humble that it actually kind of rolled off his back like water on a duck, right? So one, he would have to be able to pull that off where it becomes acceptable, like, you live to fight another day type shit. Two, he would have to make like some absolute bangers. Like, it has to be undeniable bangers. Three, he would have to seem authentic to himself. Not trying to be a real nigga like me, not trying to be a real nigga like him. Be authentic to yourself. And if he's able to pull off those three things, it's successful. If not, he's terrible, and I'm going to say it.
What do you think is the hardest one for him to master? Is it the authenticity to self, or is it how do we get back into this like method that it seemed like he had already mastered when it came to like hit making?
You know what? That's a good question, because I'm kind of debating with 1 and 3. I think he struggles to be authentic because if you think about it, most of his life, he's either been in a transitional period of his identity, or I think he's been putting on a costume of sorts. So I think authenticity is going to be hard for him. But I also think being cool about losing, that takes a certain level of finesse and sophistication to make it look like, yeah, he punched me, but you know what I'm saying? I'm still fucking, I'm still the man. That's a special type of finesse. So I think those two equally. I think the bangers actually is going to be the easiest thing for him to pull off, but still hard. You know what I mean?
And maybe one ties into three, because it's like you really can only shirk off some shit like that if you are authentically you and you are like kind of tapped into self. So yeah.
So one needs three. So you have to do 3, 2, 1. So let's see if he can count down the success. But I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he can do it. I don't want to say I don't think he can do it because that's hate. I would be very surprised if he did it, and if he does, I'm going to be honest about it.
Can I speak on the people we're not talking about? The people like me that don't want to hear it.
Yeah, good.
I think we're leaving out a large portion of the country that don't care. They don't want to hear it, and it's something that they will not listen to. And I think that shit's going to drop like a rock. I'm just going to be honest. Now, I understand that the hype is there, and everybody's like, "Yo, Iceman, this, Iceman, that." They licking ice in the third, but I feel like what we get to see, a lot of people going to run to it once. If at all. Me, I'm gonna watch it through Screwface. I'm not gonna give it one stream at all. That's just me. And there's probably a million people like me. So what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of people that don't listen to it. And I think we think that it's way more hype than it is. There are people that's excited, but I think we're thinking that it's gonna do way better than it really is, gang. I'm just gonna be honest.
I think this is interesting. If I can say this real quick, Justin, because I went viral the other week from Glasses cussing me out about saying I want to listen to it and saying everybody is coons that want to listen to it. One, do you think Kendrick is going to listen to it?
Yes.
Well, most likely he will, just to see if he listen. But
so don't you think it would be odd that Kendrick, the person in the battle, can listen to it, but I can't listen to it for the same nosy reasons?
Well,
like I think y'all are confusing the excitement of these niggas gonna they gonna be in the room.
But it's people. No, I get it, but it's people like me that just don't believe them. You know what I mean? We don't believe them no more. So it's like, what am I listening to it for? I don't believe nothing you're saying. So it's like when we listen to rap, we want to believe the person rapping. We don't know who wrote this shit. Like we don't know what's going on. So a lot of people like me are like, I don't want to hear no dude just trying to get numbers. We don't want to hear that. The game has changed. I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to general.
No, I know.
You know what I mean? Like it's some people like me. If I hear it at all, I'm gonna listen through a reactor and skip through it. So it's some people that don't want to. They don't think he's good at what he does because he's not writing this shit. And it's a lot of contrived stuff just for numbers. We don't even know what Iceman even going to sound. We don't know what's on it. You know what I'm saying? It's really like we got what do we know about it? Nothing. So it's some people that don't care. That's just my humble opinion.
No, I just can't lie to y'all and act like I don't care. Like I cannot wait to see what happens.
Me too. I like Game of Thrones. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's actually true. I don't think there's a chick with dragons that taking over, but I like it. I think the entertainment quality is here. On 1 a.m. in Albany, there's a line. I'm a butcher this line, but there's a line in there where he says he's talking at people and he says they're all my markets. Y'all have no markets. A markets, B markets, C markets, they're all D markets. Y'all niggas be at the flea markets. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like bars like that. I mean, I like stuff like that. You know what I mean? I think that what that captured is the fact that he is a global superstar. Okay, there's a huge portion of his fan base that isn't tied necessarily to the cultural connection rap music has to hip hop. There's there's millions, tens of millions of people out there who aren't necessarily following the ebbs and flows of this over the past 2 years, who have no idea what's inside the legal documents, for example, from the lawsuit. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of people who've decided that they didn't want to support this project in one way or the other, even if it's just a listen or even if it's a retweet or anything. But I don't think that's going to be the majority of people. Screw, I know you said you want to say something.
Well, what I was going to say is I don't know if I'm going to react to the whole album. I know I'm going to react to the disses and stuff because who would I be if I didn't react to the disses? Like, that's going to happen. But Like I said with the Believe It or Not, you know, like the thing is, there was no moment in which I believe Drake was about to slit this throat with the razor, like you said, like that stuff from before the battle and stuff like that. So it's like, it's more like, I don't know. I guess like I always say this, where I watch like Smack URL. I've been on stage on those things, so it's like, I just, for the morbid, what is he gonna say? But then it also puts me in a situation where I go, so then, but where does that go though? Because if this is the problem of like dropping this so late after the fact and still talking about it, is, so are you about to crack it off again with these people? Is ASAP gonna respond if you mention him? Is like, where does this go? But I also, to be fair, if we thought Drake was not about to get on this music, if we want him to speak about his life, there is absolutely, positively no way he makes an album after this 2 years and he's not shooting at people. I've been saying the whole time, no matter how hypocritical this is going to look, he will be shooting at people. It's not going to be possible if he doesn't like to make this album without him shooting at people. He's just going to do it. Like,
a lot of MCs don't respect that though, Screw. We're not gonna respect you battling. You coming back dissing 2 years later. You was quiet. You was sneak dissing, and you was shooting at everybody else. And then you're gonna come back and die on an album 2 years too late. Battle's over, gang. We don't care. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna move. He gonna move all the pop star rocket numbers, this, that, and the third. But MCs don't care about none of that. What he talking with the battling, because that's dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's the point of it at this point? It's just like you're just shooting your.
I can think of a number of things a number of points that this would make. One, he has to stand up for his team, for his community, right? They want to see him come back and set the record straight, right? I'm gonna put up a clip of what people are quoting that Drake said in 1 a.m. in Albany here in a second, so we can see some of the bars, some of the shots he's taking at J. Cole and LeBron or whatever.
He's shooting at Cole. Oh, damn it!
That's the one I really want to see. But I want to ask you this though, Nick. Like, from your standpoint as an MC, right? As someone who, you know, who's out here really does this at a crazy high level, right? And writes like he is ready to battle every day, right? What does success look like for this project to you? But also, is this something that he even taking shots on, that kind of stuff? Do you think he should even bother doing that?
I think for him to get through this, and my version of success for this album is a certain level of maturity that I feel like he has to have, and that's letting it go. It's like she said earlier about getting hit in the mouth and playing that off. It's like, you know, that's a cool thing to do, and that kind of helps you in a way. But staying in this position kind of hurts you. And this is why it's so hard to get out of this hole, you know what I'm saying, of trying to get people back on your side. So I think quality, maturity, and the maturity is the growth coming out of this situation. Being a better artist and focusing on you at the moment, not all of these other people that, where you're supposed to show up, you know, you got to take the L. You're supposed to show up in that moment. I don't want to hear you two years later coming rapping about these other artists. Like, I think the time now is to focus on you and how you grew from, you know, this L. This is probably the only L we saw you take. Well, not the only L, I'm sorry. The biggest L we saw you take as an artist. So, yeah, like my man said, I don't want to see you talking about these other people. I think get back to doing what you do, and that's making, you know, cultural impact.
1 second applause. I think a lot of people have been saying that over the past couple of years too, by the way. A lot of people are like, why these plot twists got so many subliminals in them? Can't we just get back to regularly scheduled programming? I'm going to put this on the screen real quick here. This is a few things that are trending right now. Screw you got something?
I got to say this really quick, because I always hear people say that with the go back to regular scheduled programming, which is facts, but Drake has always taken shots, even in regular scheduled programming.
Fair point.
Where's this thing? It's like,
fair point.
Let's go back to where Drake was just making he's dissing in Hotline Bling. He's dissing in, like, what song of Drake's was he's not dissing? He's always done that. This is regular scheduled programming.
1 second applause.
You just can't seem so butthurt about it. I think, you know, the sneak disses of Drake's past was, I think, more Lady of the Night centered, women centered too. Like she would shoot at the niggas. I'm not saying, you know, but I think it was in a more E type of way. And I think he's gonna do it because he's an attention whore and because we're in the reactor universe right now. Like shout out to Screw. Like he could plug in his ears because he don't even want to hear one lyric because he want to like, you know, listen to the thing in full. Like if he can capture y'all, I feel like he's got it, but he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
So, our Carolina brother here, Nick Grant, apparently got shots from Drake. So it says Drake seemingly takes shot at J. Cole on his leaked song 1 a.m. in Albany. I could have fell back like the married rapper, but we engaged. I told you I'm stuck in my evil ways, right? So I'm not even sure that's really a shot, but that is how people are describing it. What's your reaction? Open floor.
One, I would like to note that we don't know if this is a real song, and we don't know if this is a real thing.
Fair. Fair point.
The real song, we would like grace, first of all. Second of all, that would definitely have to be about J. Cole. Like, what? Fell back like the married rapper, but we engaged? That's a J. Cole diss, for sure. No, the fall off, fell back. He's the one who acted like, oh, I'm cool, but he engaged. Like when you engage, he engaged with the beef. Like, yeah, that's definitely a J. Cole diss. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna like the whole bunch of diss and shit. He's gonna miss the mark for me. If he's just gonna be on there like, oh yeah, these other niggas ain't inspiring me out.
Exactly.
Not gonna do it for me. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, man.
Can I speak to
like these? Like, okay, Justin, you about to say you want like? Okay, I heard the pushback, but this.
Well, yeah, I do have pushback. I do have that.
If you gonna shoot with a cannon, shoot with a drone, shoot an invisible drone that a person can't even see, blow up the whole street. Don't come shooting that little shit. It's not going to work.
Harlem Nights.
Don't shoot that little shit. Oh, stop it. That was too little. Like as a J. Cole diss, we fell off like the married. I could have fell back like the married rapper, but we engaged. That ain't enough. It's cute. It's like, oh.
Look, you got some feedback, Nick. So that's why I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. If you got headphones, that'd be good too. But I'll put you on mute for a second between. But like, here's my thing with it. I don't want to see him, go at Kendrick. That'd be crazy. I don't know why he'd even want to do that. That sounds like something that I wouldn't want to do. Like if I just had the experience of this Shakespearean shakedown, I would not want to have that experience again, right? But I think with everybody else, he got a point. Like, look, clearly there's a whole lot of stuff that happened that got everybody to the point where they felt like they needed to do what they need to do on both sides. Fine. But that J. Cole line, which doesn't really feel like a shot to me, it feels like a clever interpretation of what actually happened because J. Cole did fall back. He is married. And they did engage, right? And so, like, that's just, I wouldn't even describe that as a shot. That just feels like reporting, And I think that, to me, if I'm Drake, I might feel a way about that. Yo, dog, what are you talking about? It was us. We were first-person shooter, right? That was us. Am I off by that? Open floor.
I agree with that. That's not, come with the bazooka, come with the cannon. That was a love tab. And I don't think we want that. Diss with your whole chest, or don't, and give us slaps. Like you can really do that. Or give us like a blend like Scorpion was, or like Nothing Was the Same was, where like you start with a Tuscan Leather, but there's also Just Hold On, We're Going Home on it. Like just get back into what you do, like what Nick was saying earlier, bro. Like, which is what I've been saying this whole time, that he needs to just like actually chill, go within, and that's gonna produce the best subject matter for him. But it's like these little things that we have to decipher because Kirko, is posting the clips of it and we have to go and look in the replies. Like, no, like do it. Especially, I think Cole could get a whole verse or something like that because the way it really was kissing and hugging on stage to I hope Iceman go crazy to actually that I'm not a part of that. It was brother, I was the Curry's father watching this go on. Like, I think like he should have a full clip for Cole because it really was giving like we're in this together, and then it was like, ooh, the kitchen got too hot for me. So I think it's worth it. If he wants to, do shots, whatever. But I think don't like and maybe go for Ross because Ross was on the white boy shit, and it was like, boss, I want you to be great. It's just like, okay, there was some actual switch up that we saw happen if he wants to speak to that. and the no new friends and all that stuff. But like the subliminals is very like business as usual, and just drop it or just leave it alone. I agree with that.
I like Drake with the melodies.
I don't like.
I like Drake with the melodies. I don't want to hear no dissing, gang.
Yeah.
You can't sue me, then diss me.
Drake's not about to be able to.
Dead ass. You spoiled milk right now, gang. Like, I don't want to hear you dissing me when you sued me. He can't even diss Lucien Grange right now. Because he's suing for defamation.
Well,
so what's going to happen?
And if this is a real song in 1 a.m. in Albany, Lucien got some shots too. He says he's the one.
All of that is null and void. My favorite Drake album is Views. Just sing, dog. I like it with the melodies. We don't want you dissing. Just do your job. You're a pop star.
I want to share this this screen right here too. Now, this is a line that people are saying is response to LeBron James, which I do think is another one of these people that if I'm Drake, you know, it might be challenging in this relationship. You know, he says, because you always made a career off of switching teams up. Please stop asking what's going on with 23 and me. I'm a real nigga and he's not. It's in my DNA. A lot of times it's all about the delivery. Maybe the delivery, I don't have his delivery, but this is another thing that people are saying.
That second one was the best.
I like the 23 and me line.
Nah, he got off right there. But I'm gonna be honest, he ain't gonna be able to pull it off. He ain't gonna be able to do it.
You guys have no hope, man. You guys have no hope.
I have hope. I started this with like
your hope lasted 32 minutes.
You're showing these clips more and more. We're zooming in on what it was. He ain't gonna be able to do it. He gonna go right back childish. He gonna look right back silly.
Well,
look, I want to say this. I do think that, again, like I said earlier, I think success lives in the music itself and how it connects, not just with his fans in this case. I think it's a significant portion of it has to do with how it connects with the culture again. But I also think that if he is following up on things that, in my opinion, he has a right to, I hope he does that, you know, and I hope that he also talks about how it feels to be on the other side of everything that's happened and is really vulnerable about that. You know, one of the things that I disagree with you, Elle, on that you said earlier, you said that, I'm gonna say it wrong, I'm paraphrasing, but it sounded like you said Drake, was it you or BK? One of you guys said Drake he wasn't honest with himself, he wasn't, how do I say it? Maybe I'm wrong. I think that at the beginning of career, we liked Drake quite a bit because he was very authentic with himself and how he talked. Like when he's making songs about looking through the girl he's dating's bag while she goes to the bathroom because he wants to make sure she's not cheating on him. I think that's really honest. You know, like I know a lot of guys who felt like that, who felt like they need to go through their girl's phone. You know, when he's making songs about his grandmother, you know, look what you've done is one of my favorite songs, just period. I just love that song 100%, right? That whole era, even started from the bottom, right? I know people want to debate what the bottom is, but the fact that he went outside and said that way, knowing that was going to be part of the backlash, to me is an example of some of the vulnerability that I really appreciated at that point in his career. And I think that the circumstances of things that have happened are personal enough to where, and public enough to where that type of vulnerability could be here again. Like, I just think that this is a perfect landscape for Drake to actually express real, regular human emotions. Am I off?
He will.
Right.
I mean, I guess the difference with me is like.
Well, let me answer this real quick. Let me answer this real quick. Whether I think he will is very different at this point in time than it was leading into For All the Dogs, for example. Going into For All the Dogs, I hadn't seen anything that made me feel like, oh, we're gonna get some real earnest vulnerability. Nothing big was happening in his life. It was just, he felt like he was on cruise control for a few albums to me, personally. But this stuff is so big that I think it would be more difficult to make a project that didn't have that. I think the level of suppression you would have to do to not creatively explode with all of these things you've been feeling is something that's on the table that we haven't seen probably since the first half of Scorpion. And that went up. Scorpion was fire. The first half of it, that's last great Drake album, in my opinion. 1 second pause to myself.
Okay, well, let me be more descriptive. I can be offended by something and I can lash out because I'm embarrassed in front of the crowd. I can say a whole bunch of fake ass shit because I'm really protecting my ego. That's not what I mean by vulnerability. That's not vulnerable. That's you basically acting out to protect your ego. Vulnerability is telling me the emotion behind that, catching that before you get there and explaining that and how you work through that. That's vulnerability. It sounds to me, and I could be wrong, from the could be AI song, could be not, could be real, could be not. It sounds to me that we're hearing the protecting the ego and not the person behind the mask. And I don't want to hear that shit because that protecting the ego sounds to me like a person just waving a gun around like, I'll shoot everybody in here, and somebody could just come take his gun from him and pistol whip him with it. Like, I don't want to hear that shit.
Yes, I agree with that. That like sometimes the lash out can be mistaken for vulnerability. And I think he already was lashing out with a like, what did I miss? Right? Where he's like, what did I miss? And everyone was like, you were here the whole time. No, you didn't miss it, right? Or like, okay, we've got LeBron bars here, but we got Fighting Irish Freestyle. He fucking removed the tat off his body. Like, has he not already like kind of tried to get these things out in the ether? And I wonder, like, to me, I thought he was gonna go like self-titled, face on the cover Aubrey, right? Because that's really what we need. But instead, we're getting this persona of Iceman, which is, I don't care. And that's not true. Like, we've seen the lash out, we've seen the spiral. Like, it's already incongruent with like the reality that we've witnessed, because he hasn't been silent for 2 years. Like, it hasn't been that we're like moving off of theories. We've been moving off of his production, whether there were leaks or official drops or whatever. But from Stream University to was it Stevie Nicks that he was like throwing shots at, to just all of this stuff in between, it everything to me points that he's not going to go in the route that he could, which is actually like tell us kind of the icky, forbidden things that we're not actually supposed to know, or that would break apart this ego and this mask. I feel like we saw Isaiah Rashad do that. We saw Keem do that. We've seen these kind of I'm bearing my soul to you albums from the rap game, and I think like we need to continue with that. And I don't think Drake is doing that. I think Iceman is block of ice. I'm cold. These niggas can't touch me. I'm making numbers. I'm doing that. Like, and that's, nobody's buying that shit. I mean, his fans are, but I'm not buying that.
What do you think, Nick? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I'm muted. One second. My bad. Can you wait? You still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
This shit is just too emotional, bro. Just drop the music. Leave them niggas alone. Take your L. Just drop the music, bro. What is the problem? That's all I want. I just want to hear the records. That's the best way to know the results of all of this shit. That's the best way to know for me. All this other stuff don't really matter. Where's the songs? Where are the records? And that's all I'm waiting for.
Yeah, it's that simple sometimes. 1 second applause. Now, I do want to, there's two quick clips I guess I could talk about one of them, but I'll play this clip real quick. I thought this was really interesting. This is Rick Ross. He was on Bag Fuel, and he was talking about, people have been saying Ross sounded like he was switching up, right? And people also saying Ross is in the crosshairs on this project. I think that probably makes a lot of sense. But this was him explaining why it wasn't a 20v1. And so here's what Ross had to say.
Yeah.
Is that situation done
No,
with?
what I wanted to make clear is, let me tell you something. The conversations that go on behind the scenes and off camera is almost like niggas will want me to say like, I hate Drake, or nigga, this shit. Ain't no conspiracy against homie. When I say niggas don't want to see you lose, that's saying whatever your issues are, issues you brought upon yourself individually with niggas. Ain't no niggas on no three-way text. Oh, we finna shit on dog. Niggas don't do that.
Ain't no 20 versus 1 is what you're saying.
Yeah. Nah, why would it be that?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest though. At the time it was going down, it kind of seemed like that, Rose. It seemed like everybody just was coming out the woodwork against
That's just like in your hood. If you have not been doing right by niggas in your hood, it's gonna come a time when it's feel
niggas
like
gonna
it's
say something everywhere.
And ain't nobody gonna step up and speak on your behalf.
That's a fact.
If you ain't been a solid nigga.
That's a fact.
That's all it was.
I got you. I understand.
Don't get it twisted. Getting the white people rewards and the trophies, I know it could make you think, but homie, that shit don't mean nothing where I'm from.
Open floor, reactions.
Rick Ross talked like a comic evil villain. I love the way he talks. It's just so like cinematic. That shit is just. Now I like what he said with the okay, even if it looks like a 20v1, if you ask all 21 of those people and they have separate reasons to have a problem with you, then it's not a conspiracy or 20v1, it's just everybody caught you at the same time, nigga. That's all it is. They just sometimes they catch you, 20 niggas catch you at the party and be like, that's that same nigga. And then you get jumped by 20 niggas. That's all that is. But like you did something. It's not like other people were like, oh, I'm just mad at you because this person, everybody that was going at him had a separate reason, separate years of issues with this person. So what, and it wasn't like new. It wasn't like we just, all this stuff sprung out. We knew the Rihanna ASAP stuff. We knew the Rick Ross Drake problems. We knew the Kendrick and Drake, obviously. We knew the Weeknd stuff. None of it. So it's like the whole, I like what Drake said in the battle with the what the fuck is this a 20v1 on some just creative battle rap with the whole 20 balloon popping 20 whatever. That's a creative way to spin it, but I hated how people tried to take that and make it like a narrative of the powers that be came together and people were paid to jump him at the same time. It's just like, nah, bro, you just walked into the party where you had problems with 20 niggas at the same time and they're not gonna go, you're whooping his ass, I'll wait for next week. Like, no, they just caught you right here, and that's just how it felt. But Rick Ross be making it sound so good, though.
Yeah, you know what it was, Screw. This is what it is too. Right message, wrong messenger. Like we got Rick Ross fatigue. Let's just be honest. Like he could talk and he can command a room. He's funny, But the message is his
Can y'all
hear me? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you too.
All right. So no, the message is that you've done a lot of dirt in the industry and a lot of people came out, but the 20v1 narrative was always fluff. It wasn't 20 guys, it was like 5. Like, let's just be honest, it was 5 or 6. It wasn't 20. But he had a lot of baggage and a lot of people took that. I think it was a volcano. It was a time where everything bubbled to the surface at the same time. And I don't think they was like, let's get him now, but that's when it just happened to happen. And it was an opportunity. I think we saw Future, who oddly enough is being forgiven, right? We saw Future jump in there and him and Metro, who started the whole thing, and it was a snowball. And now we got, where now he's some kind of victim. But before that, a lot of people, first of all, he was the man before that, right? And then he did a lot of things to a lot of people where people were like, yo, he did some foul stuff. We could just sit here for hours and talk about it. But then he became the victim when they started this 20v1 narrative. But let's not forget, he did a lot of shit. Like, let's just be honest. So it wasn't like this sad, lonely guy over there that did nothing to nobody. They all have their reasons to be versus him and against him, and he knows it. And a lot of people didn't come to his aid because, for one, they didn't want to get involved, but it ain't that many people that would have got involved. You know what I mean? A lot of them are starting to tiptoe now. They want to get a verse, a feature, but a lot of them were quiet because, first of all, they don't have enough vested interest in him to defend him. And then two, it's like, it's not a lot of them that want to defend him. I'm gonna leave it at that.
On that front, there was some news this week on that. And so here is Tony Yayo and Uncle Murda. And this is what, I love these shortcut keys, they're so great. This is what they reported on their show, The Real Report.
Now I see why Rick Ross wanted that Drake stimulus package. Drake supposedly shot a video with Future.
Oh
You
shit.
know, and Big Bank and 21 Savage is the reason that beef is squashed. But Future will be on the Drake album. I told y'all
That's
niggas,
dope.
Iceman is
That's
back.
dope.
Stand up fucking Canada.
That's dope.
Let me ask y'all something. So
Stand up Canada is crazy.
Pause that stand up Canada, first of all.
So
Future better not be on this goddamn album.
Oh, he definitely is.
Future better not be on this album. That would be so nasty. If I was Drake, I would still be hearing the horns from Like That in my nightmares. Like what?
I
Putting
always said
Future on this album is insane. Like that wouldn't make any sense. You can't be. I don't think you could be more mad at Kendrick than Future. To be honest,
If I'm
like,
a Drake fan, I'm upset. I would be kind of upset if I was a Drake fan. If you got Lil Baby, Future, I would be like, "What's going on, gang? Let's just. We want to just hear you."
Well, I think that, you know, sometimes you have a choice on who you want to be mad at, and then other times there's people you just can't afford to be mad at. You know what I mean? And I think that at least, I mean, more than anything else, I'm not surprised that Future is reportedly on this project, because Drake basically apologized to him on Family Matters.
Wow.
Like, he basically said, the Future shit got me fucked up. We ain't never really been through it. Leland Wayne, he's a fucking lame. I know he had to be an influence. So, you know, before we really get into, you know, the peak of this battle, Drake was already like, my bad, you know. You probably shouldn't have done that one. And I think it's probably the best thing he can do, because this battle hinged on cultural cachet. That's where this larger discussion really lived. And if you look at the landscape of people, Future is the one who has the most cultural cachet, and, you know, probably when it comes to the interpersonal things that were happening, probably some of the easiest things to squash and put behind it. Open floor. I'm off.
I didn't see that as an apology. I saw that as like a expression of heartbreak. In fact, it was lacking an apology, and it had to be a lie. Like, we ain't never really been through it. It seems like something was going on for a while that made Future get to the point where he allowed Kendrick to do this impactful ass diss against Drake, a person he's worked with for years. That has to be a shit ton of shit building on top of shit, building on top of shit, building on top of shit. So I don't even believe we never even been through it. It sounds like you've been aloof to what's going on with your so-called friends. So I don't know. I didn't see that as an apology. I feel like Future deciding to push that button is a line drawn in the sand that I would never cross back over. But you're right. I guess it's people you can't afford to be mad at. That would be. I don't know. The more I think about it, I don't think this album is gonna.
Yeah, we real time have watched you. We've watched you talk yourself out of a better tomorrow.
You know, I was thinking about quantum, like it's two different, you know, it's multiple different realities that could happen. But the more, nah, I don't think that path is gonna exist.
You know, the thing with as far as whether that was apology or not, it feels like it to me because they're in battle. You know, I'm not used to hearing nobody say anything remotely. You know, that's probably one of the most honest things he says on that song, to be honest. You know, like even being expressive about that emotion with someone who effectively put out a double disc dedicated to him and his friends dissing you. Which is actually kind of crazy in retrospect to think about. That's actually a crazy time.
I just wonder why Future is the one that gets forgiveness when, like, to Elle's point, like he was the conduit to it's just me nigga bum, like exactly. Which really entered Drake's realm because that was a hit. It was going off in the club. Like I still hear that from time to time. So it's like the fact that he ushered that in and did that alongside a Metro, who you know has like some like kind of fucked up beef. That shit is true with you. And we don't trust you. We still don't trust you, and kind of made it permissible for the larger kind of culture to just like stump on you and jump in like something with the Tim came in. Like it was just like whatever, as he was already on the ground. It's just interesting. But I think maybe to Justin's point, it's like, can you leave Future off your album at this point? Can you not collaborate with him? But then you're kind of reheating your old nachos, which hasn't been working. That bitch is stale and soggy. I don't know how it's stale and soggy at the same time, but it is. So I don't know why. Like I don't even know if you use the same ingredients and put the same shit together, if it's even gonna come out the same. So I don't know. Maybe I have less faith now because like, why the fuck is Future on this project? What is that sound even gonna sound like?
This is fascinating to watch. You guys started off optimistic. As the conversation goes on, both of y'all are like, nah, fuck it. It's gonna be terrible.
I'm sick. I get in and sick.
What's crazy is I wouldn't even say it's optimistic. And I notice people are responding that way. Like they keep saying like the fact that you even talking about it or interested in it means you supporting him. No. It's not optimistic. It's I'm interested to see what is going to happen next. And I'm just outlining. This is what would have to happen for me to say you were successful. You persevered in some way. And I feel like I'm setting that bar pretty high. If you were able to jump on over that bar, so be it. I'm just losing. The more and more these bars are coming out and Future being on the project, really. Like that was supposed to take as long as the Kevin Hart and fucking Cat Williams beef. It was supposed to be something like that, like the roast of Drake in 2050. Maybe Future will come out, but being on the next album is insane. Like, didn't they go on tour with the "We Don't Trust You" shit? Wasn't that did they go on tour?
2 records.
Look,
BBL Drizzy? No.
Oh my gosh, this is. I mean, look, Shakespeare and Shakedown. Make strange bedfellows, you know what I mean? like, my man gave Young Thug $1 million, right? 21 Savage sat down with Big Bank, had their conversation. You know, we watched that when 21 Savage was explaining how everybody was wrong, and arguably including him because he didn't say anything during the battle either. I feel like this is expected, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm off. I'm actually happy to see that they're at least made up with him. You know, to be honest, more than anything else. And the reason I say that is, I think it just makes the saga more interesting. Like even away from the specifics of what we're talking about, this is a fantastic series of events that is still going on, and you know. I think that actually makes the overall story just even more compelling. I mean, am I wrong? Open floor.
Screw. What do you think about Future on the album?
I always thought from the beginning that Future was gonna be the first person that he forgave. I said it in my reactions because you can tell he didn't want to be mad at Future, and he was even really not ever really dissing him back. So I always felt like him and Future were going to squash it up or get together and work together. So I wasn't surprised on that at all. But I still wonder, this is random, and I just thought of it right now, but when's the last time Lil Wayne and Drake have worked together?
Well, on 1 a.m. in Albany, if it's a real song, he has a line says something to the effect of him, Wayne, and Mac Maine, I think he's talking about, are the big three. We're new big three, something like that. So whether or not there's been a song, there was a reference that sounds positive.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say Mac Maine?
Or however he said it. You said Mac. Did I say Mac Maine? Did I say Mac Maine?
Yes. Is that what he said though?
No, I'm paraphrasing. Don't put any weight. It was him, somebody else. Like, don't go there. Don't quote me. I only heard it right before this. I'm not looking at the lyrics or anything like that. But you know, he referenced Wayne. Wayne was the subject. He was the main point of. I'm just joking. But yeah. So I don't know when the new song is or what the new song is, but that's what it is.
I mean, maybe if Future and Drake make a song that is for like the Midnight Ballerinas or is for me and my girls trying to shake ass in the club, it could go well with him. But it could go for him, I should say. But if it's kind of What a Time to Be Alive vibes, I don't know. I also kind of just don't know what hits for Drake in 2026. Outside of him being Drake and like anything's automatically gonna hit or whatever. Like what is going to hit and stay, whether it's on the charts or whether it's on our playlist or whether it's in our conversation or at our day parties or whatever. Like what does that sound like from Drake in 2026? Because I think he touched it, he grazed it with Nokia. But even now, I feel like that song isn't as big as it would have been if it dropped like 5-6 years ago. Like I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking about if he's kind of dipping back into the same Atlanta connections and collaborations and features. Like, what does that even sound like in 2026?
I will say though, if this album, because I mean, like I said, the numbers to me isn't as important as the cultural stick. But if this album comes and goes like Sexy Songs for You, then I'm gonna be shocked. Then we might have to start having a different conversation of like, you know, how do I put this? I don't think Drake is ever gonna just fall off or like disappear. But like if this album with this doesn't like hit and stick for a while and kind of it has to do a lot and like rewash him and like rebaptize him back, which let me say this too, because I'm shooting him a lot of bail this episode, but as somebody who was put in the paperwork, I don't even see how people are acting. Like I know like this feels like wrestling right now and I'm breaking kayfabe, but I'm like, bro, he's suing. There is no coming back. Like I know we can just like fantasy draft and be like, if he hits the right, but when it comes back to the cultural cachet, it's gone. There's no longer in order for a song to stick with the culture, there has to be the right atmosphere for it. That atmosphere is not going to be there because it's going to be the people who are, I don't even like saying like hip hop purists, but at least understand hypocrisy where you cannot be doing something that is fundamentally hurting the artistic expression of everybody, that is fundamentally hurting the craft. You lost and you weren't humble enough to just stop there. You appealed to try to happen again. And then we're just sitting here like, and like I said, I'm speaking about it because it's just to carry the conversation. But in the back of my head, for real, if I'm just being not Stone Cold Steve Austin for a second, there is no coming back. Like, what are we talking about? I don't even, because in my head I want it to be like, okay, maybe he retracts the thing and then he is like, no, I'm sorry, bro. We wouldn't allow this from anybody else but Drake. There would be nobody else that we would allow this to be at the same time. Here's the thing that kills me is like, we do this for dumber things where it's like somebody who's supposed to be a street rapper and then somebody says he snitches, career over, done. And he hasn't been a street person for 25 years, but somebody could literally be doing something that if he is successful will harm the culture for years after he's gone. And then we'll just be like, yeah, man, but he's dropping bops though. It's like, at what point is the entertainment more than the, you know? But like, that being said, yeah, I mean, hopefully it's a good album.
Nick, where are you at with the lawsuit?
His mic.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
I think that's something you're never supposed to do. I don't think I'll ever look at him as the same. Like you said, there's no coming back from that. Right? Hip hop is supposed to be from a certain place, and the people in it. I don't hold everybody to a certain standard, but once you show us a certain level of authenticity, not saying that he has, but for anybody, that's off limits. I just don't think we're out in the open at that point. So, yeah, I just think that's career over. Like you said, I don't think it's no way to come back from that, honestly.
Were you surprised?
We make exceptions because of how like consistent he's been musically, but that was anybody else, man, it would have been over. That would have been me. Done.
And
anybody else.
Just to interject again, as somebody whose name, like my name was in there, so maybe it hits me a little different. So I feel like it's like somebody like, it's like we're all like street, like we're all gangsters, and like somebody's snitching. All it means like, no, my name is in the I'm showing y'all the page. He said this, and I'm like, yeah, but maybe if we, it's like, come on, bro. Like, what? I feel like a victim of it, is what I'm saying. So it's like, it's crazy. Because ever since then, like, I felt exactly what that felt like on a microcosm. Because now there's those OVO bots who will always be like, oh, see, Drake said it, so your word doesn't matter. And it's just like, I don't know. That's just so crazy to me that he could be doing that. And like I said, I'm listening to it for the sake of the battle, for the sake of whatever. But it's just in the back of my head. I got to be fair. Like I listen to J. Cole stuff. I'm gonna be like, if he says stuff, it's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like,
no, screw. Like you're onto something though. Like, and I always said that it's a colorism thing, that we make him the exception to the rule. I think that plays a non-zero amount in the exception in the veil that people shoot him. He's also a massive artist. He's also kind of, people say he was soundtrack to, like, even me, like soundtrack to my school dance or like whatever. Like, and so people, when you have an affinity for somebody, you kind of just are like, you kind of look the other way with it. But the exceptionalizing of him, I feel like, is in some part due to that colorism, where we do just see lighter people as more benevolent. We do. Just that's how the system works. But I think that's illustrated in the 20v1 conversation, right? Anyone else who like 20 people are jumping on them like at a time, you're looking at them like, now what the fuck was you up to that 20 people really had your name written in a book somewhere? Like what, but for him, it's like, oh my God, you're ganging up. You're ganging up. And then with the lawsuit thing, it's not like it was like he had a tantrum, did the lawsuit, and then was like, okay, fuck it, that was fucked up. He's appealing. Like, it's like he's trying at every measure. I don't even know how high up in the courts he wants to take it. And that is really, that is not taking up any of the conversation except for a certain part of the culture and the conversation. So it's something that I don't think we should ignore. Like, I think it is exceptional bail that we shoot this man.
The nigga tried to blame Tupac. They tried to be like, well, did you see that art, the thing where they're like, well, I mean, hey, was it Drake who said it? It's like, are you
He did say that. He said, it wasn't even his voice. It wasn't even his real voice.
Or he's going to leave it open-ended.
Crazy. We're definitely, this conversation is definitely going to come back in the second show. I've already see all the comments and things, the super chat you guys have. So we're definitely coming back to this in the second show. Make sure you stick around for that. There's going to be more on this topic. But for the panel, any last words for this segment, particular segment on Drake and Kendrick? And then I want to move on to Nick Grant's Smile right after this.
Well, I just want to say one thing. I'm gonna let you talk, but with that album, this is my last prediction on the album is, I think we're going to see it. It's going to be a hectic 3 days. We're not going to. It's not going to be a month later, and we're still talking about those awesome tunes on there. I think we kind of outgrown Drake. We don't believe him, and I think that a lot of that stuff falls on people wanting to replay it. And I don't know if we have enough people that really want to replay that stuff, whether it's good or not, because you got to kind of like the person that you're replaying. Only his fans really going to keep replaying him to wait for that album to go. And I don't think Future's going to get it. I don't think, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see a banger like we got a Not Like Us that going for months and months. I don't see nothing like that coming off that album. That's just my opinion. I think we're giving it way too much credit. I think a lot of people have checked out on Drake. I'm just going to be honest. And I think his name is like a Aiden Ross. It buzzes a lot, but it's going nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, only people listen to that kind of, or that even know about Aiden Ross are people heavily steeped in YouTube. Outside of that, what we talking about? So it's the same thing. I think he's going to do numbers really quickly, and then it's going to phase. That's just my opinion. I know I sound like a hater. I'm sorry.
1 second plus. Incendiary.
I just find it fascinating that you heard credit. Like, I don't know. I just think messages are interesting and how people like transcode them in between each other. Because I don't think nobody on this panel has given Drake any credit. So this is what I want to say. I think that Drake was in a position where he was top 3 and people was looking at him as if he had cultural cachet and he was starting to kind of present on some kind of street shit. That Drake has been dethroned. He will never be back in that place again.
Damn.
when people hear us talk about, well, this is what he could do to be successful, that success does not include getting back on that throne. So I think some of the commenters and other people are either misunderstanding, at least what I'm saying, and maybe I'm speaking for other people. We're not saying, hey, Drake is going to be all forgiving. Yes, we know he be with the white supremacist people, but I'm not even going to say but after that, because I know y'all going to clip me up. Yes, we know he has all type of shit going on. And we still want to see what he's going to say. Just like we want to see what a lot of people say that also have similar ties. So that don't mean that we're championing them. I just want to see what's going to happen. So
I agree with you on that. I thought he was speaking to the more of the apologetics and the sympathetics, maybe not necessarily, because I think we've had quite a bit of nuance with it, but I think some people are, you know what I mean, fully just like team him, fuck whatever he did, clean slate. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right up. Anybody else?
If he's not real, the people are not going to jack it. Like, think about when Casino dropped. People love that because Keem is so real. If Drake is coming out with a persona, he looking like a penguin, this, that, and the third, it's going to be weird. And we're going to be like, you're still trying to do formulaic stuff that's not working. This is hip hop. Like, do some real shit. Like, we want to hear your real thoughts. We don't want to hear that you're mad at LeBron. Nobody cares about that. We want to hear some real shit that you got going on in your real life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all the public stuff, we don't need to hear again that you're mad at DeMar DeRozan. We don't want to hear that. Just gonna be honest with you.
I honestly think this is the one time where everybody actually wants to hear that. Like every other time that this was happening, like I agree with what Screw said. Like he's always taking shots at people, right? But all of this was so public.
But let me ask you a question.
I think this is the time to actually.
How much staying power is that? How much staying power this is going to have? If
we are operating under the assumption that Drake's been sneak dissing his whole career, a very long time.
But his records that are really big, they're real records.
God's Plan is a diss track.
But you got to be told that it's a diss track. You have to tell people that's
but still, that's what I'm saying.
When I heard it, I didn't think a diss track.
But there's ways to do it, right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
There's ways to do it.
Sneak diss, but we're talking about real records with sneak disses in them, not records based on disses. They two different things, and they don't stick. God's Plan is a real good record.
Back to back, like, kind of still was cracking off. Like,
yeah, back to back for a long time.
No, back to back is a real good record, but that's a different Drake we're talking about too. He don't have that swag no more. His whole confidence, he don't even know what to make. That's why it took 2 years. He's still being told what to put on here. Ben Adon is still telling him, take this off, put this on. He's not the same guy. We don't know this guy. He's not even when he rap, he's not confident. So it's not the same Drake of those different records. So we're not looking at the same, you know what I mean? And it's going to take a lot of people. Back then, a lot of people were still neutral. Right now, it ain't neutral. It's his team, it's you that side or this side. And I don't think there's enough people on that side to make these records be bangers because too many people just don't like them.
Well, we shall see. We're going to come back to this in the second show. 9-second applause. No, I was going to switch to this new segment that we started doing called More Classic, right? Where we take an artist and 2 albums and we debate which one is more classic. It was a lot of fun. We did it with GNX and Mr. Morale. That video will be on the Clips channel this week if you guys just want to, if you missed that one and you want to check it out. It's also up on the Company Man channel inside the full episode from last week. But I want to get into Nick Grant's project that comes out this week called Smile. And the connection is, the first track on there is called Another Classic. And to me, when I listen to this project, like, this is an example of a super elite MC who can convey all kinds of emotions with his pen, regardless of, whatever circumstance or situations he's going through. And it's vulnerable at times, but it is incredibly nuanced at the same time, but also just the bars are so crazy. Like there's so many entendres in there that I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna have fun peeling this away over the next couple of months and for the rest of the year. We got Nick Grant, who's right here on the panel. So want to know, tell us about your project, how long you've been working on it, and what people can expect when they get a chance to hear it.
Oh man, I think Smile was just basically in the past, since Sunday dinner, things that I've been going through. Fight for the case. My sister passed away. All of these different things. Was fighting with the label at one time, and taking all of that and just putting it in a pen, man. So
I'm gonna pull up
all that. I came up with the title. But I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. My bad. You frozen? You still there?
Frozen.
Oh, I think it's frozen. Okay, let's see. Think you're frozen, Nick. Let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, you're back. You're back. There you go.
All right. So yeah, how I came up with the title was just basically going through all of this stuff and just smiling through it and just staying positive. And yeah. So what you can expect from this is me being vulnerable. A lot of collaboration. I feel like that was lacking from a few of my projects. A lot of my projects actually. I think this is the most times I've collaborated with different artists. But yeah, like just sticking to the thing that people know me for, which is the lyricism. So yeah, I'm excited about this one.
It is succinct. It feels like maybe 35 minutes around there. 10 tracks. You've got Punch from TDE on here. You got BJ the Chicago Kid on here. West Side Gun, Young Chris. Young Chris has been on a run lately too. Yeah, he's on a tear right now. You got Ransom and Sci-Hi on here. You got Domo on here. Which songs stand out to you the most as you just look at this track list that's on the screen right now? It's frozen again? Oh, you broke. Yeah, I hear you now. You're back.
Yeah, I said the most fun I had making the record was the Razor Ramon record with me, Sci-Hi, and Ransom. Just being super competitive. Me and Sci-Hi are always competitive. I've been knowing him since I was a teenager. So, we came up in the Atlanta circuit just doing shows, ciphers, just different things. And Ransom, who's like this incredible elite MC, like just doing songs with these guys, like very challenging, very, inspiring for the most part, just staying on a level and just being sharp lyrically. So that's always fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's play. You cool? We play this song right now? Razor Ramon?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's play it right now. Razor Ramon, you want to introduce the song? You want to intro it?
Oh yeah, Nick Grant, Razor Ramon, featuring Sci-Hi the Prince and Ransom.
Culture United.
Yeah, I'm back on my bullshit. Yes, sir. Like a crooked pastor in the pulpit. Or when Dr. Umar ran off with the money that he was supposed to build a school with. And the tool fit right inside the waistband. The 40 got a mule kick. Cause I was serving ethanol, I just bought a fuel kit. Stuff a chicken, this is Roof Chris. Truth is I do miss running from the Red Dogs. Cause my niggas had the blue pit. With the mixtape cover on the squares like a clue disc. I'm out of town with the Who Kid. To my new hit, took over the radio. I'm J-Rock, I holla deuces. I'm rolling loud backstage at the concert. You hear the sound of my acoustics like the flow leave most deaf, Yasin Bey. Especially when the harp and guitar start to play. I'm booked up like I ain't got no hearts in spades. And if you charge the stage, I carve your face as if I was a French chef, I'm talking garde-manger. Cause the color of the oyster is Chardonnay. My haters gotta admire me from 4 cars away. Hey, why don't they just walk away? It's hard to say what's going on, go ask Marvin Gaye. Cause you gon' make me go oops upside your head. Ain't had to draw it in a minute, but I ride with lead. And my clipboard like driver's ed. Ain't got nothing to live for, so you died instead. And since I was knee high like Roger Craig, I've been the truth, I ain't never even lied in bed. I'm back on my bullshit. I remember the times when all our names would be linked to the drama. Remember, I'm glad that time has changed, but it ain't never make sense to judge a man if you don't strengthen your honor. Never did. Help me define my pain, watching these eyes when the crowd sings hotter than 3 minks in a sauna. I see y'all niggas. Haters inside your brain, rocket the size of a Yao Ming to put a big chick in your armor. Blah. And over time these games became bleeding the war, even the score. You can't sink a piranha, nah. It's either eaten alive. We don't believe in your pride. You see that we have arrived, so you think of Nirvana. Blow out your breath. And even though we thinking the same, it's just fruits that's low hanging, produced the throat strangling, increase the murder music. They reach and further use it, and when it's done, you either deceased or persecuted. I'm from the slums, and that's why the speech is therapeutic. I breathe life, in the street corner niggas who squeeze dice, gambling each night, scrambling sweet white to the cameras on street lights, racing against death, checking stamina each night. The man who was once one can handle defeat twice. The damage was once done, but he managed to reach heights that never been once done. Take for granted what he writes. Take it in vain. I'ma still jot the words to increase sight. Just stay with me.
I'm back up on my bullshit. You know, like, on these mics I can't lose pip. You know the pistol got a full grip. I never do miss, cause I was in the cold training like a blues riff. Yo, playing with the flow, I get the mopping shit. Bigger than the competition, they know who the Wallace is. We with all the beefing, if you say some shit you condiment. Drive-bys in the 911, get your tower hit. Devil in the details, bare-faced robberies. Face it, they gon' change on you like a young college and honestly, keep the game, I ain't with the politics. Ball hard, strutting out the court like pocking them. Smoke whoever next like Bishop did Radames. Bleeding through these words like a nigga tatting Bible scriptures. I got my hand on my heart, red fox and niggas. Life is Nirvana, but don't rock with niggas. I feel like every pyramid, I should aim at your nose. Winning streak been so long, I just ain't in commode. Always in my lane, ho, let's get this thing on the road. It was the pen or have the game in the razor Ramon for show. Oh no, I never was on rapper time. Nigga, I'm a mastermind, fly it in the maggot mind. Shaking hands with the hands of time. And my bitch no voodoo, she's the baddest vibe. Body stupid, baby, yeah, asinine. Yeah, nigga had a style before you niggas had a style. Yeah, I'm married to the money, but I'm just a bastard child. Carolina baby wears more than murder half the time. Only one ruler, so they asking for your casket size. Pull up on a bitch bump or something like a traffic pile. From the dirty, I don't clean it up and I don't ask for towels. All this rap shit is staged, niggas need their cap and gown. Aim this shit at any rapper, bang bang rapid fire. Put careers on the shirt and get a nigga advertised. I was putting down game before the game was glamorized. Keep my guard up so these pussy niggas have to file. Lyrically, I'm crashing out. Life is good, I have to smile, bitch.
That's
that was
crazy. Right? Can I say something?
Yo, go ahead.
9 second applause.
9 second applause.
That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, insane.
Can I say something? So I already know that album gonna be on my top 25 albums of the year already. I already know that. Just off that, just off that one track, dead ass.
It's fire, 100% fire on that.
Fire, that's what we trying to hear in 2026.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Did I hear ass so stupid, asinine? Wait.
Ass so stupid, asinine, crazy. 1 second applause to that one too. So yeah, so many bars.
I'm not even lying when I'm lying in bed or some shit like what?
Yeah, the side line. Yeah, that actually the setup to that when he said when I was knee high like Roger Craig, I was like, oh God, that take me back to Tecmo Bowl. I'm a 49ers fan. Right. Okay, that's what all I needed to hear. That was amazing. 1 second applause to that line too. I think I tweeted that line earlier this week. Man, I love this. I love this project. I think it's a great listen for people who haven't heard it yet. You'll be able to hear it tomorrow night. I guess tomorrow night, right?
For sure.
But like, that's another example of just like super MCs on the track, and they're all over this project. A lot of collaborations. It's like, so from your point of view, how's life as a super MC these days? Does it feel like do you feel like there's a shift that the zeitgeist is moving in that direction?
Absolutely. I think it's just a good time for me right now. Just being as far as just being creative and I just my relationships, learning how to use them at this point in my career because I never really had this many features on one album, from the punches to the West Side Guns, and how easy it was to so the game isn't always just super competitive where somebody may feel like you a threat. Sometimes people are more collaborative than you think. So to see that it kind of made me feel good when I was going through the process of working this album. So Yeah, nah, it's good right now, man. I'm excited. I'm excited about the album.
I feel like a lot of people do view you as a threat, or at least have over the years. I
For
feel like
sure.
there's a lot of people who are like, I'm not sure I'll look that great if he gets on my song.
No, for sure. That's it's a gift and a curse sometimes because but it's only the gift when you in studios and you have those conversations about who's the best, but it's not always lucrative.
Right. That's the truth. I mean, that's a balance that artists have to maintain. And
For
I
sure.
would always think about that from an MC standpoint. Like you come in, you're all about the pen, you're all about the craft, but then you have to start playing industry games. Like you have a line on here where you say, "My nigga told me to take the industry and make it yours. You got to sell your soul for it. That's the wage of war." How have you been able to balance those challenges?
Man, I've had major record deals and put out records. I don't know if you're familiar with my first single, Get Up, that I put out on Epic Records, and I always look at that record as like I cringe when I watch the video. I cringe when, and to me, these moments when I was on this label, they most artists would consider them highs, but because I wasn't doing what I felt in my heart, those are some of the worst times I ever had musically. So now I'm in the space where I can just do what I want and just be creative and make the music that I want. And I think I've made my best albums, you know, following my heart, just following what I want to do.
That's what's up. 1 second applause. You know, there was a. Let me
Question
give.
as a go
Oh,
ahead.
my bad, real quick. Oh, my bad. Oh, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
No, I would just wanted to ask a few questions as a new fan. Like I'm not super familiar with your career. Like I know I've seen a couple of freestyles from you just because I'm a bars type of gal.
Yeah,
So when I first saw the project, I was like, okay, well let's get into this. And then I looked at the features and I was like, as a
yeah,
bar, so it's like, how the fuck on? And just going through the project, I was so immensely impressed. Where it's like I kept
wow,
looking back at my phone, like, what the fuck? Run this one
yeah.
back. And so a lot of
Nah,
things that I
thank you.
complained about with rap niggas, I feel like their songs are a little bit empty musically. Like and I have a
Yeah,
hard time really expressing. Like I feel like with your project, it felt very full just on the production side. And the themes and the bars and the performance, which I don't know if a lot of rappers care that much about their performance. I think they just kind of try to swag their way through more than the
for sure.
technicality of really being able to rap for real. Like
Absolutely.
like people who rap like they invented rapping. Like I feel like you made it into that tier. So I'm
Appreciate
interested.
it.
So I would like to know a
Nah,
little
thank you.
bit about like your star. I know you on Grand Hustle, right?
Yeah, I was on Culture Republic. So Shaka
Hmm.
Zulu, who was Ludacris's manager, and Jason Jeter, who was Ti's manager, they both came together and started a label, and I was the first artist on that label.
Okay. And that's where you still are now?
Nah, I left. I'm at 195 Oak. It's like an independent label.
All right, cool.
So
So
yeah,
I guess I'm interested more so in your story, like how did you like I want to know your story. I don't know your story.
I'm just a kid from South Carolina. I grew up like youngest of four. It was hardship there in the household. I don't know if you want me to go this deep, but I'll give you something.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it was hardship in the household, with my parents but my siblings are a lot older than me. They're like 12, 13 years older than me. So they're playing all of this music in my house along with my mom. Um, and this was something that kind of, shaped me around the trauma as far as hip hop. So I'm getting Luther Vandross. My dad is like he was like a hell of a singer. Like Luther Vandross, he sound just like him. I would come downstairs and think the nigga was downstairs, that type of shit. So yeah, he would put me onto all of this different music, Earth, Wind and Fire, Luther Vandross, and then my brother kind of got me into hip hop with Onyx. I remember the first records I learned was like Slam and Hip Hop Array by Naughty by Nature and fucking. But when I saw Snoop and Biggie, I was like, oh, I'm 6 years old. I'm like, yo, I feel like I can do this. So that was the thing that kind of got me into it. I moved to Atlanta, started moving around, had like different record deals until I ran into the Jason Jeter and Shaka Zulu, and that kind of got me to where I am now. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of different people that I met. Some left in the business, some stayed. I think some of the people that were influential were people at Culture Republic, but Punch was one of the guys that kind of like helped get me to where I needed to be. And it wasn't necessarily me signing to him, and it was just him just kind of like, just guiding me and telling him what I wanted to do. And he kind of just helped me with that a lot. So yeah, that got me to this place that I am now, and kind of helped me make my best albums to kind of get out of my head. So yeah.
That's fire.
More second applause.
So which album is this for you? What number is this? And I want to know a little bit about the albums before this one and how this one is different from those.
If I count my mixtape, because my mixtapes, I
Don't
believe
count the
are albums. Oh, don't count the mixtape. This is my 6th album.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my 6th album.
So how is this one different from the previous 5?
I had a lot of OG producers that would like guide me in the right direction. Whether it was like a Salam Remy or Organized Noise, or I think the main one was Trackmasters. They did some of the records on this project too. It's just trying to just put me in the right direction and helping me pull back on some of like if the lyrics are too deaf, like nah, just bring it back. You don't want to be too deep. Just those little pointers, man, that kind of help me make a good body of work this go round. So yeah, shout out to them.
They definitely pulled that off, because I'm gonna be honest, like I'm no dick riding. I'm really like, you put together a great project. I was like, wow, I don't get to projects don't be sounding like that. Like fuck it, I'm gonna say it. So that's
I appreciate it.
And I guess also go ahead, Justin. I heard you talking about.
Yeah, on the Punch tip, I know you were with a Room Full of Mirrors when they first announced the collective. And, the track with you and Punch is one of my favorite joints that's on here. One of my favorite joints this year, truthfully. 1 second applause to that. But, but then I guess at a certain point you decided to separate or to part ways. What was behind that decision?
I think creative differences. And I think those guys are like super talented. But I think for me and Punch, he understood that after I gave him feedback about what I wanted to do, I told him that I wanted. It was kind of getting in the way of things that I had solo, because I was the only artist in the crew that had like LPs out. So I was on like a path to like getting personal things done creatively after all of the mishaps on the major. So when I got off, I kind of wanted to figure things out for myself. So I didn't feel like a group was like the best thing for me to do at that time. And he understood, and it wasn't a hard feeling. We remained close the whole time. So, yeah, that's why that went the way it went, for sure.
Word. 1 second applause.
I wanted to just glaze a little, as the kids say. This also was my first time listening to you. And shout out to the South. I'm from the South. I'm from the South. I love rappers from the South. I feel like some of the best MCs come from the South. Some of the best shit come from the South. So.
Absolutely.
Shout out to that. Yes, period.
Absolutely.
I loved the runtime. I'm like really big on like efficiency, and like I think that there's a skill to like knowing when to like cut shit off and leaving on the cutting room floor and put together your best track. So it being 10 tracks really attractive to me. I absolutely love the collaboration. So it's interesting to hear that you said you haven't really worked with collaboration, like you haven't really collaborated as much like in your past, but I think like it paid off, like the choices that you made, how they like weaved in with your voice was awesome. I love the Dr. Umar bar, because people be forgetting about it, motherfuckers go he was supposed to build. Because he's funny and he's memeable, and like, some of the shit, it's like broken clocks, right? But I love that shit. So I'm glad that you played Fraser, Ramon, Justin. I also just love the subject matter. I'm reading from notes here, by the way. I love the subject matter. I feel like it was timely in terms of like socially, and like oftentimes we talk about like what is hip hop's role in like speaking to the times, and I feel like you did that in a like really powerful way that wasn't like overly preachy or like trying to push your own narrative. It just was like very observational. Like this is, like there's a moment where you're talking about like sugar and crack and like the parallels of that. I mean, like, malnutrition and like you're really going into some like really heavy things, but the hook will get you and then the production will get you, and so it doesn't feel like overbearing. And to the production, I absolutely love the production. Would love to maybe hear you talk a little bit more about like how those things came together. And then I think you had really good hooks on here too. I like the hook on Dope Bitch a lot. And then I felt like the intro and outro was really good, like bookends to the project. Like once again, like you're always gonna get me when I'm like, oh, it's like when the runtime is efficient and you know exactly what's gonna hit. I liked Another Classic. That was a crazy intro. I liked Razor Ramon. I liked Price Tag, same song. Sensitive Gangsta was really cool too. It was like very true. I was literally on the highway today listening to that. And so that was like a fire little backdrop. And I just love like your confidence and your tone of voice. You also look like a cousin on my daddy's side. So I'm like, try not to be parasocial on that front, but like it's like really good Southern warm vibes. Like you started off by saying it's like Sunday dinner, and like that's what this feels like. Like it's gonna be some laughs. It's gonna be like there were certain parts where I like laughed out loud, but then there's some deep conversations. It's like some deep shit that we're traversing as well too. So this was great. I can't wait for it to like officially be out for everyone else to like appreciate it the way that I do. But I'm excited to go back now retroactively and listen to what you've already put out, because this was like a first impression and I'm impressed. So congrats. This was great.
Nah, thank you so much. To get into that production, it was just, like I said, track masters, just all of these lessons that I learned from these different producers. But I always remember Salam Remy just giving me this gem of, yeah, I'm the producer, I got all of these plaques, but I can't make your music without you. Don't ever let nobody make beats without you being in the room and having input. He said that just makes the record feel more organic. So I always took that with me, no matter who the producer was, whether it was just somebody that was in-house and I knew from childhood.
The froze.
Mm-hmm.
I have a suspicion these are phone calls.
Oh yeah, they're probably phone calls. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. So I always took that attitude in the room with me.
I can hear it.
You back? Is you back? Okay, there you go.
Good now?
Yeah.
We good.
Yeah, I always took that attitude like in that gym in the room with me. So yeah, and I always worked with people just by the grace of God that didn't have an ego that allowed me to do that. So yeah, that's how the production got to where it got to. Whether we created from scratch or I just like the beat.
Word up. 1 second applause. So Smile is out this week. What can you let people know to expect that we haven't talked about already? Where can they go find it? Where can they find you?
You can find me at Nick Grant 88 everywhere. What you can expect from this album is basically it's a 3-part album. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with this album I dropped called Sunday Dinner. And then I dropped another album called I Took It Personal, and this is the story that wraps up, those other 2 albums. So, but yeah, Sunday Dinner tied like that was like my whole life in one album, and then this kind of just feeds off and goes into the business. So, yeah.
Shout out to the great says Nick got that stat internet package. Everybody here understands what that means. You back? You cut away for a second again. You were closing out what you were saying.
You back?
You're back. Yeah, we didn't hear what you said a second ago though.
I think you were saying this is somewhat of a trilogy, where it's like this is the third album closing up a trilogy.
This third album wraps up the trilogy for sure.
Well, you're catching a lot of love in the chat right now, man. People are excited to hear it. They love this track with Ransom and Sci-Hi. Many more like it on the project. Smile out this week. Nick Grant, 9 second applause.
I want to say too, man, I appreciate you guys, just all of the feedback and just taking the time to listen to the album. That means more to me than anything, because we put a lot of work in, me and the producers, just you guys giving your feedback, whether you love it or, it's constructive criticism. I really appreciate it, for real. Good combo today, too. I appreciate it.
Dope. I got to ask you this as someone else who is also from the Carolinas. The Fall Off came out this year, J. Cole's The Fall Off, and it was a ode to the Carolinas. And I thought that was actually, I actually appreciated that being someone from the Carolinas. They even shouted out Greenville, South Carolina. We got a shout out on the project too. Did you get a chance to hear The Fall Off, and did you have a connection to the Carolina stuff?
Absolutely. Felt like it was home. He was using certain lingo that I never thought he knew in the album. Like he was saying bow.
Bow, yeah, the bow.
Back home, I'm like,
that caught me too.
Crazy. that kind of made him more like, you know, in a weird way, more human to me. It's like, oh, okay, he actually know. So there was certain things he was saying on the album that I really related to. And, you know, I think most people from Carolina was like, oh man, this is crazy. People that wasn't even into him, that I was like, nah, listen to what he's saying. Listen to this album. So he's telling your story somewhat in a different way, but just telling our story.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys talked about a collaboration? Ever get a Nick Grant, J. Cole collaboration?
Man, I would love to, but you know, it goes back to that threat thing.
All right, what's your top 3 collaborations you would want? What's your top, if they didn't feel threatened, who's the top 3 in the game that you feel like?
I'm joking. It's definitely Cole. Me and Kendrick had a conversation about doing something. I ran into him and he was like, I'm gonna kick your ass, boy. So I'm like, all right,
Cole, Kendrick, who's the third? You gotta pick one of them ones though. Like I'm sorry, like who's the third? Barsmith.
Scarface.
Scarface is a great answer.
Great name for the album too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
There it is.
You get there,
wow, that's
there
crazy.
It is. I see what it is.
Circle.
Full circle. It's all happened.
Full circle.
Word up. Word up, Nick Grant. Once again, 9-second applause. All right, so we have Bigg Jah coming on in 38 minutes, right? So we'll be talking about his project or his web series, or I guess his Tubi series, the Lesbian Homie 5. But before we get there, I want to talk about Birdman going to church. Did you guys see Birdman go to church this week? It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and yet so on brand for Birdman. So I'm gonna play this clip because I do think there is a real conversation that comes out of this, and so, but let's take a look at it. So let me pull it up. Birdman go to church.
This damn outfit.
Birdman's a trip. I was fast at this. I had gotten better. You know, sometimes it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because I'm not very efficient right now pulling this up. But that's just how it be. Okay.
We're supposed to be saying cool stuff in this time to make the transition smooth.
You know,
we don't see it.
Everything that is going on.
Hold on.
Why are you continuing to push up?
Okay. There we go. And we're back. Okay. Now we're set up. And we'll do this, and then now we do this. That's wrong. That's wrong. And now we do this. There we go. It's all happening. Now we can play.
Music that poisons the community. I don't feel that part goes into every speak about me in general. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like I have kids of my own. My music gonna make my child go do nothing unrespectable. I think respect comes at home. You can't dictate what I do on saying my words have something to do with his kids and how he controls his life. Controlling his life gonna start with his parents.
Right. We all can agree.
Hold on 1 second. Excuse us. One moment. We're here to stop the line. We're here to put a new mindset in the
Speaker's mind. So what you feel, huh?
Right. So we all can agree that music is very influential. Even though
life in general is influential, and not just music. You talk about life, getting up every morning, feed the children, feed your family, going to work, getting to work. If you ain't got that, you gotta go get it how you get it. So you can't charge it to a nigga with a microphone in his hand. Sure. You got all kinds of substances in life, man. It's weird out there. It's really fucked up out there, my nigga. You gotta really be conscious about who you are and raise your kids to be better than you.
Now, that's with that issue. The issue with that is, okay, I could come from a good background, all right, and have both of my parents. But at the end of the day, the music, the exposure to the music that is being put on the television. My question to you is,
So that's Birdman, and he's cursing in church. but it's fine because it's Birdman. But I do think that there is a real conversation in there, right? You know, he's being held to task because his music, you know, from a content standpoint, it promotes images that are detrimental to the community. Open floor, reaction.
He could have easily hit the church industrial complex with an Uno reverse, with as much hate mongering and abuse and covering and all that shit that be going on within the motherfucking pews. I'm not saying that pressing him was good or bad or whatever, right or wrong, but you know, if he had his head on a swivel quick enough, instead of just being like, well, life is hard, he could have been like, well, what about the shit that y'all be upholding? And what about the stuff that y'all be, you know, insulating and incubating in the church? So, you know, and this is coming from someone born and raised Christian in the South. It got serious, it got fire and brimstone. But I just think it gets to be pot, kettle, black area when we're talking about like harmful messages or harmful behaviors being put forth by our members of our community. And I'm no friend or fan of Birdman. I think that, you know, he was a part of a lot of like grooming and a part of a lot of, you know, harmful masculinity that was put onto Wayne and others, whatever. I don't think he's a good OG at all. But it just is curious that like he's being pressed in the church about some of these things, in my opinion.
Go second plus. Open floor. I think you're on mute, Challz.
It's Birdman. That's it.
Y'all think Book's gonna help y'all?
This is Birdman. What are we talking about?
One second applause.
I mean, this is the wrong place to say this about, but why was he there? I really have to ask myself if I can ask that, because I think you're always supposed to be able to go to church. So I understand what the pushback is going to be like. What do you mean, this church? But why were you there, Birdman? Did you plan to be there? You got on a jogger fit. Do the RG stand for Rich Gang? He got on a Rich Gang jogger fit in a church with shades on, arguing with attendees about their parents need to do more instead of blaming him why he got rich off dysfunctional ass music. I think BK made a great point. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
BK made a great point. I wouldn't have thought of that reverse Uno card. Like, I know y'all ain't in it. I think the man that's standing directly behind Birdman is also, I know you guys probably don't notice him because I got that black woman FBI look that I'm looking at all the people in the background trying to get information from them. But I wonder who that white man is behind him. But besides that, Birdman had a terrible answer to these questions. I did a little bit of Googles. This was in Miami. I think they said this was actually October of last year. I'm highly interested in why is this going viral this week. It may not be relevant. I just want to know. But this was a Stop the Violence event. Why is Birdman there? Why is Birdman at a Stop the Violence event in a Miami church? If the answer is because we booked Birdman because he's donating some money to our church or he's donating some money to some shit, I think this is highly inappropriate. Why would you invite this nigga to this church? First of all, he said a nigga with a microphone in church almost passed out. That was crazy. Why would you invite this nigga to this church trying to get his money, I think, or trying to get some sort of extra promotion because he's there and then turn around and be like, by the way, nigga, you kind of the problem.
No, that was like the AKA's booking Trick Daddy and being like, oh my God, he said
is like the AKA's booking Trick Daddy. This is exactly like the AKA's booking Trick Daddy. Who are the booking agents? You know what? We need a new company. Booking agents for small organizations. Let us help you book the people. Y'all are booking the wrong people. This great point, BK. This is crazy.
Screwed, you got anything on this?
By the way, nigga, you the problem is hilarious. Yeah, I guess it does put a different context when you say it was a stop the violence thing, because I was with BK the whole. I'm still with BK the whole way with that, but I guess it adds a little different context. But then, yeah, I do have to know because like, why was Birdman there? And it would be hilarious if they like took his money. Then it's like, hey, nigga, stay right here.
Right.
And then just berated him. Well, this whole shit looked like the Boondocks to me, man. That whole thing, like everybody in that situation is hilarious. Like, there is nothing not hilarious about that. Like, I couldn't even, like, they bring up a good point, but the situation is so clownish. I can't even. It's like this ain't even the right time to have that conversation. So much to laugh at before I can even get to the. Because then when Birdman, he was up there dropping F-bombs.
The way he was standing while he was listening to the question, like, no, I want him to speak his mind. And
Then he cut him off and just spoke his own mind.
With the rich gang.
With the rich gang sweatsuit on with the extra hit on the arm because he had it in the budget for the merch. It's crazy.
Yo, that shit is funny, man.
But to the broader debate around that, you know what I mean? Like, Birdman's getting called out by the content of his music, right? Nick, for example, do you think about things like that before you write songs? Do you think about what the broader implications might be for things that you're publishing?
Absolutely, but if it's how I really feel 100%, I gotta put it out there, you know. But yeah, I definitely like proofread and take some shit out, certain things out of these raps before I put them out.
We've had Stat Quo on here a bunch of times. I mean, Stat's a part of the show. Shout out to Stat. 1 second, Paul. But Stat, he was on here a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and he said that he regrets a lot of the raps that he wrote. You know, he ghost wrote for a lot of people, even his own raps, because what he was saying aren't things that he feels were positive for the community where he's from, for people in general. And so he looked back at all these, you know, rob a nigga, kill a nigga raps that he put out, and he's at the point in his life where he looks back and says, yeah, I wish I didn't do that. That was actually a negative thing for me to do.
Nah, understandable. I understand it, for sure.
Can I speak on that for a minute, though?
Yeah, you got it.
At the same time, I feel like we do have to have accountability to what we say, but we grew up in these situations, and a lot of this stuff is real life. A lot of these things really happen. I'm not saying to rob a nigga, kill a nigga. That's not you know, something we want to perpetuate, but I feel like being overly critiqued for things that you really are going through, and you're saying them, this is your real life. Sometimes it's just real life. That's what hip hop is. It's just real life stuff you're saying. You're not trying to be, you're not glorifying gang banging and this, that, and the third or whatever. Most people that really, really like what we just heard with Nick, it's just real good lyrics, and they happen to have an edge to it. Like the music is a music with edge to it. So we can't, at some point, how do we sanitize a music that comes from the street and it's about street people? How clean do we got to make it? How positive do we got to make it? Like, a lot of us are still living in some destitute situations, and we don't see a lot of positivity. So we're not rapping about that. And it's a level to where we can say, okay, that's negative. Well, gang, like my life negative sometimes. You know what I mean? And I grew up in some negative things. There may be some lessons in there, but I gotta speak what happened to me and what I like to hear. A lot of people want to hear your edge and the things that you have been through. It don't necessarily mean that it's negative. It just means that that's what you've been through. Yes, some of it is it goes too far, right? And some of it is whatever. But I don't think we got to start, or not start, but we got to hold every single lyric to the fire and say, well, that's negative. Well, that's well, sometimes it's just that's what a person went through, and that's what they basically want to say. And we just got to kind of, with a grain of salt, we're going to listen to hip hop for what it is. It's a really raw music. It's you know what I'm saying? It's from the heart, and sometimes that's what it is. We can't censor it too much. That's just my opinion on, you know, trying to say, okay, is that, like when they asking Birdman, yo, what you do, what's up with the people you put in the, yeah, we do got to kind of check that, but at the same time, look at Scarface, one of the most prolific writers in history. And Scarface used to be on some, you know what I mean? Scarface rocks in his pocket and this, that, and the third, and you know what I mean? It was real stuff. So as he got older, he became more, he was technical with it and he got better, but it still was stuff from his life. And we revere Scarface as a top 20 lyricist. So, I mean, it's a thin line. That's all I'm trying to say.
1 second, pause. Great point.
You know what? I agree with this on its face, but I do think a lot of people hide behind the excuse of, well, this is real, I'm just keeping it real, when they are kind of they're trying to be they're over exaggerating in order to be as negative as they can be, or
Right.
as it's a word for that. I hate when I can't think of the word for things, but they're trying to be like
Inflammatory.
inflammatory, almost like hyperbolic about what the scene is in their life, because they know that almost like a car crash, sometimes people could get glued to the idea of, oh shit, he told him he was gonna kill him, or he said he killed 3 niggas, or he fucked a honey
those not
hole,
good lyricists,
or he
though. Those
robbed
not
them.
good lyricists.
Oh no, definitely not good lyricists. But we're just talking about. I mean, you think Birdman is a good lyricist?
No, one of the worst.
Even though when he said went from shitting in the cell to shitting on a jet, from sitting in the cell to sitting on a jet, I did think that was kind of fly how he did that. It was a nice little switch. But anyway, I think.
See what I mean? Everything has its place.
Just that one part, like it wasn't bars, but it was like that is kind of tight to go from sitting in the jail to sitting on the jet, from shitting in the jail to shitting on the jet. But whatever, that's besides the point. I do think there are some people who try to hide behind the idea of this is just our real life, where they are promoting like fuck nigga shit in order to get some attention. But I don't think the church. Should I do it?
It's too late.
The church
It's too late now.
is not the right messenger to talk about using hyperbolic imagery in order to influence others to have negative actions against other people in your community. Like, come over here and sit down, child. That's all I want to say.
Word up. 9-second applause.
I think a problem that happens in hip hop, and you know, if my paranoid brain goes to it, it's a racial aspect. But I think the problem is with hip hop as an art form compared to other art forms is we don't separate it or look at it different. Every rapper gets thrown into the same pit, but every director doesn't get thrown in the same pit. Every writer doesn't get thrown in the same pit. Every poet doesn't get thrown in the same pit. Michael Bay movies are dissected and looked at different than Martin Scorsese movies. And you kind of know that going in. I think the problem with hip hop is the overgeneralization of everything, because we won't separate it. And the reason why I say it's a racial aspect is because I feel like a lot of the times why people feel hip hop has to be real is because I think the origin of that is thinking niggas are too stupid to be creative. So we hold niggas to that standard where other people can just be creatives and stuff like that. So I also feel like you have this problem if you did this with other art forms. So like, when you do when you're talking about the problems of a Michael Bay movie, you talk about the problems of a Michael Bay movie. Someone might say, oh, over-sexualization, not good stories, just a bunch of explosions. But you don't put Martin Scorsese movies in there. But the problem be that you will die. People will talk about Birdman lyrics, and then people like Kendrick Lamar have to answer for that. So like in interviews, they'll go, why does hip hop do this thing? When they mean, why do niggas like Birdman do this kind of thing? So then we never fully get to the problem. I mean, we can never fully get to the answer, because there is a problem with those type of niggas. But the problem be that when we put it all together, we have to defend hip hop and always tell people that there's a separation. So we never even get to talking, because I feel like this happened with drill rap. I feel like, and even to a point, certain gangster rap, I feel like it muddied the waters where people talk about drill rap as if it is like the overall way people act in rap. So if something happens in drill, they'll go, why is hip hop so violent? When I go, well, these guys are not, I feel like sometimes we shouldn't even consider them rappers. These guys are just gang bangers who are finding the most public way to disrespect their enemy. It just happens to be rhyming on a beat. They don't care about rap. If you have conversations about them with the history of rap, they don't care. They don't like, most of these people are only doing it for that. So the problem be when we talk about the problems of hip hop, since we don't delineate it or separate it, everybody gets put in the same thing, and we'll never find an answer, because as we're talking about Birdman, I have to defend Kendrick Lamar at the same time, believe it or not, because we put it all in the same thing. So when they go, why do you promote the messages of the problem? Elle is right. What happens is those people will sometimes be like, oh no, this is just the real life. When you know you full of shit, and you know, like, you use excuses like, no, it's different if Kendrick says, when I'm writing about a good kid in a mad city, I'm talking about the consequences of being that. I'm taking it into a whole different nuanced lens. But the problem be that Birdman isn't doing that same thing, but when you ask Birdman why he does it, he gives the same reason Kendrick does it, if that makes sense. And so that's why we never fully just get to this thing, because yeah, there are hip hop people where I think the majority of actual rappers are not like that. And when they are violent or talking about things, it's for a different reason. But then you have some people who's just, no, there's just absolute violence for the sake of ignorance. It has nothing else to do, and this is a problem. But I guess that's just me kind of rambling, but that's why I always feel is the biggest problem with everything, because we don't delineate it. And if we did, then we could go, no, this is the problem. And you don't get to go, no, it's artistic expression. No, nigga, you're just killing people and rapping about it. That's different than what the other people are doing. I guess it's just a long way of saying how I've always felt about that.
How much of it is how much of it is hip hop's responsibility, though? You know, in the sense that for a very long time, the ethos has been reality rap. The ethos has been, this is my real life. The ethos has been, this is how I'm living, right? And granted, that is a wide tent that I'm painting, but for majority of people, I would say, particularly not in hip hop, people outside of hip hop who interact with rap music, you hear enough music talking about they're keeping it real. At what point do you start assuming that that is the case for everybody, and therefore you're listening to all of these things, and now it seems like the caricature that comes out of the art is actual a 4D picture of what it's like to be this rapper or to be a rapper.
I would make the argument that most of the people that I'm talking about who are, because you're basically saying they all are putting it under the guise of keeping it real. I would say most of the people, like the Nas's, the Kendricks, the hip hop artists, are giving you the whole story. That's another thing, is the balance. They're giving you the whole story in their music. So the problem be that people will only hear the like the ignorant parts of keeping it real and put it to it. But then there's also, Nas will talk about keeping it real is learning about Africa and the pyramids, and I know I can and that. But then people just hear he's making niggas monkey flip with an AK. So it's like the problem be like, that's why I said the delineation has to happen, because keeping it real means something different. I feel like when, and I'm just using Nas as an archetype, when someone like Nas is saying it, what they mean, like be real to yourself, be real, then certain people who are saying keeping it real is just being some street nigga who killing niggas and doing stuff. That's why I feel like it is a problem with everything being so, that word is just so broad, but it just means so many different things. And it is up to the listener to kind of give it enough attention to know that there is a difference. If you're not going to give it that attention, then I feel like your opinion has to be weighed a little different too.
Word up.
Can I weigh in on that real quick?
Real quick, because I do want to get to super chats real fast, and then we got a guest coming in 15 minutes.
All right, it's going to be 2 seconds. So, like, I think it started in the late 80s and 90s when we started to merge gangster rap with just pure hip hop and rap, and we had to absorb it both. And they started making us feel like, okay, you got to absorb it all. Rap City would play it all. You would get a gangster rap video right next to a poet, and it would be the same. And we had to absorb it all. We didn't have any say so in the what was real, what wasn't. So it started then, and it just permeated to where you got to accept it all. It's all hip hop, and we did that ourselves. That's it.
Right. Now, second applause for this segment. Shout out to Birdman in church with the Rich Gang on.
Because I know we have limited time, I did not disrupt you guys, but I disagree with the characterization that they're not rappers and they're just hopping on the track to kill people. But
Well, yeah.
We don't
Thank
have
you.
time for this argument.
We can come back. We can come back to the second show, and you can, or later in the second show, and you can expound. So, for those of you who might be new here, we are now about to embark on the second show. So the first show is the main show with the prepared conversations that everyone on the panel is ready to discuss, and then the second show is driven by you all with the super chats. And so we respond to your super chats. We go deeper in topics that you guys have more interest in. And then we also bring up additional stories that we didn't necessarily get to in the main show. So welcome to the second show. 9-second applause. So I want to start with these super chats here. I want to start with some of these Nick Grant ones because I'm not sure how much time you actually have. But you have a lot of people in here who have a lot of things to say to you. And so here is one right now from Bonafide MC. That John was bionic. Ransom became my favorite new old artist in the past 25 years. All flows were flawless together. I think you're on mute. Oh, no, there you go.
Yeah, Ransom is one of my favorite people to work with. He's just super elite, super clever. Just a real person, man. Like it don't take a month to get the verse back. You get the verse back in 24 hours. So, you know, huge Ransom fan. Like, you know, timely, just a gentleman, bro. I love working with him. Super creative, but appreciate it.
Word up. Shout out to Bonafide MC. 1 second, please. We got this one right here from Fan Thomas Fanto. Says, Nick, we gonna need a Sci-Hi and Nick Grant project now.
Oh yeah, me too. We talked about it. We've been talking about it for a little minute now. That's one of the ones people have been waiting on from us. Yeah, but we've been working on some stuff like sending records back and forth. So I'm excited about when we finally get to it. But yeah, I think it'll happen. I think it'll happen soon too.
Really? Okay. That sounds promising. A lot of times people sit here and say, yeah, man, we talk about making a double album. And then it's like, you know, 10 years later, we never saw Detox. Right.
Right.
Should I suggest an EP or like a 4-pack? I feel like artists have like lost the art of just giving us your 4 best tracks, even with a collab situation.
Right. Nah, for sure. I'm with you on that. Just kind of spoon feed them first into it. You know, you jump out there and it's not where you want it to be because there's so many records and so many verses and so many things that y'all did. But now I'm with that. Setting them up for it. I'm down. That's fine.
Word up.
Have somebody ever sent you a verse that made you rewrite your verse?
No, I don't rewrite verses.
Okay.
You know,
Who sent the verse first on the Ransom song?
Sci-Hi sent his verse first.
All right. So
they all sent their verses first.
And then you added yours?
Yeah, I added a bunch. Yeah.
All right. I'm new, no. I ain't gonna say nothing.
We got records where, you know, I sent my verse first too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Word up.
All right, cool.
Word up. We got this right here from K-Way For Real. Says, Elle and BK, go listen to Black Woman by Nick, one of the best records.
Oh shit!
Oh wow.
I'm invested. You
yeah.
Nick, you want to break down that song? Explain it for people who haven't heard it.
Oh man, I was raised by all Black women, so I felt like, you know, that was like a priority for me to kind of uplift that, and just being a student of the Tupacs and the Nas's and all these people that were like, you know, followed that and shared the same story as far as their influences with women. Like, how could I not? Got a grandmother and a mother, my sisters, you know what I'm saying? All of these people were around me daily, all the time, and influenced me and helped with my decision making in some of the best ways possible. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I could not get in position and not dedicate a record to them. So that was important. That was important to me.
1 second applause.
Save this to my title.
It was more, I'm gonna tell you this, it was more important to me too when people fought me on the record. I'm like, oh no, I'm really putting this out now.
Who fought you on the record?
What was
just people that were like business people that I knew. I won't put a hit out on them, but
I mean, you don't have to say their name, but why would you don't have to say their name, but why would they fight you on that record?
Man, I felt like it was multiple reasons. Like, oh, you're gonna box yourself in, and I don't know, just stupid, silly reasons, bro. Like I didn't understand it at the time. I still don't understand. I'll never understand it.
Wow.
This is
From
from
the
the
label?
heart. This stuff, absolutely, for sure.
Nice.
You want the label name?
You know, I wonder how much that happens where it's like people are making something culturally relevant, something different, and the label steps in and is like, no, you got to do this. And then people feel like, you know, the appeal to authority, like it's the label, they must know. And then if you kind of assume that happens all the time, that's probably a big reason why rap has just shifted to this kind of empty
100 million percent.
See, y'all gotta stop listening to the label.
For sure. Oh no, the record came out.
Right.
It's out. It's out there. So yeah.
Word up.
No, that was priority.
No, that's not the wrong one. Hold on. We have another one here. Let's see what this one says. Where did it go? Where did it go?
Oh, I see it. Birdman is a 60-year-old, 12-year-old dressed like Hood Mr. Potato Head in church. No wonder YMCMB crumbled. A 60-year-old, 12-year-old is fucking crazy. Dressed like a Hood Mr. Potato Head. You gotta put the glasses on, put the hoodie on with the RG. What is wrong with K-Way?
K-Way undefeated. K-Way undefeated now.
60-year-old, 12-year-old is fucking hilarious. Nigga, 5 dozen.
We got this one right here from Brown Girl Elle says, "Feels sounds like Nas." Great song, Nick.
That was a really good song.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. That's one of like the guys I came up studying. So yeah. Just when I got into the business too, he was comparisons to him to are always like, you know, good for me, feel good to me. So
yeah,
he was the first person, one of the first people to co-sign and take me on tour with him. So yeah, shout out to Nas. Thank you.
We got this one from Long-Winded Short Story. "We being polite, but most rappers have hyper masculinity to uphold. It sells. At the root is that people enjoy death culture, and we need to dissect why. This is a socio-political historical discussion." Open floor.
Ooh,
I would agree with that.
That's true.
I agree with that.
Can I take that? That is 100% true. But can I take that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So just on that note right there, what we be forgetting is hip hop is started by hyper masculine men. That's who started hip hop. It was a competition between gangbangers, people that were killing each other in the streets. Started hip hop to compete, so they wouldn't have to kill each other in the streets no more. So the nature of hip hop itself is hyper masculine. These are people who were violent, and they started rapping and breakdancing and doing graffiti to curtail that violence, and they started to tell their stories. And that's why we get the stories we get to this day, because it's still men that are hyperbolic and this, that, and the third. That's why Kendrick says you can't recreate this violence, because this is our reality. So that is right, 100%. She is 100%. That is hyper masculinity, and you have to uphold it. But the culture of hip hop itself is competitive. When you compete, even when women compete in soccer, I just watched a high school soccer game, and they were knocking each other down. It gets competitive, and people try to be as aggressive as they can when they're competing, and that's what we're doing in this culture. Not whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent is a different topic, but we do get. I'm not gonna say we enjoy death culture, but at the end of the day, we watch movies and shows, and we watch a show with death and violence, and we're like, that was a good show. We watched Game of Thrones. We saw a guy get his eye squeezed out his head, and we were like, oh my God. So we saw the Red Wedding and this, that, and the third. So it's not
Great
just
episode.
rap. It's not just rap. We love death culture in all phases of our lives. We watch a lot of shows with sex, this, that, and the third. And if they don't have that, what we're saying, they're boring. They're not good. So death culture is just entertainment, and music is entertaining. So we enjoy the entertainment of the music. We don't want to go out and kill people, but we enjoy the edge of it. Like people say, good girls love bad boys, and they like to hear that shit too. So that's just part of what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or different, but there's a reason why rap is so hyper masculine, right, wrong, or indifferent. That's just my opinion.
And I think that was what, like, to her point, like that this is a socio-political historical discussion that, like, to your point, touches wider than hip hop. And I think an interesting conversation that was had by Isaiah Rashad recently was him confronting his own masculinity. And he was saying that he had to really challenge himself with this album and getting vulnerable and talking about the hurt he was experiencing versus leaning into the hypermasculinity, leaning into fuck that bitch, that's my bitch, whatever. And having to like challenge that. And that's like a challenge to patriarchy as a system and not necessarily just hip hop. So like I agree on that front. But I do think that there's a larger conversation to be had among men, to be completely honest, about how do you confront, especially as Black men, the hypermasculinity that's put on you, the cage that is hypermasculinity under a patriarchal system, and how that shows up in the music. Like you are going to get rewarded for that in a system that, you know, is set up that way. But can more artists, you know, follow in like an Isaiah Rashad's footsteps, or even like a Keem's footsteps, and say, like, I cried, fucking sue me, or like I have these deep emotions and I'm gonna talk about it. Like, so what? And like that's the cool thing now. So
I think the good artists will say they cried. The better artists will say stuff like that.
Yeah,
and that's why we separate them.
Word up. We'll come back to this, I'm sure, in the second show later on. We have our special guest here. One second, let me take this off screen. I'm about to bring him on the stage now. 9 second applause for this segment.
I'm sorry, guys. That's my time. I gotta make a run.
Word up.
Appreciate you guys having me.
Man, thank you for coming through. Nick Grant.
Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you guys so much.
9 second applause.
Y'all have a good show, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Word up, Nick Grant. Nick Grant, the incredible. All right. So we have, let's get this first. There we go. All right. Word up, word up. You're tuned in live right now. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel, 5 p.m. PST. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. See how that works? Sometimes the universe just blesses you, you know? You come up with a name, then the hashtag fits perfectly, then everything is 1 second applause. You know what I'm saying? Our next guest on the show today, extremely excited to have him on the show. Just an incredible talent altogether. The one and only Bigg Jah. Let me tell you about him if you're not sure. Bigg Jah is a filmmaker celebrated for his popular digital series like The Lesbian Homie, The Whole Crew is Stupid, which is hilarious, My Roommate Pays All the Bills. I had a roommate like that once. And Cuddle Season. Known for his relatable storytelling, he creates visual hood comedy that connects with a diverse audience. Jah's work blends humor with everyday life, crafting authentic and engaging narratives that resonate widely. The one and only Bigg Jah. 9 second applause.
What's good, man? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Can you hear us okay?
Hey, man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Man, congratulations, man. The Lesbian Homie 5 is out. Season 5?
It's out, man. It's out. It's out on Tubi right now. 1 week at a time. I think I just dropped episode 3 yesterday. And but if people want to go watch the whole thing and binge watch it now, you can go to my website, BiggJah.com, and purchase the whole season right now and watch it.
Word up. Yeah, man. There's a cliffhanger you left us on episode 3.
You finished it? You watched it all?
Yeah. I've got it all through. I'm through the first 3 episodes this season, yeah.
Oh, cliffhanger. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't get to the end. No, I didn't get to the end of the season. But I got to the end of this 3rd episode.
Try to keep people on their toes, man, and keep them interested in the next episode. So, yeah.
That's what's up.
That's what we try to do.
So, for people who aren't familiar, can you explain the premise of The Lesbian Homie and how you came up with the idea?
Oh, man. First of all, real quick, how y'all doing? Pleasure.
Hi.
Everybody.
Hi, I'm Elle. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. The Lesbian Homie came up with the idea probably even before I started shooting it. It's about a young man named Bruce going through trials and tribulations in the dating pool, in the dating world, and he has a homegirl he grew up with that's a stud, a masculine presenting stud, and he never had no eyes for her until he saw her undressed one day, and he realized, oh, she's still a woman, and so long story short, Bruce tries to get with E, the lesbian homie, and it starts off kind of rocky because she's not open to dating him until she is, and she never actually doesn't want to date him. She just wants, to experience a man for the first time to see if she likes dudes against her her sexuality, and she does that. It doesn't work out. Bruce is smitten. Bruce is damn near in love with her, and basically over that season one, it goes over the last 5 seasons. It's trial and tribulation between him and her. Another woman he gets involved with who happens to be a stud as well, but he doesn't know. It's just the dumbest idea you could think of. Clearly, it's 5 seasons of the debauchery, and people pretty much still enjoy and watch it. And so, we are in season 5. Never thought I would be in season 5, but we are here.
Hey, congratulations! 1 second applause. So we have a opening scene from season 5 we could play right now, so people get a feel for the show.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so let's take a look at it. Here we go. And let's go. Start over.
What the fuck?
Zara, stop. You gotta explain this. What the fuck is going on? Where you been?
Look, Bruce. It's not what you think, all right?
What?
It's not yours.
How do you know?
Because I know. I'm positive, all right? You gotta go. I hate lying.
Man. 1 second applause. That's heavy. That's heavy.
Yeah, getting studs pregnant is crazy work. or having pregnancy scares is even that's just as bad. Yeah, man, and that's not even the original Lesbian Homie. That's just I don't know if anybody's familiar with the show. You would have to probably start from season 1 or at least season 2 to kind of understand what's going on with this scene. Yeah, that's love, Master Groshi to the max. That's love, man. Appreciate
to the max.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so that's a big opening scene of season 5. That's a continuation of the finale in season 4, where he at this point he runs into an old friend from high school that he used to date, and she came back into his life, and he thinks that they about to rekindle what they used to have. Whole time she's a stud on the low, and he doesn't know, but she got wind that he's messing with studs now, and her girlfriend want a baby. So that's kind of what that goes. That's kind of where that's going right there. Yeah, I guess y'all gotta watch the rest to see if you're interested in seeing what goes on with Bruce and Zara. That's her name, Zara. Yeah, man.
Word up. I know BK has been watching the show, been following along as well. The show went from a 1 season sort of fun project to do, and has grown way past that. So how did the concept come about, and how did you get here? The show
was a sketch. It was a sketch initially. It was supposed to be one sketch. Me and the lesbian homie E, we met that day. We met online, and then we decided that I had an idea to shoot a sketch dealing with the lesbian homie being sexy as hell. And so she came through, and we met that day, and we shot the first 2 episodes that day. The first episode, we shot the first episode that day. I don't think we shot the second one. Shot the first episode that day, and it basically came from me. In college, I met a girl who was initially, she wasn't even famous. She was a heterosexual woman, and then she had got involved with one of the homies, and they were together. He did something to where he broke her heart. She disappeared for a semester, came back, and she came back with her girlfriend. She came back, and her girlfriend was like the stud, and she was there for a semester. Then she went home for the summer, came back. Now she's a stud, you know. Then she left, and after graduation, we saw her again, and she got 2 kids, and she's feminine again, you know, heterosexual again. So on top of that, I used to do security at the spot, and we had a regular, you know, at bars you got regulars and stuff like that. People come every weekend. This one chick, she was a stud presenting. She looked like a female Jim Jones, like a young MA, but very attractive. But she would wear like the tight thermal shirts with the 2 braids and the shades, and always had a woman with her. She would wear like the tights. This is when skinny jeans was really popular. She was wearing skinny jeans like all the dudes was wearing back in the day. And man, you know, the mama had yams. But she was always, what's going on, bro? Was everything cool? You cool? Is my lady good? She would always come with 1 or 2 women every weekend, and she be looking better than the women. But she's dressed like a dude. And everybody, the whole club was like, man, this chick, if she wanted to put a dress on, she'd shut the whole club down. And so that's kind of where, you would never know until she started dressing a certain type of way, and you say, oh, she got a cool little physique. But even better than the women that were like the femmes, the chicks that was pulling up, she was looking better than them. So that's kind of where it came from. And so when this is years before I actually did the sketch, but when I, you know, as a creator, we take lists, we just jot down notes and shit, and that's one of my notes, Lesbian Homie. Initially, the episode was called the Lesbian Homie Got Body. That was the name of the show, the name of the one sketch that ended up going viral. And then I was like, damn, this actually did well. People was really rocking with the first episode, so I did a follow-up episode, episode 2. Next thing you know, I realized, damn, I might want to keep this whole little sketch series going. The first series like a sketch. There was no script. It was just off the dome, just me just directing on the fly, calling my homegirls up and my homies up to come up and play my character, played some of the friends and playing the stud. And most of the chicks in the show aren't even lesbians, honestly. You know, there's a couple that are actually bisexual. But like the 2 lesbian homies that are the main ones, they straight. You know, but they playing a stud, and it turned into this whole phenomenon, man. And the show has expanded from, I think the first episode was 3 people, me, my boy G Wayne, and Essence, us 3 in the sketch, and then now we have about maybe 25 cast members.
Oh wow! Well, one second applause.
Back every season.
That's dope.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when they were going viral on Facebook, but what you've built since then is incredible. Yeah. I mean, you have, 1.8, maybe 2 million on YouTube. Yeah. You've done over 600 million views on this series itself. I mean, there's a whole phenomenon. I was watching pictures people were taking on set. I saw Ray Vaughn on set over there. I saw a number of people on set are part of this show. You know, I mean, it's just really incredible what you built.
Man, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Man. So I never intended for it to be this big. Honestly, it was a funny idea. I thought most of my sketches usually start from like this goofy ideas. I'm a stand-up comic too, so a lot of times it's a comedy bit, that I have on stage that I turn into a sketch. You know what I'm saying? So I take it. So because I've been talking about studs being attractive for years, 10 years before I even made this sketch. You know what I'm saying? So I got a couple of jokes on stage where I talk about, you know, tough tomboys. You know, so yeah, man, it evolved into this, and here we are, season 5, episode 3.
Word up. Now you've had I don't know if this is a weird career arc, but you went to Berkeley, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then you played football at Berkeley.
I did, yeah.
Right, and then you mentioned being a bouncer, security guard.
Yeah.
And then you just mentioned stand-up comic, and now sketches.
Yeah.
Has this always been the vision, or did this sort of happen as life went on?
So my goal was to, he asked me in high school, I was football. I'm going to the NFL. The goal was the league. You know, all my partners be like, man, we're going to the league. But I know before I even got to college that I wanted to study film in college. So my goal was to study film, get a film degree, and play football, go pro, and then, you know, play, retire, Hall of Fame. You know, the fairy tale that a lot of us had, whether it's hoop dreams or gridiron goals. You know what I'm saying? My thing was I'm going to go to the league and ball out, and after that, I'm going to just retire and then become a filmmaker. Go into acting, become a filmmaker. That was the goal. So that didn't happen, you know. So And I ended up moving. I'm from LA, so I ended up moving back to LA in 08, and with no career, no football career. And I played arena ball one season. Then after that, I just hung up the cleats, and then I just came back home to really focus on my filmmaking. And even then, I didn't really do that. I got home, I got an agent. I went and I booked an agent, so I was auditioning for like TV shows and commercials and film. And it wasn't really going too many places. I wasn't really getting booked for a lot of things. But I always worked at odd jobs. I was a personal trainer back when I was in shape. And, that was my first job moving back to LA. And like a lot of guys are, limo drivers, bartenders, personal trainers. That's a job that you would use, a flexible job where you can still audition and stuff like that and still do stand-up comedy. So I was doing stand-up comedy. From there, I went and got my teacher's credential after college, even though I had this film degree, but I ended up becoming a teacher for a few years. I was a substitute teacher for 4 years. That's before the bouncing, before I started doing security on tour. So yeah, I've been a lot of places. I've been doing a lot of different things that before it led me to doing full-time filmmaking.
Word up. Yeah. Word up. The show itself has a lot of really heavy moments. In episode, I think it's episode 3. Bruce is sitting down talking to his therapist, and he's talking to his therapist about just the conundrum that he's in. He's got these. It's like a love Pentagon in a weird way. You know what I mean? And so, but he's talking to his therapist, trying to explain what's been happening, and his therapist starts taking a whole lot of notes. And Bruce gets uncomfortable. He says, "Oh, you're taking a whole lot of notes." And he says, "Well, you got a whole lot that you just unloaded on me." And then Bruce says, "Pause."
Right.
And I laughed. And then, And then the therapist asked Bruce about his family trauma and what it's like he was growing up, what his parents and household was like. And Bruce gets really uncomfortable, and he ends the session and he leaves. And I feel like that is an example of just the depth that's really in this show. I know it's a comedy. I know it's something that you've been working on out of a sketch, part of a bit when you're doing stand-up comedy. But there's a lot of really human moments, and that really touches on some of the difficulties we have when it comes to, addressing the traumas that we've experienced in our life and drawing a connection to how those things that we experience might be impacting our lives today. So, are these things that you've experienced on that tip? Where did that scene come from?
Honestly, me personally, Bruce and Bigg Jah, I don't know we'd even be really friends if I'd be honest. The type of man I have, the type of friends I have are a lot more solid, in my opinion, than Bruce. Bruce is the guy that, like, if he was a loved one, he'd be like the cousin that he got to get his life together. Not a bad guy, but he's not the strongest guy when it comes to willpower, when it comes to making the right decisions, and he's a little too old to be making the kind of decisions he's making, dealing with these different women in his life. So, but that's the reality. I know I see it around me. I never had an issue with studs, honestly, me personally, but Bruce does, and I wanted to unpack that even more so, not just with Bruce, but with Reese, one of the main characters, and E, kind of like everybody in this panel is why they are the way they are, based off of most likely their relationships and their experiences in the past, whether it's good or bad. Like, I know even in my own family, I have siblings that I see why he or she in my family moves the way they move based off of the upbringing that we had. Sometimes it tailors our personalities and our decision makings and a lot of times our relationships with people around us as we get older. And I wanted to do more of that. It is a comedy. It's a dark comedy. It's a dark rom-com type thing, but it started off real silly. But over the years, like I said, I didn't plan on going this far with the show. So there's no set storyline. At this point, we're making things up as we go based off the characters and the things they've done in the previous seasons. And it's try to make them, like you said, as human as possible. Some of the things, honestly, are some of the characters do some terrible things when it comes to relationships. But then we try to show that even good people do bad things. Good people don't necessarily make the right choices when dealing with someone else's energy or someone else's heart, feelings. And so I wanted to, we tapped into that. I think every season we kind of get deeper into that. And when I say we, I mean, like, I wrote season 1 myself, this off the dome. Season 2 was co-written by My DP as well, Anthony Figueroa Films. We wrote the outline of season 2. Still no script in season 2. We just had an outline, and I just basically ad-libbed the direction as we went through on season 2. Season 3, 4, and 5, we scripted it. We had scripts for that, and I have a writing staff that we sit around, and we have sessions to where we sitting down and writing the show together, and so which is actually giving me some. I've gotten great feedback from the other writers and other ideas that people who are fans of the show, who are also writers on the show, they like, man, what if we do this with this character? What if we show this? What if we uncover this from her past and this and the other? And now I feel like it's made for a better show each season. So. Yeah, we definitely try to have these moments to where we show how these people are human, and even while they're making the wildest, craziest mistakes.
Yeah, well, 1 second applause.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. So we have some questions, some comments in here from Super Chats. You guys, you want to you open to answer or respond to some of these people here? You got some catching some love here. You got some right here. Oh, Screw, you got Screw?
I gotta go tuck in the little man's.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It was good sitting.
Hey, man, appreciate you, brother, man.
Screwface John, 9 second applause.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. We'll have our debate later.
So the debate, okay?
Yeah,
I was coming for him, but
what kind of feedback do you get for this show? I feel like this show might be polarizing to a lot of people.
You know what? I haven't gotten any negative, and the negative feedback I've received is more like jokes. Like I remember going into a comedy show, and like the host was like a stud chick, and as soon as she got off stage, bro, you make it seem like we over here just fucking all kind of niggas, bro. And so she was laughing. She watched the show. She knew the show. She was familiar with the show. But most of the feedback is solid, and mostly to all the feedback is positive. And I've never gotten any like, you should stop doing this. This is not good representation. I thought about that too. Even doing this project, even having like there's the first season where Bruce sleeps with like 3 studs, and like sometimes that can seem like, all right, how realistic is that? Like a lot of these stud women aren't out here smashing dudes. No, and that's not what I want. It's a joke. It's a comedy. It's a sketch series that's kind of like, you create your own world, and in this world, this kind of is what's been happening. And in reality too, sometimes there are some stud women, there are some lesbian women that claim to be lesbian, but they got kids already, or they're gonna have kids, and they actually are sneaking around with dudes on the low. They down low, they like DL bisexual, and no one, their community doesn't even know. And I'm basing this off of not my personal experience, but other women and men from that community that say these things. They know, they witness it firsthand. Like I know for a fact there's women who are studs who have a little honeycomb hideout with a dude every now and then. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, oh, okay. So that's why I put that into the show. It doesn't represent every stud from the community at all. This is all just funny circumstances that I turned into a show. So, and I think people read it as that. People watch it as that. Like I was coming from a concert one day, and it was like a whole pack. When I say like maybe like 10 to 12, like older stud lesbians, they were like in their 50s, and they were like a pack of like a little motorcycle crew of women that walked up on me, laughing, joking, thought they loved the show. So yeah, I've gotten great feedback from everywhere. And it's a blessing. That's one of the reasons why I keep going.
Word up. Thomas Fanto right here says, Lesbian Homie needs to be in IMAX.
Damn, IMAX, boy. I would love for that to happen. Hey, at this point, it's 5 seasons in, and I plan on it being the last season, to be honest with you. But I guess you got to keep watching to see if that's going to happen or not. But yeah, I would love for it to be IMAX, man. Thank you. Shout out to you, bro. That's a
How many episodes are in the season?
Right. Say it again.
How many episodes are in the season?
10 episodes. Season 2 was 9 episodes, but it was supposed to be 10. But we pulled the episode 9 and 10 into just one episode. But for the most part, 10 episodes.
We're getting close to like 50 episodes of this.
Yeah.
And it looks like it was shot pretty well. How are you? Like, I'm thinking about this almost like an independent label because you're not with a studio, right? So how are you? Where's the money coming from?
Saving that money up. Now, so I started on YouTube, Facebook, and I became monetized on Facebook and YouTube back in 2018. I was monetized on YouTube first, and then in 2019, I became monetized on Facebook. And so when I get that, with those little checks that started off small, and they ended up being a lot bigger. But I started off small, and I just started producing. I put the money back into the work. So, for example, I was broke as hell when I first started the Lesbian Homie. I was broke. I wasn't bouncing anymore. I wasn't doing tour security. Actually, I was in between tours. So like when you touring, just like an artist, probably making all that money because they touring. But as a bodyguard, I was touring. I'm gone for 2.5 months. Now when I'm back home, I'm home for 2 months, and I'm basically living off my savings. You know, I don't go back and get a 9 to 5. I wait to the next tour to get my next little check, my next few checks. So at that time, I was just working, shooting content, shooting sketches, and once I got monetized, I just really fed YouTube and fed Facebook. I just kept dropping sketches, and by the blessings of God, I was going viral. And the more views you get, a lot of the ad revenue you make through Facebook and YouTube. So ad revenue allows you to make some money.
Oh, it's
and now it becomes a job. Say it again.
So it's self-funded still throughout the whole 5 seasons.
So self-funded initially, and then through brand deals. So Blue Chew is a company I've been working with for years as promoting their product, and they actually put some money up for season 2. Blue Chew is a company. Blue Chew. Yeah, you know what Blue Chew is?
I've heard of Blue Chew before.
Blue Chew is basically like a honey pack. You know, like the honey pack nowadays. Back in the day, like the Viagra. Back in the day was I think popular back then. Look at the face. Yeah. So Blue Chew. If you watch my content, you'll see Blue Chew is all over. I'm promoting Blue Chew all the time. So yes, Blue Chew is an interesting partnership, but yeah, to help fund the Lesbian Homies series. So yeah,
shout out to Blue Chew.
But even before then, I started working with Blue Chew years ago. With just getting a quick check for promotion of a sketch, and I kept that relationship going, and I've built that rapport with them to where they're willing to put more money up for projects. So it's a combination of Blue Chew and then my own bread.
Shout out to Blue Chew. 1 second applause.
Blue Chew, man. Yeah.
If I could just butt in real quick.
Go ahead.
So I have like multiple hats on. As I was watching the trailer, watching the content, as someone that is a part of the LGBTQ plus community.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're not a monolith, so some may big it up and some may have other things to say about it. I want to say that for me, is the feedback coming on my end or?
No, you probably
have to mute while she talks. Just unmute when you want to talk again because it's causing a feedback.
I got you. I just muted you. You're good, John. I just muted you right now.
So to the independent tip and like the self-made tip, like I want to say congratulations. I'm a really big fan of like web series in general, and like I think some of like our greatest minds and like creatives come from like that space of like I'm just gonna put the money that I have back into the work, and I'm just gonna like exercise that creative muscle. To me, like with all due respect, I put this in the like problematic funny shit category for me, which is where the multiple hats come in, right? Because it's like if I put them on my like structural, which we'll get into that bag in like a little minute, I'm like the red flags, but then like just on like a knee jerk, like when me and my partner were watching it the other night, who is a cisgendered man, we're in a mixed orientation relationship, whatever. We were laughing our asses off. Like, it's funny as fuck. You're funny. Even just the way you story tell, like female Jim Jones took me out. Now hearing that there was no lesbian consultant or stud consultant, so to speak, or liaison, I feel like it's very apparent because this is very like cisgender jokes type shit. Like cis people, heterosexual people, this shit goes crazy with that. But I wonder and I'll like, I guess, rant a little bit, but I wonder what your thoughts are on this idea that, and the very real reality that okay, first of all, sexuality and gender performance is a spectrum, right? There are some people who, depending on how they were groomed, raised, conditioned, may think they're a compulsory heterosexual, like, okay, that's just how I'm supposed to be. If I'm a woman, I'm supposed to be with a man. And then like, as they have different experiences, that sexuality can change, the gender performance can change. You could be more femme, you could be more masc, like all of that is super fluid. And so I want to like kind of, just for the edification of the audience or whatever, like get out of this idea that people are like faking it, that people are, well, she was hetero and now she's not. From my framework, people are born in the way that they are, and then you just become more comfortable like expressing that, right? And so there is this kind of thing, and I'm bi, and so a lot of people will be like, okay, you're just faking it, or you're actually lesbian, or you're actually straight, and like there's this kind of erasure. And so I do kind of want to like just raise the point on that like sexuality and gender performance is a spectrum, and that like most people are not, like, we don't live in a society that benefits you from being gay or queer or flamboyant or androgynous. Like it's the opposite, right? Like all the way up to legislation being written against you. So like there's no benefit in faking that. But then there's also the history of fetishization and sexualization of lesbians, of studs. I can turn her is a big part of, it's a symptom of patriarchy. It's a symptom of male domination. Like you just ain't had the right dick yet. Like it's how many like bi women and lesbian women have been told that, right? Now there's a Venn diagram here, and there are some, I think, edge cases or situations where you see a pregnant stud and her partner, and it wasn't through IVF, and it wasn't through like whatever, or whatever. So like that exists out there. But I mean, even Drewski has several skits about this, where like the whole premise is just like, damn, you kind of fine though, you want some dick, and it's like that just feels like low hanging fruit to me. Even though some of the shit be funny, and so there's like this conflict where it's like it's funny, but it's like it's playing on all the stereotypes, it's playing on all of the tropes. And so, although you haven't personally, from what you say, got any pushback, and like even like studs, like in the wild, loving it, have you ever contended with the fact that like, and I know comedy plays into stereotypes and stuff like, but have you ever contended with the fact that like the Lesbian Homie and the premise of it is like literally playing into like the age-old stereotype that like the stud secretly wants some dick on the side? I'm curious.
That's crazy. I mean,
I just unmuted you right now. If you start over what you said.
My response was yes. I've went back and forth with this concept, with the whole storyline, the whole entity of the Lesbian Homie. It was initially supposed to be a sketch, and I'm not. Not blame, but like I've definitely done these 5 seasons on my own. I've decided to do them. But if you knew like the backstory behind them, it was a lot of like, okay, I'm done, bro. I'm done with the show. I'm done. I love the show. And a lot of time, and most of it is me pushing forward because fans are asking for it. Even people in my circle are like, bro, we got to do another season, bro. We got to do another season. We got to. And even like people who I do know who are part of that community are like, man, I want to be in the next season. Put me in the next season. How can I audition? So I get what you're saying, and I promise you, I'm like, there. It can definitely is. I would say cliche that these studs just want men so much, and then want my character Bruce. Like he's just so irresistible. I feel like I've tried. I'm not sure if I succeeded with everyone. I tried to make it seem like it's not Bruce just he's not trying to turn E or Reese and like, oh, you didn't have the right dick yet. Nah, that's not his energy. He's supposed to be like, they actually end up like, one of them actually end up liking him, and not by him trying to woo her or trying to turn her, but like in this situation, she kind of does have like a past where she wasn't always deciding to be like a lesbian. She was at one point in time moving as a heterosexual young woman in her earlier years. And so I would say that I've asked questions, especially moving forward, getting this far. I have talked to other people from the community and ask them questions in their writing. Even in this last season, we deal with a situation where there's a couple that are two women, and they started off great, but there is like a situation that they're battling in their new relationship within their sexuality, with one of their sexualities, and that's based off of in the writing room. There is a bisexual woman in the writing room that is very. She actually y'all probably would be you remind me of her actually. So in the I don't know if that hopefully I'll defend you, but like,
it is the like
that is crazy. I got a black friend,
yeah.
I just don't know how you haven't got drilled like this already. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to be nice, but it seems like this is the first time you've ever been drilled this way, which makes me want to amplify it because it's necessary. You said you never gotten any negative pushback about this show?
Not in this way. Not in this way. And not in this way. And
in 5 seasons? Like, even when
seasons?
you told the story, like, fuck it, we going there. Even when you told the story where you like, well, you know, in the show, she kind of used to, you know, she used to be heterosexual. Like, you wrote that in there. So in a way, you're presenting this idea of studs be wanting to have dick. Like, you see, you used to be a heterosexual. You don't get. Okay, here's my question. Are we only playing into the tropes on the lesbian women's side? Do we play into the trope of men who could be hyper attracted to women dressed in men's clothes, maybe masking internal homosexuality themselves that they haven't been?
No, we have not done that.
We haven't touched on that in the show. That's kind of convenient, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm basing it a lot of it off of in reality. For example, let me take myself. I did an interview recently, and I like a certain type of woman based on how she looks. Now, there's times where a man will walk into a woman he likes the way she looks, the way she's dressed, her figure, her face, and he tries to approach her, and she's like, "Nah, bro, I'm gay." And he might, me personally, I'm like, "Okay, you cool, you gay? Okay, cool. Have a good one. Take care." Some dudes, I don't think. Now, there might be some homosexual men on the low that would approach a woman that's a stud or masculine presenting woman because he is down low. I'm saying from my point, if I was to approach a woman that was attractive, like the two main ladies in my show, if they were actually studs, I would still be attracted to them, not because they're masculine, not because they're studs, because of the way they look, because of how I like women. My style of woman, what I'm attracted to, they fit that criteria physically. Not because, I'm gonna try to turn her, I'm gonna try to make her, you ain't had the right dick yet. That's not my intention. Would never be that. My goal is never to change someone's sexuality. Not at all. That's not that. I don't fantasize.
Right. I don't think I'm talking about you personally. One, we're talking about the effects of putting certain imagery out, which is very interesting because this goes back to the Birdman shit. So thank God we're not in a church where we would be instead. So this goes back to the Birdman conversation we were having earlier, and about and I think something we also asked Nick about, what level of responsibility do you feel for the art that you put out? And it's kind of a hard thing to ask because you kind of sound like a hater on one side, because it's like, look, I'm successful. I flipped my Facebook checks. And I'm on Tubi, which I also wanted to talk to you about Tubi, but I can't get past that. I didn't watch it. I was supposed to watch it before the show. I didn't watch it. So when you start explaining what it was, I was caught off guard. So now you're getting my fresh, raw explanations. I'm sorry. I wish I could have processed this before you got here. I would have been a little more hospitable to the stream.
No worries. I understand.
But I'm not speaking about you specifically as an individual. I'm speaking about, in some ways, it's problematic to create a show that could start putting it in the back of people's minds. When you see a lesbian out in the streets, you never know. It could be a lesbian like the one from this show who still wants some dick, which could motivate men to push a little more into it. Like, pause. Motivate men to push a little more to try to change their minds. And so the reason why I asked you the question about did you play with the trope of homosexual men is because I'm wondering, are you taking those risks with just lesbians, or are you also taking those risks with black male heterosexuals? Because if you keep seeing a woman dressed like a man and she act like a man and all of that, there could be some underlining, I really want to fuck a man, but I can't because it's not socially acceptable. So I feel like in 5 seasons, how have we not gotten there? Are we only focusing on lesbians and their tropes?
Yeah, we are.
Why?
Just to be honest, because it's a double standard. It's a double standard, and
Well, at least you said that.
yeah, and we've discussed that too. I'm not so quick to put homosexuality with men on camera for me personally.
Why?
That's just not something that I'm interested in.
Why?
Because I'm more me personally as a man.
Mhm.
If I see two women kissing on TV, I'm not tripping too much over it. When I see two men, I don't trip, but I'm like, okay, I don't need to see that. Me personally, I don't need to see that. I'm not mad if I see two men holding hands in public and kissing in public. I have no issue. I'm not gonna say nothing to them. I'm not gonna look crazy at them. I'm not gonna even make a remark to them. That's their life, and enjoy your life and be who you are. Be personally as a creator.
Do you think it's like a type of soft porn in a way where it's like it's supposed to be about stimulating sexual fantasies, and maybe that's why Blue Chew is interested in promoting it?
I wouldn't say that. Maybe here's the thing. Yeah. Maybe, but I don't think so.
Justin is like, really? I see you, Justin. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just asking all the questions that's coming off the top of my head.
I'm not necessarily saying reel it in, but I feel like if you saw the show, some of the questions might be framed a little differently. And so I think that's but I think honestly, Challz has been really straight up. He's like, yeah, no, I didn't make that show. That's not the show I wanted to make. And for me personally, not to put words in your mouth, but you described the show as being inspired by real life situations that you had. And so if you're talking about situations that you experience and you're turning that into art, that to me makes sense. So if you haven't had the other side of that experience, in my mind, it'd be more difficult to write from an honest place about it.
That makes sense. And I do appreciate your candor. I appreciate you just being like, it's a double standard. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and I appreciate you giving me your take on it and your energy. I'm not offended. Hopefully, I'm not offended by anybody on neither one of the young ladies.
Thank you. I didn't say that first.
Say it again.
I'm so glad. Thank you, because I kind of didn't want to say it at first.
No. You can tell me, hey, I watched the episode. It ain't for me, man. I ain't find it funny. I find it offensive. That's not what I'm going for at all. And me trying to be funny, me trying to create a show that I think is funny. And of course, I have a target. I have an audience that I know is going to like it. But like this, like you said, you didn't have no negative feedback. And I'm not just saying that I haven't, but at the same time, maybe if I have, it might even alter how I go about the next season or the next such and such. So I'm not a sensitive person. I know art ain't for everybody, and just because I like it, and a lot of people say they love the show, it might be offensive to some people, which is not my intention at all. I promise you, we've thought about that too. Like, is there an underlying? There wouldn't be. The reason why I didn't make it an underlying possible down low homosexual situation with Bruce's character, because at some point, even though Bruce, when it comes to the decision making and the lack of backbone when it comes to his relationships with these women, I don't really subscribe to that as a man. Me personally, I grew up differently. I was raised differently. I never really had these issues with women in my life, like Bruce is having. And a lot of times, Bruce is going through these issues because he's self-sabotaging himself. He's putting himself in these situations. He's saying one thing and doing the opposite, and that's not really me in real life. However, what we do, there is a similarity, is like the attraction to like a woman. Sometimes there's women who I've been with women who later on said they were gay or bisexual, and I didn't even know. They didn't even, one of the actors on the show, when I first met her, she was flirting, and then she introduced me to her fiance, which is a woman, and so it kind of gave me that, it's not. I'm not saying that every woman is every stud or wants dick secretly. No, not at all. Not at all. I wouldn't even. I don't know the percentage, but I'll be more inclined to think that the percentage is very low.
Okay, one little lanyard, one little addendum.
Yes.
I do want to clarify. Well, not clarify, but reiterate that I do for me. I put it in problematic, funny shit been. In that, I am entertained by it. I think the writing is good. I think the acting is good. I think the production is good. And maybe invite you to consider that maybe I think it could enrich the writer's room to, because, okay, just because you have like a bi-person president or whatever doesn't necessarily mean like I wouldn't go to Candace Owens and be like, tell me about like pro-blackness, right? Like not everybody a part of the community is going to be like down for the, right? But I think that like maybe doing a bit more research on like sexuality and gender presentation, just to enrich like the point of view could be helpful. Like who am I to you 5 seasons, people love it, like whatever. But I just even just the idea that like people choose to be heterosexual or they choose to be homosexual, like I push back on that. Or like the frameworks that Elle brought up. And I understand it's the lesbian homies and we're maybe not exploring gay niggas, whatever. But a little bit
it's in the title.
Right. You know.
And damn, y'all, he ain't Tyler Perry.
I mean, it might be a spinoff, though.
And you're not.
The lesbian, we might be creating the lesbian homie universe right now.
Maybe. Look, it's like I don't know, but if you could, I don't know, it could go in one ear out the other, whatever. But it's
not.
I think that you could benefit from just diving into a little bit of history of lesbianism, of even like black, like the fact that like studs, that term is specific to black lesbians, or like the fact that sexuality is a spectrum or gender presentation is a spectrum, and like these things have like theories and studies and real frameworks that can add, I think, to, because I love a good stereotypical joke, and I love like comedy as an art form and a medium to like express like really dark shit or really shit that like we only say when the doors close. So like I'm not even like a prude on that front, but I think the jokes get a little bit deeper and richer, and that many more layers funny if it's got like historical accuracy, if it's got like rooted in fact and things like that too. So just allow.
No. And listen, if you knew me, I'm not. It's not going in one ear and out the other. I appreciate it. I appreciate the negative energy. I appreciate the positive energy. I appreciate the constructive criticism. I promise you, all that's being noted. I don't know how much time we got, but I could talk to y'all about this all day. Honestly, because
but we do have to move on. We have to move on to our next segment. But you're welcome to stay if you want to, because I know there's going to be super chats to come in. I'm not trying to tell you.
You sure, my G? They cooked the shit out you, my guy. I don't know what the hell going on, my G. But
stay here with us.
They cooked you, gang. I'm gonna be honest.
I wouldn't describe it as cooked. Now, what I think is
he just play. It's comedy.
Challz is funny. Yeah, Challz is funny too.
I'm just messing with you.
He's a comedian.
No. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Like, yeah,
I would like to know a little bit about being on Tubi. All right, never mind.
Hey, no, go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah, ask him. Go ahead. Yeah,
I would like to know a little bit about being on Tubi because, like, Tubi has this kind of interesting branding going on. Where on one hand, people try to kind of treat it like, oh, that shit is on Tubi, it's bootleg. But then on the other hand, it's like, I would be very proud to make a movie on Tubi. Like, as a person who has worked on sets and on some films, they all trash. Well, no, I'm sorry. Why would I say that? Like, no, they are not. They are not on the super highest level of shows.
I'm not sure if that. I'm not sure if you saved it.
Better.
I'm not sure if you saved it. Not sure if you saved it.
The point is, I would still have some pride in them being on Tubi. So definitely. I'm interested in the kind of polarizing idea of Tubi, like bootleg shit versus Black people are kind of having a new platform where we have what they call like hood movies or whatever, because we used to love hood movies. Like when we were going to the bootleg DVD, man, there would always be some hood movies to choose that would go viral throughout all of the cities. So So what are your thoughts on Snow on the Bluff? So what are your thoughts on like
Mr. Ice Cream Man?
Come on, Justin. What are your thoughts on like Tubi and how it's been sometimes, we hear some because I think it's owned by like Fox or some shit like that. So I hear
Now
some
it is.
about that. Now it is. Okay, so I hear some pushback about that. I hear some people saying it's bootleg. I hear some people saying we got a new streaming for hood movies, which is outstanding. What are kind of some of your thoughts about Tubi and choosing to put your show on that platform?
When I first started doing this, I was like, man, I want to get a Netflix deal or a Hulu deal, and I wasn't really interested in Tubi initially because it has that stereotype that all the hood whack movies go on Tubi, and the bad acting, the bad directing, the lighting is crazy, the wardrobe was all off, the continuities is all tore up, and I was like, I don't know, and I wasn't really watching Tubi. My wife would watch Tubi more than I would, so I wasn't familiar with Tubi as far as like the shows I would watch. They weren't on Tubi, even though Tubi does license real movies from Hollywood. You can watch certain shows on Tubi right now that you can watch on Netflix and watch that were major movies in the past. So they do have they have a section of like bad content. But Tubi is legit, and I've learned that more as I did my research and started spending time on Tubi on the platform. I'm definitely happy and proud to have my stuff there, and I believe Tubi is improving. They know what they're known for, and their goal is to clean up that and make it make the stereotype less true. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, so I'm definitely happy to be on Tubi. And I got more stuff to come, more content that's not lesbian based, or that's not. It's just other stuff too. Like I dropped another series called Laugh that I dropped this past January. Yeah, on Tubi as well.
Yeah, and we recognize that comedy is comedy, and comedy can be problematic. I want to be clear. I'm not like
look at Kill Tony. Kill Tony was problematic at Kevin Hart's joint.
Jah is funny as fuck, though. That's my thing. Like, you're funny, bro, and your POV is great. So, like, and that's
they just want you to stop doing the Lesbian Homie show.
Like,
no, I just hearing it. Just hearing it in real time. I was like, wait, did he say that? I couldn't believe you said that, but maybe that's part of what makes stuff.
What exactly did I say that threw you off? I'm sure I said it, but.
It's not. It's the storyline. The storyline is you could actually fuck these studs if you do it right.
I mean, it's
I'm not saying you don't watch it because you might feel the same way. I don't know if you would if you watch. You don't have to watch all 5 seasons. That's 50 damn episodes. But I mean, just to get an idea of the dumb shit. I mean, it's definitely stupid. The objective is the whole concept of this show is preposterous. So I'm not trying to make it. No. This is legit. This is how people. No. It's some people can look at this and be like,
right.
My manager was my boy growing up in college. He wasn't a huge fan of the show initially. As a manager, he was like, "This makes sense money wise. This makes sense." You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't a huge fan of the show. It's not his comedy.
Right.
So I'm not sensitive to someone saying, "Hey man, this shit was whack, bro." I think, Jah, you all right, you cool, you funny a little bit, but that ain't my shit. That's kind of whack. I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, you a hater." No. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that everything I do is something that everyone needs to love and cherish. No, not at all.
That's right, and I'm definitely not saying it's whack. I'm only processing it from you telling the storyline just in real time right now. Me listening to it. I have not watched it. It could be hilarious. I think I am going to watch a few episodes.
Yeah,
I hope.
And I'm curious. I'm curious to hear what you have to say afterwards. Once you do watch it, no pressure, and you can you can even have a more harsher response to it and be like, "Nah, that shit is worse than I thought, nigga. This shit's trash."
Jah, why don't you come back after?
I accept it, but I'm like, damn, she don't fuck with it. Okay.
Why don't you come?
I'm not, and you're entitled to not needing and wanting to fuck with it for sure.
Why don't you come back when the season finale airs, and then we can do a wrap up to see if we feel the same, or if 2/3 of us feel the same after the season's done. Because one thing I do,
I'm a comic, and people can, and I'm also a man that I'm not afraid of constructive criticism. I don't call it hate just because you don't like what I do. And I'm not even talking to you particularly. I'm talking about in general. I'm not a huge person that watches comments. I don't look at comments a lot. So most of the comments I do run across, they are good, and the ones that aren't, I like them too. Because sometimes that could, I'm sure I could do more research. I'm sure I can have a better grasp on the reality of this thing I'm doing called the Lesbian Homie. So I'm definitely not. I'm open to the criticism. I'm open to the constructive criticism. I'm open to hearing more about it, consulting to people who are more versed in this than I am, because I'm not very. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going off my personal experiences and the people around me that have expressed their experiences to me. So that's a lot of where this show is coming from. And I didn't say that one of the writers is bisexual. Just say that, oh, I got a black friend. I'm okay. I have one friend. No, it doesn't mean that my show is
When
legit.
you said
because
one
I
of
have.
the writers was bisexual, I was like, oh my God.
No. But
It was so
I
funny.
only responded to her saying like consulting and stuff like that.
Right.
I don't know how many. So I said, well, not because she's bisexual that I'm in the clear and I know everything now about it. No, it's just that we do discuss these things, and she does say some things. Even in season 5, there's a term that I didn't even know anything about. You know, and she's like, yeah, you know, she would be considered this. I'm like, what is that? And she pulled my ear to it, and she put me up on game. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know about that. So we put it in the show. You know, so yeah,
What's the term?
I'm not above criticism. I'm not above getting better, and yeah. So I definitely will. Like, if you happen to stumble upon watching episode or 2, and maybe you might rock with it, and you still might not like it at all.
What's
I'm
the
okay
term?
with that.
Well, Elle, you can sponsor the show. We'll hear the
I'll
term.
just watch the show and learn it.
He'll come back. He'll come back for when the season finale, and then we can have this discussion from that vantage point. We got this vantage point because I'll say this. My feelings on the show are probably a little different than everybody else on this panel, right? Because one, I have been watching you since 2018, and so I have been a part of the audience who was paying attention to how you were able to take these sketches, turn them into clips, turn them into a show, and now you're 5 seasons in, and now you got the Tubi deal, and now you got your production company, and the whole crew's stupid. You're doing a live show, like the whole thing got really big, and it's really dope to see, And so the thing I like about the show more than anything else is I identify more with Bruce as the character in that show than probably anybody else, right? And not necessarily because of the circumstances Bruce finds himself in, but from Bruce always feels like he's in a conundrum and he doesn't know what to do. And there's a lot of humanity and depth to his character that continues to unravel, unfold over season after season, which is why I pointed out the example when he was at the therapist, right? And so that is the stuff that I connect with when I watch the show. But I am not everybody who's watching this show. Right. So, so we have a good mix, a good mashup of perspectives here. And I think by the time the season's over, we come back, we do it again. And then we'll be like, okay, Elle, how you feel? And then we'll have another discussion because we'll all be in agreement on the wallpaper.
Right.
All right.
Would you come back? Are you coming back?
I would love to come back for sure. This is great. And the fact that the objective, honestly, is not as rewarding if all the feedback is positive and there's no one trying to ask questions and pushing and making me think and making me. I accept it all. I think it's dope. There's the reason why I came on this show, to get this perspective from you, to get this responses from you guys, and I appreciate it. The show is almost over. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how much change I can make or improvement I can make, but I'm interested in hearing the negative, the concerning, and the constructiveness of the criticism as well. So I'm cool with it all. And it's not like, oh, I'm cool because y'all don't matter. No. I promise you, I'm gonna talk about this. I'm writing another movie right now, and one of my writing partners is downstairs, and we gonna discuss it for sure. I'm glad he's a little bit more defensive than I am probably, but I'm not defensive at all. I appreciate it. Huh?
Yeah, that's what's up.
I like that. I appreciate your candor.
And please never hold back a question. I can see you got Elle. You a woman that a person, a human being that has her mind and I don't understand.
No, I appreciate. Yes,
all the
both are true.
Orientation.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I don't shy away from those uncomfortable or potentially uncomfortable conversations at all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to watch it. So Culture United, we have homework because we will be back here in about 4 weeks.
Yeah.
What's this, 10 episodes? It's 10 episodes, 7 weeks.
Hold up, y'all.
7 weeks.
Hey,
We got
Chud,
Chud. Yeah, Challz, what you got?
You sure?
Huh?
You sure?
Telling me?
Yeah.
So what? I'm coming back.
You sure you want to do this again?
Oh yeah, bro. You gotta know me, man. I'm a savage, bro. Meaning like, you can tell me. I got 3 sisters, bro. My sisters are hands-on, physical, and they got the biggest attitudes in the world, and they the most loving women as well too. So I'm the youngest of 7 kids. I got 3 older brothers, 3 older sisters. I mean, I'm cool with. I appreciate it. Yeah. So some people don't like to be criticized or like to be questioned. I don't mind that at all. I think it helps you grow as a person and as a creator. You know what I'm saying?
Word up.
I'm all for it.
Me too.
Word up.
Me too.
Word up. Bigg Jah, thank you for coming on. 9-second applause.
Good television. Great television.
You're more than welcome to stay. So where we are now in the show, because we do this every week, Culture United. First 2 hours is the main discussion where we pick out topics, etc. Then we move into the second show, which is where our audience drives the discussion. And so we respond to super chats they have and other things they tell us to listen to or suggest we listen to. And you do have some super chats in here that maybe you haven't well, I don't know if we gave you a chance to respond to them yet. But you're more than welcome to stay. I know you said your writing partner's downstairs, but
I'm gonna stay a little bit longer because I'm interested. I'm interested in hearing what the next conversation is gonna be.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, okay, word up. I know BK, you're coming up on time right now, right?
Yes, but I'll allow it.
Okay. But we have this one right here. We'll start right here from this one. This is from Will Thompson. Big shout out to Will Thompson. 1 second applause. He says, to be clear, stud isn't derogatory. No, the way he said it sounds like how a chaser says butch or how a particular conspiracy theorist talked about Jewish women. Is stud a derogatory term? I'm asking earnestly.
No.
Okay.
Well, I heard the D word is D word now, or has it always been?
No. I think it's also contextual. Like, you know how some white people say black and the way they said it, you're like, oh my God, why did that sound like a dirty word?
Right.
So I think it's but like these terms also sometimes are like intra-communal. Like we can say it, but you can't say it. So I think it's
okay.
Yeah.
Right. It's like I was watching this Ole Miss football sports account try to argue with people and tell everybody that they're wrong. Mississippi really isn't that racist. And in the tweet he said, we have the blackiest population of any school in the SEC.
Who said that? The black was that a white
the Ole Miss account. The white guy was running the Ole Miss football account. He said, we're not racist. We have the blackiest. We have the blackiest. I bookmarked this. Let me put it on the screen. It was so funny. Where is this at? But either way, I bring it up as an example because that's one of those things. Like, everything's fine I guess everything's a problem if you say it wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
Can't wait to see how he spelled blackiest.
Yeah, here he is right here. Here we go. We'll put this on the screen. I know, Joe, you play football. You'll get this. This is funny. Ole Miss.
But we don't even say blackie among ourselves.
My man said, fun fact, Mississippi is the blackiest, in quotes. Can you see it? Did I put it on screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
In quotes?
Blackiest, in quotes, state in the United States. Ole Miss is one of only 3.
The quotes make it offensive.
Worse.
Right.
Why is it still there?
Because he's from Mississippi and they stand on business in Mississippi. So when you are a part of the Confederacy, you fight for the Confederacy for hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So that's an example.
An idiot down in the comments.
Yeah, because that's what happens when the argument runs out. Okay, So here's what happened. So Ole Miss sports. I did a whole video on this channel that nobody watched. Okay, and I really like this video. It's fun. I'm not, mad at you guys for skipping this one. This is not really. It's not really a sport. You watched it?
No, I saw the video.
Oh, you saw the video existed, but you didn't watch it.
But I'm going to.
That's like 2. That's like 2 videos you didn't watch in this conversation.
Oh, damn.
So we have, it says, fun fact, Mississippi is the blackiest state in the United States. So I did this story. It was on Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is the coach of used to be the coach of Ole Miss, and now he coaches at LSU. He came out and said, something that I think is very honest. He said, sometimes it's tough recruiting kids when their parents and their grandparents don't want to send their black sons to go play football in Oxford, Mississippi, right? You've got Confederate imagery all over the place. They still got General Rebel, who's like an old plantation owner as their mascot, all kinds of stuff, right? And so that blew up in the football conversations. And we have here, Ole Miss is trying to counteract what Lane Kiffin said, because Lane Kiffin is coaching at LSU. Now, through this process, I learned that LSU Tigers is named after a Confederate regiment, so it's the LSU Confederate Tigers. I don't think I knew that in my entire life. But nevertheless, look at this thread right here. Fun fact, Mississippi is the blackiest state in the United States. Ole Miss is one of only 3 SEC universities that have all black fraternities and sororities as active chapters on campus. But sure, because when you're part of the Confederacy, blackiest and allowing black fraternities on campus is the beginning and the end of racism, right? And so then this conversation, then he says, so someone says having the divine 9 black fraternities and sororities on your campus isn't the flex you think it is. Mississippi is the blackest state because of its brutal past. Also, having such a high percentage of black folks isn't helping them preserve their voting power. And as with the Confederacy, when they run out of things to say, they basically quit. He says, you're an idiot. Right, that was a response.
The guy who put blackiest in quotes.
Right.
Wow.
But this is the one that I thought was really interesting, right? So this guy, Nick Eden here, he says, so he's responding to Ole Miss Sports, Rebel Sports Talk, whatever this is, original post. He says, fun fact, fraternity row at Ole Miss wasn't integrated until 1988. 10 years before I graduated high school. Let's talk about how when the Sigmas were set to be the first of the Divine 9 to move on to fraternity row, their house mysteriously caught fire. This isn't the history lesson y'all want to go down. So it gets really messy back and forth, but I brought it up because of blackiest. You know, you start saying the wrong thing, it starts sounding even crazier.
That sounds crazy.
Wow.
You're Greek, right, John? You're a Q, right?
I am.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a noob. Challz, you Greek?
No.
BK, you Greek?
No, sir.
Okay, well, we hold it down.
Hold it down. So
we hold it down. Jaw's manager Dame is one of my best friends. He's an alpha, and so, only a third of us made great decisions in college.
I know, man. Y'all good people. Even know I love Dame, man. He's a great person.
Great person.
He has great energy too, man. So but every good people make bad decisions.
1 second applause. Let's see.
It'd be funny when the fraternities gangbang. Go ahead, I'm listening. Pause.
Look at her. Oh man.
What we got here? We got let's see. This one right here is from Quack. The movie says, ladies, everything isn't an attack. Make the change you want yourself. Let us men have something sometimes. Y'all have no excuse to. Y'all have no excuse to, love.
Is that referring to the conversation we had?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn,
around here, if you have too many questions.
I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that, bro. I appreciate the chat, though. I appreciate that's love in the super chat. But, nah, man, I mean, we got to, I feel like I don't like to censor someone that has an opposite opinion. You know what I'm saying? Or not even an opinion or opposite energy towards what you're doing. I think you can still, the two things can live together. You know what I mean? So I don't want to silence the women and let us men have something sometimes. I mean, I appreciate the energy, but I don't necessarily feel that we have to have this for ourselves. And it's not a man versus woman thing in this situation. And a lot of times people make it that. Especially this day and age, is always the whole the manosphere, the red pill shit. Like everybody is like man versus woman, and I've never subscribed to that. I don't believe in that shit. I mean, honest with you. I'm for women. I'm pro woman. I'm pro life. I'm pro people. I'm pro us all getting together and living together and loving each other, man. So, y'all continue to have your thoughts and concerns about my shit, and anybody else that has something that they make. If y'all don't like it or got some questions or some comments, it should be fair game in my opinion.
That's a really good response. But let me hit on Quack right quick. I love comments like this because they are hypocritical on their face. Quack, if you replace men with women, you can read this comment in reference to yourself. Quack, everything isn't an attack. You should make the change you want yourself. So you don't have to comment on our comments. Let us women have something sometimes. Y'all have no excuse to, comma, love.
And I would just like to add, shut the fuck up, Quack.
This is a great show. I love this show. One second, applause.
Say this because I don't like this, ladies. No, nigga. Just because women have something to say or have an opinion on something doesn't mean we're taking it as an attack. If you've listened to what the fuck I said I enjoyed the shit. It was entertainment for me. And I had some addendums and I had some questions, comments, and concerns. And that's my God-given right. And also I would argue that a story about the lesbian homie is not to be owned by a man, period, which was like my angle. So no, I'm sorry, I don't like the like ladies. You know, I don't like, be the change you want to see. No, shut the fuck up. Sometimes it's not a fight. The women end up preaching to the choir. And actually the people who need to make these changes are not saying these things or thinking these things. So consider that.
And it is kind of condescending. Ladies, love. Y'all have no excuse to love.
With
And
the
what the
UV.
fuck did that even mean? Y'all
With the
have
UV.
no excuse to. What does that mean?
I really like BK and Elle. I really like them. I'm just gonna be honest.
Don't even make
Hey,
no sense.
I love the. Hey, shut the fuck up, nigga.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Sometimes,
I got
yeah.
something for
Sometimes you
Quack
gotta
ass.
be the guy, man. I read the comment. Man, shut the fuck up.
I got something for Quack ass.
Tomato.
Oh, that too.
Word up. We got next one here is from Kiffin, K-Dot? I'm not sure I pronounced that right. People often talk about different aspects of culture being dysfunctional. How do you destroy culture and cultivate new culture?
People often talk about different aspects of culture being dysfunctional. How do you destroy? So it's kind of like building and destroying. That's kind of interesting because this is kind of a way Black people have been resisting for a while. I'm gonna be loose with the definition of culture because it could be kind of alarming to be like, oh no, I don't want to destroy culture, but Black people have kind of been resisting like this for a while. It's a very popular term in our community called building and destroying, where it's like you collaborate with each other, you speak with each other, and you share information where you build up positive parts of culture and you destroy down negative parts of culture. And it transitions like a living, breathing thing that transitions over time. So that's how you do it, by speaking with each other, listening to each other, sharing information with each other, and being open to things could be wrong and need some shifting. That's how you do it.
Yeah, and I think this conversation is an example, like between LBK and Jah. You know, everybody understood that this is, you know, an opportunity for us to build and destroy, if that might be the case, if there were stereotypes we were playing in or otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an example of it.
I love how Elle was like, you never got no feedback. I love it. I was like,
to be honest, if you would have been like, yeah, sometimes people be mad and shit like that, I maybe would have been like, all right, he knows.
Yeah.
If you saying you never had feet, yeah, I was like, oh wow, yes.
And I'm not lying. I promise, I'm not lying. And
No,
that
I didn't
doesn't
think you were
mean-
lying.
And that doesn't mean that there's no feedback to be given or no negative energy towards my show. I personally haven't been encountered with it. No one's came up to me like, bro, I like what the fuck you doing with this. I've never got that yet. and maybe if I go through these 6 years of comments in off these episodes and shit, maybe I might see it. But I just haven't seen it. You know what I'm saying? But like, and if I did see it, I'd be like, yeah, some people don't fuck with it. I will be honest with that. Yeah.
I think to that last point, just real quick, to that last comment, I think Kendrick was attempting to do that with Watch the Party Die, if I'm not mistaken, with like State of the Union, this is what's up, we need to burn it all, but then what comes anew? Like, he spoke to both of those things. And I think a lot of people just focus on the Watch the Party Die thing, and they're like, this is the party die, blah, blah, blah. but there was like a whole reimagining that he, you know, put in like, I think the end of the second verse on that too. So I feel like he kind of spoke to that too.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to hold my laughing while you're talking BK, because look at K-Way again. Look at K-Way.
John, I heard Dr. Cheyenne Bryant gonna be on the next season checking lesbian credentials. Shit.
What is wrong with
Doctor in
K-Way?
parentheses?
No, you know they fired her because she's not a doctor. Do you know who Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is?
No. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, so
It
look
is
at
this lady who's been going around giving relationship advice. Like she was just on a Joe Budden podcast and everything, and she be kind of cooking. It be sounding a little bit.
some of the shit she say is good shit.
She kind of cooking. Like okay, until they be like, "Well, what's your relationship?" And then she don't be having one. But then I don't know if I like that because that's kind of a fallacy too. I could be right about how to sell a boat and not have a boat. Okay,
Right.
so it just recently came out that she's not a doctor. And it's because actual certified doctors have
therapists.
So like, you know what? It's time for us to start talking because some of this shit is problematic and she not even certified. She don't even know
She
what the
giving
hell
up
she's talking about.
misinformation according to what they're saying. Yeah.
So it's been kind of crazy to watch this week of actually no, that don't make no fucking sense, and you getting too big for your britches type shit. So that's why he put doctor in parentheses and said she gonna be checking lesbian credentials because I guess that's what she good for. So she's not really a doctor.
Right. Lesbian credentials is hilarious. Like you
That
gotta
shit
have
is
a license to be lesbian. It's crazy.
Yes, you gotta validate this shit. Y'all up here faking lesbian, man, trying to get on set.
Niggas was talking about the stud consultant, stud liaison.
The
But
stud
look,
liaison.
I'm good ass.
Nah, that should be needed sometimes.
I promise you, a lot of times these shows, I haven't, if you know the backstory, like I haven't been trying to do these episodes, these seasons. I've done them, of course, by pressure. Like not, I can always say no, but the homies be like, bro, do it. My manager even got to the point like, bro, you should do another season. You should do another season. I'm like, fuck, all right. So sometimes we got deadlines and we rush through it. If I was able to sit down with some I guess a panel of lesbians or different people, I would love to just to get the game, to make this shit even more authentic, if it's even possible. To me, I mean, so those are not bad ideas. Those are not bad ideas, and I'm open to it, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. So yeah, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, I don't know, man. She getting, I don't know if I have her on the show. All right, man.
Let's take an applause. We got this from Old Head Dad. Said big fan of Culture United since episode 1, and the addition of Elle and BK elevated it. If the Trump administration hadn't emboldened the misogynists and the manosphere, do you think Drake's star fades even faster? So our main discussion today, Ja, you weren't here for, was talking about Drake Week because Iceman comes out this week, and 30 minutes before the show, he leaked a song called, or somebody leaked a song called 1 a.m. in Albany, I think it is. And so this super chat is pertaining to that conversation.
Okay.
I would argue that he would be in a better place without the emboldened misogynist and manosphere because a big part of his supporters were women. And I also think he follows the wave of what seems to be popular. And so when the wave of what's popular is to trash women right now popped up and he followed it, I think it kind of was like a rug pull of a big base of his supporters. So actually I think it faded this fast because of it. Not that it would have faded faster without it, if that makes sense.
I agree. And I think like the whole from my perspective, for All the Dogs on, when he decidedly made the right wing pivot and was like pandering to the manosphere, that's what cheapened the brand to me and what definitely made me fall off. Because I'm like, bro, Black women were like a really big, when niggas was calling you like soft-handed, like sensitive ass light-skinned nigga with the fucking whatever, we were the ones like, no, we love those ballads. And so like when he made that heel turn, I agree with you. It definitely cheapened. And then it went to Steak and Happy Dad and Kick. And like, everything just became more cheap to me. Low hanging fruit.
What do you think, Challz?
Well, I feel like we saw him in real time be what he is. I think it may have been more of an act before that. I think that might be what he is. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's something that he stepped into. I think he might have been that for a long time, and that just gave him the opening to be more open with the misogyny and this, that, and the third, and the manosphere or aura, because he's the guy that's in girls' DMs, banging guys' girlfriends, and you know what I mean? Like that's his mantra. They're doing a whole lot of stuff with a whole lot of women. So he was already that before. He was just had to hide it a little better. And when that came along, he just jumped in, and it already, he already was that. So that did slow his fall when it got popular, but he was already that. So I mean, I don't know how we didn't see it. It is what
That's
it
a
is.
great point. Like soft boy misogyny type shit. Yeah.
That's a very interesting thing. Did he mask himself to pander to us to get a boost?
A lot of niggas try to do that. A lot of niggas try to do that.
I mean,
real quick, family. I love y'all. I appreciate that. I feel like I'm part of the crew just a little bit.
Yeah, you know.
I feel something to homeboy. Hey, listen, you handled that so well, dog. I'm gonna be honest, because I think you won Elle over. I think you sat there, you took your cooking, and you won Elle over. I think she is going to watch the show.
I am. Oh, I'm watching it
because of you were so humble about it. You didn't get, offended and da. Right?
I respect it. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to my wife about it. I'm gonna talk to my boy about it. We're gonna write this other little movie we doing, and it was necessary. And I felt it. Even with the addendum, she said, "I got a little addendum." I'm cool with it, and I appreciate it.
They
like
double time flipped you over, and all that, and it was hilarious. And the comments in the chat was crazy. And you still stood 10 toes down. You sat there quiet and you spoke when you needed to, and you handled it like a grown man. So salute to you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
That was. I will say that when you said, "Yeah, maybe it is a double standard," I was like, "Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the right answer." I was like, "That's the right answer."
Yeah. It might even be more. It'll probably be even more well-rounded, more universally accepted if I did put the other side in there too.
But that's the spinoff, though. Now you got a whole new thing. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely consulting on that.
Somebody asked if a stud was gonna get the spinoff. They said, "Is a stud gonna at least get a spinoff?"
Man,
but no, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate how you responded, because you know what? It actually this is still great promotion for the show, and it is also hilarious. Like this whole segment was.
Thank you.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
so we're doubling down on the comedy as well. So shout out to you.
Appreciate you. Shout out
Bigg Jah, thank you for coming through. We'll see you again after the conclusion, after season finale.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good or bad, I'm here for the smoke.
Word up.
Y'all love.
Always welcome.
All right.
9 second applause.
Good job, brother.
That'd be cool.
Peace.
I unironically have to dip as well.
Oh yeah, I hope you have a great time.
My father arrived like 10 minutes ago, and I was like, he can wait. This is important.
Word up. Well, before you bounce, I'm going to put this one up on the screen real fast.
Okay.
And this one is from Brown Girl Elle. BK and Elle, women after my own heart. Mama loves you, baby girl.
Oh my God, this is so embarrassing.
She has another
Don't
one.
be hating on your mom.
I'm not. This is family shit.
She has another one that said, Justin, thank you for letting the ladies cook. I mean, not that you could stop them. Exactly.
I like that.
But, you know?
And my sister BK. You know.
Word up.
My girl.
Not for real, just trying to be graceful with it, and I think that was an incredible section, and he was just such a great sport. Like to your point, Challz, like
he was.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Until next time, my girl BK.
Peace. 9 second applause. Word up. All right. And then there were three.
And then there were three. Let's go,
Challz, you got one right here too. Hold on. There's that. Let's see. Well, while on the way to find the Challz one, I do like this one. NPC John Smith says, Justin, I watched your SCC video and it's definitely being slept on. I appreciate the way you use somewhat narrow topics to address wider issues. Thank you. Thank you so much, John. I mean, it is, I'm not sure how many of you, I know there's a lot of creators in here. Challz, you can attest to this. When you put a whole, you feel like you killed it with a video, or you really, bare minimum, you're really happy with the video. And then it just dies like immediately. And you look at your back end and it says 10 out of 10. And you're like, this 10 out of 10. For people who don't know YouTube will rank the success or the virality. I don't say success, but it'll rank the velocity and popularity of your videos basically in real time after the first hour.
But if we're being honest, we know which ones are going to be like that when we make them.
I haven't had a video. I've had a goal this year to not have a video under 10,000 views, right? And so far, I've only had I think maybe 3 or 4 videos didn't hit that mark, right? So I've actually been feeling good about the streak I've been on. And even the videos that didn't make 10,000 views were still like 9,000, 8,000, right? They weren't like way off from that. This video at the end of Monday had 2,000 views. 2,000 views.
It's in my to watch. I got plans to watch it.
Yeah, you got to watch it. And you got to watch the I Got Haters video.
I started that.
I watched I Got Haters.
Yeah,
Challz did it too.
Challz is in it. Challz did the coolest thing. I guess it was last week when the Complex list came out, and so the Complex Hip Hop Power Rankings list came out. I wasn't on it, and my phone. I've not been on some list before, and like you get people in your audience like, oh, you should have been there. And I love it when that happens. I appreciate it. But when this Complex list came out, my phone was blowing up crazy. Like even people, like there's people from high school that I hadn't talked to that were like texting me. He's like, yo, this is such and such. I think this is the same number. Just want to say that Complex shit is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a lot bigger than I thought, right? And then Challz put up this post that said, here, Complex, I fixed it for you. It's in the video. And it had me
out and put you.
Yeah, it had me there. It had me at #1, right? And I was like, oh man, this is love. This is actually really dope. And the craziest part about that was I had never seen such a polarizing reaction because there's like a ton of people who are like, yes, exactly, he should be #1. And then there's a whole bunch of other people who are like, no, fuck him, he don't have a mustache, you can't trust him, like, oh, he looks like a bitter face, a mother wouldn't even love him. A whole bunch of people saying, it's never happening, hashtag it's never happening. Like, it was a lot. And I felt so good about it because when I started my career, when I was with my original blog, I've talked about this on this platform before, no one was reading my stuff, so I would just argue against myself in the comment section as different people, right? That guy back then who just had a dream of writing about rap music, being the greatest rap journalist of all time, that guy always wanted this. He always wanted people to have a feeling, to feel something, as Just Gwen might say, just feel something, you know what I mean? And so when you did that, and I saw that actually felt like I actually did make the list. You know what I'm saying? So, man, thank you so much for that 9-second applause. So, yeah, but
no, you deserved it, and it went up too. The post went up. It went up so long. I had to mute it because it just kept going.
Yeah, I had to mute it too. And
it was a lot of Drake fans in there coming at you crazy too.
Crazy, right?
I think that's what it was because it was Drake week. They was using it. They spinning blocks. They think they about to kill shit, so they hitting all the blocks trying to spin. So I think it was a lot of that, but it was a lot of agreement.
There was a lot of. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think I saw anybody else where people kind of turned around and said, "Oh, no, y'all got my homie fucked up."
Right.
As much as they did for you. So.
Yeah, it's still happening right now, to be honest. Like, there's another video that went viral today with, I think Fantano said something about it. That one went viral. But the thing about Challz was there was a few people who disagreed. They went viral too in disagreement. Like that to me, felt like, oh, okay, that's impact. So I like it. I loved it, man. So that was really dope. I appreciate you doing that.
No doubt.
Yeah, you were definitely supposed to.
And me and you muted it. Meanwhile, they're fighting.
There's so many posts that I put up like really fast just because I know I'll put up a post, I know it's gonna go crazy, and I just mute it immediately.
When I mute a tweet, it makes me think about, remember on Men in Black where they forgot about that whole colony inside that locker?
And
then y'all see Men in Black,
right, yeah, I love
back
that.
to the locker, they're like, oh, and he's like, I just came here to get the universe and get out of here. So that's what I think. When I mute my tweets, that's how I think about it. Put my little universe in a damn locker.
Right. Word up. So I've got a friend of mine who's texting me all the quotes from 1 a.m. in Albany. And apparently that conversation is going up. Let's go through a couple of super chats, and then we'll come right back around and go start looking at what this Drake song is doing, because I know you guys want to hear it. I'm not going to play it. Okay, I like money, and I also feel like that's probably pretty good reaction territory there too. That's a whole nother video. You know what I mean? So I don't want to get copywritten, because I think this was actually a really good stream tonight, and I think there's a lot of good stuff in here too. So we'll come back, but we'll take a look at that. But let's get through a couple of these super chats right here. We'll come back to yours here in a second, Charles. All right, so shout out to TB3632. Thank you so much. 1 second, applause to you. Says, hey, Birdman in church must be a very special prayer request. Oh, now it's amen instead of put some respect on my name. Got it. I like that Birdman in church video, though.
And he damn sure wasn't saying amen.
He showed what? That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, he wasn't.
He was giving put some respect on my name and my suit.
Yeah, he was dropping all kinds of niggas in there, though.
A nigga with a microphone. That's a church.
It's Birdman.
All right, we got this one right here from Jermaine L. Johnson. Says, at first I liked the rollout. This is about Drake. Now it feels corny. Summer is around the corner. Sundresses, chancletas, and side boob are popping out. But Drake is in a bubble goose, fur hats, and snow boots.
Didn't the gloves? They weren't even fingerless. They were like mittens. Like what was going on, gang? He had on mittens and a floppy hat.
I mean, I'm not familiar with what the weather is or isn't in Toronto this type of year. And this has been a very Toronto, very Canadian rollout. So to me, it looks like he's possibly true to where he's from. And I think that is, to me, if we're talking about what we think he might have learned or not learned from this battle, he learned that he needs Toronto and Canada. And I think that cracks the door as to what he might be willing to talk about on record.
Somebody in the super chat asked me to say bubble bath rapper one time. So I have to call Drake the bubble bath rapper at least one time before we get out of here. So that's that.
Let me go check Polymarket. Let me go check Polymarket and see if they got Culture United on there. Y'all don't know what Polymarket is?
It's the betting app. What do they call it? Prediction market. There you go.
They're gonna have a bet on there saying, will somebody call him a bubble bath rapper on Culture United today?
Got paid.
Y'all know money laundering. I know what y'all doing.
Shout out to Unc Ditto. Unc Ditto says, if his first week numbers are good, he'll be fine. That's all his stands care about. Unfortunately, the battle brought in folks that really only care about what the artist cares about.
You know what I want to say about that? I was going to say it earlier. I think we it's going to have hype and it's going to do numbers in the very beginning, but it's going to tank bad. He does not have you said it earlier, the cultural cachet. That's what make people keep spinning your record when they really, really like you and really, really believe in you, and they really think that you're cool. Like once you become uncool, which he got little kids going around saying A minor, they don't think he's cool anymore. So that's the problem. When the next week and the week after that, the sale is not going to be I really don't see that album going far. It may have a huge first week, and they're going to spend money to keep botting it, but I think it's going to be tough to keep that thing going. I think it's going to do just like some Sexy Songs for You. It's going to fizzle out, and they're going to have to focus on one song. That was very strategic to focus on Nokia the way they did. It took them a long time to just get Nokia where they wanted it. They're not, and they never could get anything else off of there, and they knew it. So this album is going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. I think it's glitter. It's glitter right now, but it ain't going to be gold. I'm just going to be honest.
One second applause. Thanks, Hunk Ditto. We got this one right here from X Supremacy X says, I saw a new koala video. According to him, is that a word?
According, I think.
Okay. According to him, the removal of K-Dot's music is due to a redo deal where he, K-Dot, has now full control over his music. So the upload is done with the new distribution IP. Right. And that's, I talked to multiple sources around this. All of them told me it was some sort of licensing issue.
That sounds legit.
Yeah, that's what it is. Now, what's interesting, the timing is still interesting. The timing of it is still interesting. And that's why, another reason why I appreciate K-Dot. One second, applause. Let's see what we got.
I definitely think he was trolling him.
Yeah,
licensing deal. Yeah, you're right. I mean, we got to do this shit right now. Man. Shit.
They had this call in January where they said, you know what? Probably May 15th is the day we should do it.
Yeah, around that time, probably.
That's probably a good week. Maybe May 11, 12, something like that. We got Musa Chandri, shout out to you, says, Drake is currently suing hip hop and I can't get over that. So for me personally, I'm not interested in what he has to say on the album. Dude gonna be talking tough while doing some punk shit.
Can I speak on that too? Can I speak on that too? I think that people think that the people have forgotten all of the stuff that Drake has done over the last 2 years. They're egregious. And a lot of people are not forgetting that you're suing over a rap battle. And they're not forgetting that you kind of ducked the smoke. You bowed out of the battle with the Hard Part 6. You kind of gave up. So I don't think a lot of dissing is going to save him. I think people are kind of fed up with the whole persona. They don't believe him. I think that's where it's at. The mob ties and this, that, and the third.
We shall see. We shall see. 1 second applause. Thank you. Our brother LLM Nigel. Nigel, I listened to Michael Sneed, by the way. I was waiting for you to ask me. We listened to Michael Sneed. Went through some tracks. We can come back to that a little later. Just let you know we did our homework this week. Nigel says, for the panel, what's a moment where you let your ego overtake you and how did you overcome it? Nigel be having these deep questions too.
This the guy came last time. We had the question.
Yeah, he be having good stuff. You're right.
Yeah, I feel like he has a notepad where he I'm gonna get their ass this way.
Well, that's why we call him the LLM, the learning model, because he be pulling things out of us.
Elle's going first.
I was, but my stomach about to growl. You go first. So I can meet up.
I'm not ready.
I'll say this: what's the moment you let your ego overtake you, and how did you overcome it? So I don't know if necessarily a moment, but I remember a period of time, and there was, when I got the DX job, that was my dream job. When I became the editor-in-chief of Hip Hop DX, I was like, yo, this is amazing. And so we get 2 years in, and now I'm 2 years running DX, living in Los Angeles, while every major media company, one way or the other, was moving to LA, right? And so there was a period of time where I really felt like I was the man. I felt like I'm living my dream job. I'm running the largest hip hop news publication. I didn't even know how to do video. I done figured out video. We doing breakdowns and it's all happening, you know what I mean? And LA does this weird thing when you live out here. LA makes you feel like you have more time than you do, right? Because there's no weather, really. It's whether it's January or June, you're wearing the same clothes. So at that point in time, my connection with time was, really thin, right? So time's going by really fast. But LA also does this magic trick where it makes you feel like you're closer to the things you want to achieve than you really are, right? Because you find yourself in very powerful circles all the time. Like you'll be around people who, billionaires or people with Lamborghinis or superstar celebrities and they're in VIP, right? So the whole ecosystem can make you feel like you're a lot closer to what you want and that time is actually moving slower than it is, but it's actually moving faster, right? So that 2 years felt like I had been in this game for 20 years and I was acting like it. I was acting like the stuff that I was doing was so monumental. You'll never see it anywhere else again before. And then now my attitude towards other people, my posture started to reflect that, right? And so what happened was, one, the first staff or the early staff at Hip Hop DX, I hadn't proven anything to them, right? I came in here with all these new ideas and all these things I wanted to do, and I felt like giving them autonomy to create the vision they had for the section was going to be enough. And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. And there's actually a video. I don't know if the video's up. The DX took down the videos, but this picture might be on my Instagram somewhere. There's a picture of me in a shirt that says, "It's all happening" on it. It was like a friend of mine gave me a gift. It was my first It's All Happening shirt. It was hashtag It's All Happening. And in this picture, it's like this. Because that day, my ego was so big in general, like at that point in time, that I was really blind to a lot of things that were going on around me, particularly inside this company when it came to the staff. Because that day I got to work and everybody quit, like at the same time. I think maybe one person stayed. And it was like it was the first professional failure I'd ever really experienced, right? I spent years in investment banking. I done created this independent journey that led me to Hip Hop DX. But that day, like everybody quit. And I was completely blindsided because my ego felt like everything was all right. I didn't see any of the cracks in the organization the way I should have. I didn't focus on them the way that I should have. And so that point in time, that really had to that actually put my ego in check. I don't even know if I overcame it. And so I would say I got past my ego in that example through failure, like legit through failure. And I realized then that I had to, one, it was a reminder that I hadn't accomplished nearly as many things as I thought I'd had because that staff clearly didn't respect me enough to tell me that they were going to quit. Right. That's the part that was hurt. Two, now I got to focus on restaffing a company, an editorial staff, where at that point in time, my relationships in the space were still pretty, my relationships, peer-to-peer relationships were really good, but like in terms of finding new people to run these different sections in LA, that was still pretty thin. So I think God just smacked me with reality. That's how I got past my ego in that situation. Because I don't know if I've experienced another situation that was more humbling than that. So that's what I would say.
That was a fantastic example. I'm not about to go after that.
Good.
I'm crazy.
I have nothing.
We'll move on. Shout out to Nigel. Good question. 1 second, applause. Yeah.
You got to know how to stick and move. Pause.
We got one from Nisa. Shout out to Nisa right here. She says, Justin, if you're going to tell black college athletes to avoid SC schools because of discrimination voting rights, how are we listening to Aubrey, who's an agent and tool for white supremacists? She asked a fantastic question on the third verse the other day, too. She be on it. She be on point. I think that was her. I think that was you. I think that was you, Nisa. If we're going to tell black college athletes to avoid SEC schools because of discrimination and voting rights, how are we listening to Aubrey, who's an agent and tool for white supremacists?
First, I would like to ask, are you telling black college athletes to avoid SEC schools because of dissemination of voter rights?
In the video that I just did, I talked about it. I showed examples of like the challenges with that, right?
Oh, this is the one nobody watched?
Yeah, this is the video nobody watched.
Lisa watched it.
Yeah, right. That's why she's right. Well, right. And so in my heart, I would love for that to happen. I've been saying this for, gotta be 8 years now, like publicly saying it, even though I've always felt this. My mom went to A&T. I always felt this. I wanted to go to Morehouse. I didn't get enough money. Legitimately, I needed scholarship money, right? I wasn't, because I grew up on the line, right? I wasn't, my family, my parents made too much money to get the need scholarships, but my grades weren't good enough to get into like just any place either, right? So I was on the line. But reflexively, I'm a huge supporter of black colleges, HBCUs, right? And I think all of our athletes should just be going to black colleges. Now, I understand that there are the challenges with that. And it's not necessarily just going to the school. It's like these are athletes that have, $100 million ceilings on how much they could be worth. And there is a huge gap between facilities at HBCUs and PWIs. We saw this with Deion Sanders, right? Deion was in a position to be coach of Jackson State, got Walmart to buy them a practice field. He had to do a deal with a water company to get clean water because Jackson still don't got clean water.
Tomato.
Right? And so I get that, everybody's got to make a decision for themselves. And that's where I tried to place that video, because I also have LZ Granderson over there talking about how, just because people still go to certain schools or go to schools in the South. He gave Jesse Jackson as an example, which is interesting because Jesse went to A&T, but he gave the example of Jesse Jackson as like cutting his teeth in politics and political activism on a college campus in the Confederate South, right? North Carolina A&T. So he was coming from the perspective that, hey, even if they go to these schools, some of them might still come away from that experience being able to help lead a generation for a better tomorrow, right? So that's why I tried to leave the video. Reflexively, yes, that's exactly what I want. And definitely don't want them. And I reflexively feel like, yeah, everybody just go to the Big Ten, you guys can go make a brand new Pac-12 right now if you guys really wanted to, right? Now, point is, if we're going to connect these two dots, I know this is long-winded. Sometimes I'll be like that. But I think that there's a difference, right? Actually, I think here's where it's the same. Even though I have the things that I would like to see, I'm not drawing a moral line on either of these conversations. I've been very clear about the fact that I'm going to be listening to Iceman for multiple reasons. I'm going to be listening to it because it's part of my job. I've been listening to this or covering hip hop for 20 years now. I'm going to listen to it because I'm just interested in what he has to say, right? Mm-hmm. So, and the same thing with these SEC schools, right? I'm not telling anyone else not to listen to Drake's album. We've talked about this on here. Glass was on here screaming about how he's not going to listen to it. Mm-hmm. I respect his decision. So that's where I'm coming from. I don't look at what I'm doing as marketing, even though I know it feels that way because I'm talking about things that I just don't agree with, right? But that is also part of being a journalist. So the short answer to your question, I guess the long answer to your question, if I had to make it shorter, whatever. So what I'm saying is, more than anything else, is like, I think that the decimation of voting rights is an urgent need for a larger population than people who are going to go listen to a Drake album. If you want to listen to a Drake album, fine. But if people don't see the Titanic coming now, I've been writing this for 13 years. I've been having these discussions in rap videos you can go on YouTube right now and look at. And I always merge it within the conversations that happen in the culture. You can go read that blog, The Quotable, and you'll find the same things. The only difference now between now and then is I'm much more direct because I think things are much more urgent. We almost lost the Voting Rights Act. Or we lost the Voting Rights Act, essentially. The Alabama Speaker of the House said he can't wait to get rid of the 14th Amendment, right, which is birthright citizenship. I've been saying this stuff for years. People look at me like I'm crazy. He's not really going to do that. It's not him, it's them. They did Citizen United in 2012. My whole life has been just take. And I don't see nobody putting nothing back. That's why I like Obama so much, because he's the only president that I've, in my lifetime, that at least got something for regular people, right? I'm talking about Obamacare. But that to me is the difference. I understand that morally it might feel the same. I think it's more of an urgent need when it comes to the Voting Rights Act because that affects all of us. And therefore, I think it's all of our responsibilities to do what we can. And if that means a player has to choose between $2 million from Alabama and $1.5 million from Ohio State or whatever school, to me, that's what I would like to see, even though I'm still not pointing fingers, if that makes sense. It's the collective need versus like, I get it, this dude is suing hip hop. You know, if he wins this case, then, you know, it changes the whole nature of what's happening. But whatever Drake's talking about, honestly, just isn't as important to me.
That was a very well thought out answer, and it makes a lot of sense. It was a great answer.
You guys have any thoughts on this?
Me?
I wonder what did people
We lost you. You sound like you're underwater. Say it again.
Hold on.
Oh, you're back. You sound back. You sound like you're back.
Hello?
Yep, you're good.
That was the universe telling me not to say it.
If the universe didn't want you to say it, your internet would turn it into stats internet.
It's always at the exact time that we want to hear exactly what's
Right. You're not gonna say it?
No.
Okay. All right.
I wonder what people boycotted when those agents sued for too many niggas was getting into college, and that's why they couldn't get in there. What did people boycott?
Affirmative action.
No, I'm saying like y'all was mad at that group, right? Not race, but that group that, do y'all know what I'm talking about? The group that got together was funded by the conservative people and they sued, and that's the reason why you can't do college admissions based on race anymore. I know Justin knows what I'm talking about. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, well, you're talking about, who is it, the Federalist Society? Are you talking about the agents that the group that got the agents to go to the Supreme Court?
Yes.
I can't think of their name, but I know who you're talking about.
There was so many radical groups but they were one of the first ones. I know who you're talking about, and they're the one who started a lot of this. They were like 3 or 4 groups back before MAGA, but they were the ones who started what we're going through now. I know you're talking about. I can't remember the name.
And I think this is whataboutism. So I'm gonna jump in front of my own era and reasoning. But I guess this is the things that bother me, because it's like, wait, so we're not coming together collectively to push back. Well, I don't want to say that, because when I say we're not pushing back, that makes it like people aren't complaining. But a lot of the things that super impact us for real, similar to what you were saying about the student athletes, it's like those people are not visible enough for us to organize in these ways against them, and that annoys me, because I'm jealous of all the hate y'all have and motivation y'all have and time y'all have spent motivating people to not listen to Iceman, because I wish I could point that out, the little secret group that we can't even name that sponsored like, it'd be some real egregious shit, like you sponsored a bunch of agents to be the face of you trying to get less niggas in college. That is crazy egregious.
Right. And then as a
and they just
byproduct,
walking around, going to the grocery store, don't nobody even know them, don't nobody follow them around with no cameras, nothing.
right. Yeah.
So I'm jealous.
That is the byproduct of the Powell memo.
I don't know what that is.
The Supreme Court justice named Lewis Powell. Before he was a Supreme Court justice, he wrote a secret memo that he shared with his his powerful corporates, because he wanted to get corporations to have a bigger role in government, right? And so they got together, they wrote down this memo. It's like an 8-point memo. It said stuff like, target the colleges, make sure we change make sure we have pro-corporation college professors. Make sure, all these things, right? Basically where we're living, make sure that we can find ways to get get corporations to be able to give as much money as they want to whatever political candidate. So he made this memo, gave it to Nixon, and then Nixon put him on the Supreme Court. And then I don't want to say the first case, but one of the early cases where he wrote, where he was the one who wrote, what's it called? What's that shit called? When you write the
decision?
Dissent. There's a dissent. There's a other side of it. Well, he was the one who explained why they voted this way, was to allow corporations to be able to start giving at least a little bit of money at that point in time into politics, right? But Lewis Powell because of his memo, you get the Federalist Society, you get the Cato Institute, you get the Heritage Foundation, you get the John Burke Society, you get all these organizations that have been working with the sole purpose of finding ways to remove political power to everybody but them, basically. So.
If we could come up with a smooth way, like a Tubi TV show, to introduce these characters to people, I know we would stomp them out. I just know we would. We just don't know their names and don't know the details of what they do. That's what I think I want my channel to be about. Creating short little videos that go like this. Look at them.
Yo, you got 1,200 people, subscribers over there waiting on you.
I said the wrong thing.
Yeah, you up here. So this is really funny. Elle made a YouTube channel, and she told herself when she gets to 1,000 subs, and that'll motivate her to actually put out content, because sometimes Elle suffers from paralysis of analysis. Like, she will analyze something, become an expert on this thing in her mind, and then allow that to, in my opinion, if it's okay for me to say, and allow that to keep her from actually doing the thing, right? Because she gets into the loop and she overthinks things, and then she just says, I'll come back to it later, she moves on. And so when she said that, I don't know when you told yourself that, but the first time I heard you say that, you had like 200 subs or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Something that shit came so fast. That shit came in like 7 days. I'm like, nigga.
Right. Now you got 1,000. Now you got 1,200 sitting over there, and you haven't put out any content.
I'm gonna do it.
So
I just want it to be really good. I want it to be really good. Like I know how to edit videos. I've written so many like marketing directives for other people, other brands. I've worked on so many sets. I'm a real techie person. I have so much tech equipment. I have multiple cameras. I have switchers. I have all types of stuff. And it's like, if
you don't need none of that to make a good video, though.
I agree, but I want to make like a show.
Right, but in order to do that, you should start with a video.
I know.
They tell YouTube creators to just do it. The very first video is going to be trash, no matter how much you think about it. They say do your first video, get it out the way, never overthink it. Just do it, throw it up, and then deal with it later. They say don't ever like try to plan it out too well and try to do too much scripting, and just throw it up, and then you'll learn from that first video how bad or good you're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's impossible for me to not plan. Like on the ego question, I was going to talk about how a lot of times with some of my clients, it's impossible.
I'm sorry. You just dismissed that so fast. You're like, yeah, that's just too hard for me not to play. It's happening in real time. This is real time.
Literally impossible. Like, you can say we should go to Subway, and I'm going to start planning in my mind. I wonder which Subway. I wonder which Subway has the freshest stuff. I wonder if Subway has anything new on their thing. What type of bread haven't I had at Subway? It is impossible for me not to plan.
Right.
So, if that's the only rule, breaking it.
But I also think that's one of your greatest gifts and assets.
Thank you.
Because the latest example of that was Elle created an app for Culture United in a day. It's actually really fun because we really need to get some organizational stuff going on over here. So she created this app. I would show it to you, but it's proprietary. It's proprietary conversation, you know what I'm saying? But she did it in a day, you know what I mean? She'd been ideating with this, from at least my point of view, for a lot longer, because she has been deep inside Claude, learning how to optimize and just make her life work better through systems, right?
I just found out about Claude a few days ago.
Claude is a bad motherfucker, but I ain't giving him no free commercials. Go ahead.
Word up. Let's get this super chat, then let's go see what this Drake's talking about. Let's see what that conversation is right after this. So this is Ms. Hummus. Shout out to Ms. Hummus right here. White chocolate mocha Ms. Hummus. Chickpea white chocolate mocha Ms. Hummus. 1 second, applause. She says, he's suing you, Culture United, Chat Elle. He's putting our entire culture art at risk. Why are we still talking about this dude? Peace out. See you. Much love.
Oh no, Miss Hummus come back. Damn.
That was from a long time ago, I think.
Oh, hopefully she came back. Miss Hummus, I hope you're back.
I like her live stream a lot. I mean, look, there's look. This is what I'm saying. Like, people are going to take different points of views on this, and I respect them all. I 100% agree. I think if I was in a different situation, I might feel the same way. If I wasn't a journalist who has been covering this space for 20 years, if I hadn't been covering these guys for 15 years, you know, that might be something I did differently. Now, there's people going to look at me and say, well, this is where you make your point, where you say you're just going to boycott this. I don't know if that's the best. I don't know if that's the only way to make a point, right? I think also sometimes you need to understand what something is in order to make that point. And, you know, that's just where I'm leaning on this one. But thank you for that, Ms. Hummus. 1 second applause. All right, let's go see what's happening over here with Drake. Let's see if he is. And on that note, let's go see the new song. Let's see what he's talking about. All right, let's see what this says.
Yeah, I know they had a space that was going. It's over now though, but they had a space with like 800 people in there. Joe was in there. All of the Drake folks was in there. So I think it's starting to bubble.
Yep, here it is. Let's see. Is he trending yet? Let's see. Oh, here he is. So he's finally trending. All right. So 1 a.m. in Albany, new leak. Here's some bars. It's Kirko. The Kirko account says, to be number one, you got to lead the way. And to hold something over my head forever, you're still a couple feet away. So I guess he's talking to Kendrick. Sound like you're talking greasy to Kendrick already. Plot twist, the owl never sees the cage. The owl only wakes up to seize the day. Okay, so that sounds like a Not Like Us reference. Talking about hiding the Bible, maybe y'all should read a page. Iced out crosses on their necks thinking Jesus saves. Well, even if he does, nigga, either way, the blasphemy you talk, let me know that your amazing grace gonna be delayed. Wow.
Did he just compare himself to God? Go ahead.
I mean, you know, you niggas should be ashamed the fact that you had to bring those talks to get some decent plays. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I remember that part. He cuts that off. Then he says, God want to wipe that little smug look right off your face. All you really did was cap like uppercase. Dodge the truth, but still managed to finally get a hit that let you run a base. Nigga saw you out at first. You need him. So you out at home now. Just like a double play. Yeah. All right. What do you guys think?
So it's about to be an album of disses.
Tomato, man.
Tomato.
He sounded almost like that. It's about to be an album of.
What do y'all think, though? I mean, look, did we start the conversation? Challz said you didn't want to hear no disses at all. Elle, you said if he's going to diss, he needs to really diss. Where do these fall?
Are these really disses? No. The best one on here is probably the Bible one. And that's also the worst one at the same time, because what the fuck mean crosses in their necks thinking Jesus saves? No, these is not like plot twist. The owl never sees the cage. Okay. I mean, that I guess what it's referencing.
Right. It's referencing this scene right here.
They could have left a whole. I know they could have left a whole goodness gracious one completely the fuck off. Like you can't even say they talking about us more than talking about Kendrick right there. Like, hold on, nigga, we on our monetization. No, that's just. I don't want to say it's trash. It's not trash, but that's not what I mean when I say it got to be the bars bar. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. That's not what I'm talking about.
All right. So those are Kendrick Lamar.
I think I'm too old school, gang. I'm just gonna be honest. I can't. I'm annoyed. I'm being honest. I'm too old school because I don't agree with you dissing somebody. You could have said all that two years ago. You could have dropped that right when Not Like Us dropped. You could have said all of that. 2 years later, you're gonna come out. This is a whole bunch of fodder for the owls. They're going to be quoting this for 2 weeks. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm sitting here like, gang, you really talking greasy 2 years later? Like dead ass? Are you dead ass serious? Like we saw you go to court, gang. Like we saw you. You're on appeal right now. You're talking greasy. You're not allowed to. Let's just be honest. We don't believe you. And this is what I mean. We let people do anything now. I don't agree. In back in the day, who could have did this? Like, and when Jay did it, we said it was trash. When Jay came on Blueprint 2, talking about is it Uchi Wally or is it one mic? He came and everybody was like, "Boo, Jay, it's too late." Right? Am I bugging out? When Jay came back dissing Nas on Blueprint 2, it was the battle had been way over.
I mean,
clowned him.
To be fair, I don't remember which came out first, Blueprint 2 or Godson, but both of them still had more things to say. Because on Godson, Nas was like, I was Scarface, Jay was Manolo. It hurt me when I had to kill him in this whole squad for Dolo.
But think about it. He's the winner, right? For one, he's not the loser of the battle. And for two, Jay was the loser. And Jay let the battle go when Super Ugly didn't do what he thought he was going to do. And he went up there and he didn't apologize for the battle, but he apologized because his mom said that he went too far, condoms on the baby seat, da-da-da-da. Right? So everybody had counted him the winner, and we had all agreed that the battle was over. Now, you could still take digs, but we got a right to say, okay, it's not working. And this battle is worse than that because Jay got beat, but he gave a good show. This was a Dot beat him bad, gang. Let's just be honest. He beat him bad. So
Blueprint 2 came out first in November. Godson came out the next month, December 2002. Go ahead, I'm listening, Challz.
Okay, so Blueprint, we thought Jay was we thought it was kind of weak to still be taking shots at Nas when it's over, especially when your album dropped, right? So it's like, gang, we taking shots on albums, and I get it that everybody used to put their disses on albums, but him to put them disses on Blueprint 2 on the second disc on a filler track, it felt like, gang, like you're not even standing on this. You're just throwing some random. He dissed him more than once on that record. He talked about it, so it's like now he's just in your head, and you can't even move forward. This is where we are. I don't want to hear no not like us. This is absolutely, it's ridiculous to me. I'm just gonna be honest, and I know a lot of people gonna feel this way. The Bird's gonna be going cuckoo for these lines, but hip hop, the culture is not gonna respect this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you right before it become a surprise on when you go on Twitter, they're going to clown this. The most of the people in the culture are going to clown this. Only body going to be saying this is dope is his fans. I'm gonna be honest. After that, people gonna be like, get out of here. Not like us, like stick to the melodies, dog. I'm just gonna be honest.
I mean, 1 second pause. I think and this is, I know we like to say that he went away. I know that's how this is being marketed as Drake returns, but Plot Twist had a lot of stuff on it.
No, he never went away.
Some sexy songs for you. Plot Twist had a lot of subs, and then some sexy songs for you had a lot of subs.
He been subbing every time he opens his mouth.
The Nokia video was a spoof on Not Like Us.
Yes, and you're still gonna come out with some disses about that. Dot has done a lot since Not Like Us. You're still dissing off Not Like Us. Dot just did a video with Keem, right? You could diss him for that. Like, what are we talking about? You're still dissing for Not Like Us? That's still in your head? You know how much stuff has transpired? He did a whole world tour. You could have said anything. You're talking about the owl in the cage 2 years ago. You're saying that now, and these guys gonna rally behind this nonsense? Like, it's 2 years later, now you tough again when you called your lawyers? Right? Like, are we dead ass? Like, what? See, this the problem with me, gang. I talk like niggas talking to barbershop, right? And we're not allowed to online. We gotta be so, oh, yo, listen, da-da-da-da-da. No, this shit's weak. This shit's garbage, gang. And I'm gonna be honest, but at the end of the day, I didn't hear the beat. Maybe it's better with the beat, but to me, I'm just too old school. And I look at it like when it was time to battle, we battled, right? Okay, if you're gonna take subs and this, that, and third, that's fine. This sound like straight up dissing. So now we back to straight up. Now you're gonna say everything now that you could have said a year ago or 2 years ago. Now you're gonna come out when your album dropped. This shit, we've been waiting on the album for 2 goddamn years. Now you're gonna come out dissing Dot with this shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is why people get frustrated with Drake, right? People that really love hip hop, we get frustrated because you're gonna do all of this. You've been having the most softest, most of the stuff you've been saying, the little stuff, oh, LeBron, all this shit is soft shit, right? So it's like, you got all this emotional shit. Now you tough again. It's weird, gang. I'm just gonna be honest. We don't believe you tough. We don't believe none of this shit you talking about. That's what I mean when I say we gotta believe you. I don't believe none of this shit. I don't believe you're tough. I think you're hurt, and you're gonna say this, that, and the third. You're gonna defend the Al. Why you didn't defend the Al when he put the shit in the cage? You should have came out the next day and went fucking crazy. But this with DM, let me ask you a question. I'm gonna leave it at this. Would Jadakiss wait 2 years to have responded to this?
I mean, but did Drake wait 2 years?
Yes.
Did he really?
And if
I feel like No Face had shots on it. Circadian Rhythm had shots on it. Nokia got shots on it. There's a few songs of that. Some Sexy Songs for You. I don't think he waited. I think if anything, he's still doing these flaccid, limp-wristed jabs. And I agree with Elle. He need to have a haymaker if he's going to be still doing this.
No doubt. But let me say this: wasn't no sneak dissing on Not Like Us. Wasn't no limp-wristed jabs. He called you a lot of shit, made you go to court. So you can't go 2 years throwing sneaks and subs, gang. Like, you know what I mean? I'm saying, like, come on, like you've been subbing and sneaking for 2 years. Now you to the muscle. Get out of here. We not jacking it, gang. So I'm gonna leave it at this. Like, to me, none of the guys. Beanie Siegel wouldn't have waited 2 years. He wouldn't have waited 2 days. So this is what I'm saying. We accept a lot of nonsense now. We accept a lot of nonsense. He wants to be taken seriously in this space, but you're not in this space because you waited 2 years. Now you're going to come dissing. None of our. We talk a lot of shit about Jay going up to that radio station was super ugly too fast, but he went up there too fast. He went too fast. He ill-advised, but he didn't wait. Right? He didn't wait a year to get back at Nas. We're seeing nonsense. This nonsense, dog. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna let it rock. It's
nonsense. Second pause. What do you think, Elle?
I can't go too hard because I'm not sure that this is a real song, and I have nightmares about.
I think it's been widely reported now.
Realer and realer by the day. But
yeah, it's wide. Look, Kirko just reported it. Well, I don't know if that necessarily is one way or the other.
No, it kind of does. So I agree with what you're saying, but still, overthinker, how you just explained. I still need to. So I'm not gonna go super hard, but. That song does not have bar. The 23andMe bar is kind of the best thing that I've seen so far, but them ain't gonna do it. Them ain't gonna do it.
Let's see what else is being quoted. So this is from Kirko right here. 1 a.m. in Albany. So Kendrick is being dissed. Let us know in the chat what y'all think about that. Let's see who else we got. This one here says, after the record was played live on the space, Joe, Ian, as well as the rest of the stage reacts to Drake's timestamp link. So here's their reactions to the timestamp link. You want to hear some of this?
Oh my God.
I was here.
Let me tell you something. This is going to be the craziest fucking project ever.
Yeah. He said even Muggsy Bogues done for once.
If he doing that, we gonna have to paywall.
Oh my God.
If he doing that, we gonna have to pay-per-view.
That's why we're buddy, and that's why we're together. That's it. It just that kind
No.
Yeah,
I thought he was gonna come with some bullshit there. If he gonna do that on a project,
just listen, guys. If that's what the project is, which is what it's gonna be, it's game over.
that's one song. He do that on the 1 a.m.
Nah.
Damn joints. Don't get hyped.
No. Listen. If you don't he's coming with a tidal wave. It's gonna wipe everything out. It's mastermind shit coming. And guess what? I think 40's been there the whole way. He's back on track, and now it's gonna bury everyone.
Shout out to 40.
Shout out to 40.
Even
Don't say everyone, because that's us.
No, buddy.
Come on, Ian. Use your brain. He just said everybody was walking through the double doors.
Yeah. No, buddy, we're opening the doors.
I'm gonna do a power with Sasha. That Nazi line was crazy.
Yo.
He killed that shit. Come on, Papa.
That's it. That's the end of it. We know what's coming, guys.
No, that is a timestamp joint.
All right.
Let's see. But he smoked that.
It was better than his last time stand by a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. It's not. We don't even have to compare it to his last one. It's just elite. That's getting replayed 50 times tonight.
Absolutely. Literally had goosebumps as soon as you finished it. That was crazy.
It was the first time he's been rapping like that in a while. So yeah.
Yeah.
Game time. Let's go. It's gonna be a good pod tomorrow. Friday.
Even Muggsy Bogues got a dunk for once. He's shooting at your guy, man. He's shooting at your mans. I love it. They say he's gonna be humble.
So what?
Does
So
this change the
Justin,
price point, Ian?
I'm sorry.
I thought this was a really interesting a really interesting space. I had to leave to get ready for Culture United, so I wasn't able to hear that much where they were saying all of that. But it was an interesting conversation about whether or not they're going to paywall Joe Budden's response to. I mean, it's already on Patreon, but it's like, are you going to make it a separate event and paywall it? That was interesting to listen to just from a creator's point of view. But yeah, if that song is real, that he shot at Joe, it says he said some shit like walking through the double doors while you was sleepwalking in another state or whatever.
I watched this guy spasm with a puzzled face. Who knows which one of his bubble-shaped tings I must have ushered through the double gates. Showed her the time of her life while broski having stomach aches, hearing about good times at Lover's Lake, and send her back to you while you sleepwalking naked in another state.
And this is the reason we asking about the 20v1, right? You hear what he just said. Then we asked him why 20 guys was after his ass.
I don't know if Joe was lying, but he said if he shoot at him, he's getting in the booth. Out of everything I wanted Drake to shoot at Joe just so. Joe said if Drake shoot at him on this album, he was getting in the booth.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Justin and Elle.
All right.
Now this is a real question. I need y'all to give me a real good answer. So if that shit drop on May 15th like it's supposed to, and Kendrick drops some shit just ripping into his ass, destroy his whole rollout, who's wrong? Like, let's be honest. That shit he wrote right there is cute. Now, what if Kendrick come back with another Not Like Us and bang and just rip him, rip his kid, rip everybody? So then what we gonna say then? Like, so what I'm saying is he taking shots, right? Which apparently he couldn't handle it the first time. So what if this dude come back? He said he had 5 more. He said he had 5 more records for his ass. He might drop all 5 of them that night on his ass when listen, Matt. So what we doing? Like, so what I'm saying is you really don't want it. This is what's bothering me. It's irritating me, dog. I'm gonna be honest. You're not built like that. But you're gonna talk about the owl don't be in no cage, all this goofy shit, right? So what I'm saying is, so now he get to drop all 5 records on streaming services the very same night that you fucking drop. Right? So then it's gonna be like, what you think they're gonna be talking about? Let's be honest. What you think they're gonna be talking about? That little shit, or they're gonna talk about the 5 records that Kendrick just dropped on him, all the 5 disses that he had for his ass 2 years ago. It's gonna kill that shit. It's gonna kill it. So what I'm saying is, don't play in shit, gang. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, you're playing. You play with this shit. This nigga's a fucking psycho, right? This dude Dot is a psycho. He jumping in here playing. Then when Dot do something, where we going? Hanson, making another call to the lawyers, right? So what I'm saying is, this guy, we can't do this no more, gang. We can't do this no more. We saw what happens when you're too mean to this nigga. He starts calling lawyers and drawing up paperwork. We cannot listen to this shit and take it serious, gang. I'm gonna be honest. I don't take none of this shit serious because I know if Dot dropped them 5 records on him, this nigga gonna make some phone calls. He's not gonna get in the booth and answer. So you're not built like that. So stop acting like it. That's my problem.
Let's take a listen to this right here. This, I guess, is Joe's explicit response. I think this might be a little different than what we
This is the same room. This may be a couple of minutes before.
Yeah, I think it might.
I had to leave and I didn't hear that part you just played. So this is probably right after it played.
Right, because it's tagged Joe Budden's reaction to finding out Drake slept with his girl on 1 a.m. in Albany. Let's see if he's.
So let me tell you something. This is gonna be the craziest fucking project ever.
Yeah. He said even Muggsy Bogues done for once.
If you're doing that, we got to
we
pay
heard this. So that's the same
one.
Yeah, that's the same clip.
Messaging is so interesting. Like, why would they word it that way? He didn't say, "Hey, Joe, I slept with your girl." He just said, but it's just messaging. Because somebody will read that and be like, "Yeah, he said on that." Anyway, sorry.
So he said, "Is it the fair skin or the Jewish roots? Why people want to not see me on top of the mountain?" Here's another one. It says, if Drake took out the AK, maybe he'd be in jail just based off the name that it spells.
Dog, what
What?
we doing?
Maybe
What we
what?
doing? What are we doing?
Because it spelled Drake. If Drake took out the AK, maybe he'd be in jail just based off the name that it spells.
Dre?
Dre went to jail?
No, I mean, not that I know of. I don't think he actually went to jail. He might have.
What is the Dre jail connection? Sorry,
I mean, I'm speculating. I think this is related to Dr. Dre and
D Barnes.
D Barnes. I think that's, to me, that's what this looks like. But I'm not, just looking at it right now, and I'm not hearing what's around it on the song right now. I'm not sure. Let's see what it says. Took out the AK, maybe he'd be if Drake took out the AK, maybe he'd be in jail just based off the name that it spells. Okay. This one right here from Kirko again says Drake references Kendrick Lamar's "What Is It?" the braids line on 1 a.m. in Albany. What is it? The braids? Even if I cut them, I could never fade. I mean, it's Drizzy Drake.
They're going to murder this nigga online. I'm going to be honest. They're going to kill every single bar that he said on here. They're going to. This is a disaster. I'm just going to be honest. They're going to murder this nigga. So, good luck.
Yeah, so that is a Dr. Dre line. So it says, if Drake took out the AK, maybe he'd be in jail, just based off the name of this spells. What they say they just smelled. I heard they got special places in hell for niggas joking about evil when they did it themselves. So it's this picture.
What they say, they just smelled. Was that a smelted delted fucking joke?
We got to hear it. Okay, we got to hear it. Okay.
Yo.
We got to hear
Justin,
it.
you really want to like this, and that's okay.
No, I'm not. It's not whether I want to like it or not. I actually, more than anything else, I like a good story. It's already a fantastic story, but I want to be fair to what it is. You know what I mean? If I don't know the song and people are misspelling words and when they post about it,
I get it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to overreact one way or the other.
Now the thing
Was that a smelted delted joke? Nah.
They're going to listen. He should have left this for the 15th and to release the whole album. This is a disaster, gang. I don't even hear the beat. This is a disaster. It's a disaster. I'm going to be honest with you. This might have knocked off some sales for this album because people are going to be like, what? He's dissing Dot now right there. Half the people that might have supported it going to be like, I ain't playing that shit at all. Right? I'm telling you right now, this is a disaster because we know that this guy really doesn't want none of this. What AK? What you doing? We saw you with 50 guns. Probably never touched none of them. Right? So what I'm saying is,
what did I miss?
Gotta be no gangster, but you're talking about you're coming off really thorough. Like, this is not what we meant when we said we need you to rap. We need you to be better. You need to be more specific and be introspective. Tell us what's really going on, gang. Don't make idle threats at this man. Right? Please? Like, it's silly. You're not that guy.
This one right here says, Muggsy Bogues dunked for once. Even I'm a bit amazed. Someone give the kid a raise.
Oh my God. What is
It's an interesting little lazy bar thing going on. I don't know if that's the new wave where it's like maybe I'm too cool to make real bars, but especially after listening to like the Nick Grant project, like I don't know what is going on where it's like that's making it off the page, off the tongue, pause, off the hard drive. I don't know how that's happening where it's like the follow-up of the bars. It's like it'd be a good beginning, maybe not even good, but it's like you're trying in the beginning, then you'd be like, get this kid a raise.
So it looks like there were more tracks that leaked. So there's Drake 3 p.m. in New Orleans right now.
Yeah, see.
That's AI. I don't even want to believe he made no shit called no 3 p.m. in New Orleans.
See, this
I don't look like, here it comes. Here's the leak.
Are you going to play it?
No.
Hell no.
I'm going to say, don't do that.
No.
I was about to hate on that. Yeah, like I said, I'll listen to it when it comes out and see what we really hear.
You know what's sad about this, dog? I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is why you bring me here, because I'm incendiary, and I want to be incendiary right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was starting to let up on this guy, right?
Right.
Like I was starting to be like, you know what? Fuck it ain't that bad, right? Like let him have his album, right? Let him enjoy it. Let him, if he just comes back and just raps, right? Da da da. You know what? What's he done that's so bad, Challz? Like, you know what? It's like you seen somebody get their ass beat and you tell everybody, okay, enough, get off of them, right? But then you come back and now you want to fight again 2 years later. We got him off you, gang. Like we stalled you out, and then this is where we are. Now you want to start this up again, right? So then what can he say? What can Dot say to you that you're not going to sue him for? Like it's silly shit, man.
Now, to be fair,
come back and call him a pedophile 2 times on next one.
To be fair, OVO would say he's not suing Kendrick, he's suing the label.
He's suing somebody because he got mad at words. Now, what if you come back and call him that again? Are we going back to court? Is he going to refile the claim? Because then again, he got rejected.
Yeah, he said refile the claim.
Right, but then he could start a new claim with the new song. He could start the whole shit all over again. So what if Kendrick come out with a song and it says the word again? Is he going to restart the claim? Like I can't do this, dog. Your rep is cooked. You're cooked out here. You're a guy who sued over a word in a rap battle. You're cooked. So now you can't come back and rap battle. End the story. End the story.
There's so many. It looks like 5 songs have leaked already.
Half that shit probably ain't even really on there.
I don't know. It's a day before the album's supposed to come out.
Well, it could be. Yeah, could have got it from the distributor.
Fring. Cartier Fring. Fring says, I'm sorry, but if these lyrics are actually real, I'm glad Drake isn't listening to anyone tell him just move on from Kendrick. Move on from being called PDF, LMAO, there will be no such thing. I support him taking this shit to the grave. Okay.
That's where you're going.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was listening to those cats in the in that Twitter space talking about this is a crazy song. I didn't have that reaction. Not to say that to me that's what I expect from a timestamp record. It sounds. Did you hear it at all, Elle, Challz? Did y'all hear it at all?
No, I was going to play it, but I didn't. I'm gonna play it. I'm going to play it.
Yeah, after
I need to be accurate at what I'm saying tomorrow.
Right. I was happy. No, I can't even say that. That was me trying to play the middle. Not even play the middle, but that was me trying to put a positive spin on something. It sounded like a regular timestamp record to me. And looking at these lyrics, I need to hear it again. I only heard it, twice right before the stream. So this isn't the most informed take. But looking at these lyrics that's on here, it feels a lot like Fighting Irish freestyle to me. And we'll see where it goes. Let's see what people in the chat are saying about this. Let's go down here. We got Sin Survival Negativity. I don't like Drake, but I praise those raps AI. If this dude dropping Nazi bars in the Big 2-6, he got to have all the seats. That is a bar that people have heard for a long time. That is a bar people heard for a while.
This guy, I told you, he's writing his rhymes himself right now. Ghostwriters ain't nowhere near him, so this is what you're getting.
This one says,
this is bad, gang. This is awful, and this album is cooked.
We gotta hear it. You ain't even heard the song. You ain't even heard the song yet. You gotta hear the song. You gotta hear the album.
If you leak, your first leak is a Kendrick diss. That's what you're leaking. That's telling me your energy. So the energy of the whole album is gonna be goofy shit. And I'm just like, gang, what we doing? Kendrick haven't even thought. He's not even doing nothing to you at this point. Like, okay, you're still hurt. You're mad. Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about your hurt and your anger. And I get it. You're gonna say, well, maybe it should be on the album, and maybe that's what it is. But the album, the song we just got, he's telling this, that, and the third about AKs and Al ain't gonna be in the cage. It's bad, gang. I'm gonna let you heads up. Heads up. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. They're gonna cook this guy for 2 days straight.
We got this right here from NPC John Smith. When I heard that, oh, fuck me, I just made the whole connection was the moment I became a hater for life. I look forward to y'all telling me what the album sounds like. 1 second.
I remember that. That was a terrible moment.
Truth.
I don't remember which one it was, but
True Seek says, even Joe Budden said it's fire and he got dissed. That's what I mean. These guys were in there saying it was amazing, and maybe I need to hear it again.
First of
Maybe
all,
I just need to hear it again, you know.
Joe Budden, low key, is out of touch.
wait a minute. Before we go in
Yeah.
on Joe, I was in that room. They didn't play the whole song. Somebody came in and played only the line that was a diss to him, and
Okay.
he kind of got off on the diss to him. He said,
Yeah, that's the one I just read.
right.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that they played. So
Okay.
them saying it was fire, they're only talking about somebody played a snippet of just that line.
Right. All right, we got Freestyle Peak 1980. These bars remind me of the kid that got hands for Elle, then comes back a year later to try to fight again. Tupac ego is in the way of his comeback.
It might be dope, but I can't say it, gang.
Yeah. All right, well. That is what they're saying. There's a bunch of other tracks that have leaked. Let's get back to some of these super chats. You guys cool? Cool with that? Is that a good idea?
Yeah.
Let's get back to some of these. Okay, here we go. K-Way for real says, as a former SEC athlete, I went through the discrimination, profiling, etc. They threw eggs at us the night Obama was elected second term and called us ends. The same kids were singing the motto. I don't know if he meant to bring Drake into this because but K-Way be on time. His timing is
I was just
impeccable.
listening. I was starting to drift. Said they were singing the motto. K-Way is funny as shit.
He funny as hell. You got K-Way in your community, Charles? Wait, real quick, Charles. Tell us what happened. Okay, if everybody doesn't know, Charles Brown, his account, his YouTube got hacked. What happened?
So basically, long story short, I was trying to link up. So I had got an email from Shure Microphones about a sponsorship, which is, it's not that crazy as it sounds. People send you emails about sponsorships. I usually ignore them. This one, the guy was saying, "Oh, your content will fit well with our channel, this, that, and the third, or vice versa. Our product will fit well with your content." And he was at me for a couple months. I went into the email. The email said you got to click this link to sign in. Which that wasn't the part that was bad. I clicked it. It was a fake site that looked just like Shure Microphones. And then once you go through all the steps, it was like a 3-4 page process. At the end of it, when I clicked it, they got me. I started thinking that I was signing in, and I approved the sign in. And then at that point, they took the whole account, and I lost my email, and then I lost my YouTube channel. So that's the short story. But I had got sponsorships like that before that I had no problems with. So this one happened to be they sniped me, gang. It is what it is.
Did you
huh?
What happens to your channel? Is it
So
still up?
no, what happened with the channel was still up, but the hackers decided to run a crypto conference from some guy named something Finko and some other guy. So when they ran that, we started reporting it crazy on Twitter and to the YouTube people, and the YouTube people deleted the channel at that point. The channel was still up. They just had it, but they ran a crypto thing. They had 12,000 people watching the crypto conference. So at that point, I believe you can't community guidelines don't let you. I believe community guidelines don't let you run crypto conferences. So when we started reporting it, YouTube went in and deleted my whole channel. So I lost the channel at that point. But they can restore it according to other people. Quality said they restored it and this, that, and the third. And I'm working on it. They send me a link to try to get in there, but it's not as easy as you think. I try to get in there. The guy who took it is they're professional hackers, and they made it where within seconds the account was locked. So even with me trying to go in now, they put a minor account on there that has a supervision of an adult. So even with me trying to go back in, I can't remove that minor's account without the adult who is controlling the minor. So I can't get past that. So that's where I'm at with that. When I try to go in to restore it, the email that they put in there is under the supervision of another person, and which you can't see that person's name. So I had to send it back to Google. So it's still going in the circles, and I still can't get the account.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating.
That's crazy. I mean, that is a real thing. You know, I've had something like that happen to me twice.
Really?
One time I got and I got hacked, and this was 2017. It was right when I got verified on Twitter. I got verified on Twitter back when you couldn't buy a verification badge.
Wow.
And I promised within 3 hours I got hacked, and they stole the account. And
Wow.
so it took like 2 days. They got into my Facebook. They got into all kinds of stuff. And it was a similar thing. I clicked a link that I thought was going to help me get some money and ended up losing everything. But I ended up getting the Twitter account back, obviously. Then I had something almost exactly the same happen to me this time last year.
Wow.
And it was some company. I wasn't sure microphone, but it was the same thing. And so I clicked the link. I like the numbers. Oh, yeah, I like money. Oh, this would be good money for I'm over here blowing. I'm getting the good ad plays and stuff like that now. So I clicked this link. I go through the whole process, and it was the exact same thing. The only difference is I have, after I got hacked the first time, I went and got Clean My Mac put on my Mac. Like, I went and got a Clean My Mac software or whatever. And so within that, it has crazy malware detection. So when I clicked that link, in that situation, it went up, but before it connected to whatever is on the other end of that link, the Clean My Mac stopped it. They said, "Oh, nope. We everything just said, oh, we detected something. You sure you want to do this?" I was like, "Nope." And then, so I was like, "Oh."
And I normally have that on, but I don't have it right now. I didn't have it on.
Right.
That's crazy. I don't have what you had, but I used to have something that would do that. I don't have it no more. And I needed it.
Right. Yeah. You gotta protect yourself.
Yeah.
But man, well, at least you out here get a chance to tell the people where you at now. You got a new page, right?
They don't. I don't get no. My money is in there, so I can't even. I don't get paid at this point from any of my stuff that was on that channel.
Oh wow.
So that's why I'm doing. I'm like, yo, it's just if you like the content, send me a cash app to Challz Brown. That's what I've been doing lately.
You have a new. You have a new page, right?
I do.
Challz Brown Life, is that what it is?
Challz Brown Life.
Yeah, let's show the people right here. Just in case y'all looking for Challz Brown, you over here on Challz Brown Life.
Hopefully I get that page back, but it is what it is.
You got 4K quick though.
Yeah, a lot of people was pushing. A lot of people was helping. Big Kish, Quality. Who else was it? It was other people. Moni. A lot of people was pushing.
So here's Challz Brown's page. Anybody? Everybody. Hacked and deleted. We can rebuild it. Yeah, so here it is right here. That's crazy.
So I told that story in that video right there. And today I did Tomato Man, which is Tomato Man is Drake and Iceman is Drake. They lifelong battle with itself. That is the superhero fighting the supervillain. It's a whole thing. We're doing it all the way through to the release of Iceman. That was episode 1.
Dope. That's what's up. 1 second pause. You gotta keep running. Can't be sitting down. Can't be over here not connecting with your audience, not connecting with people, trying to figure out start a new page. And then once you get your other page back, because you're gonna get your other page back, you'll have 2 pages. And this one has 4,000. So now you got a Challz Brown Life clip page.
All right, there it is.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna pay off. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope in the end. But I'm sorry you have to go through that right now.
I'm just waiting for Elle to drop.
I was really sitting there thinking that, like, damn, that nigga went and made a new page.
There's 1,200. There's 1,200 people waiting for Elle to drop.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I went to her page when I first came on the first time. I was like, there's no videos here. I was like, what's going on?
It was another page from an old thing. I took all the videos and made them
private.
Where it's private. And so it's completely clear because I'm like, I'm only putting my new videos on here now.
All right, let's get to some of these super chats. This one is from Stefan No Urkel. I like that name. That's dope. I like that. Interesting that Dot had so much personal support around the battle and Drake didn't as much. Not even from Wayne and Nicki. Seems like Drake didn't build genuine relationships or burn too many bridges.
That's a fact.
That's what it looks like to me. That's what it sounded like with what Rick Ross said too. So.
That's exactly what he said. Wrong message. The right message, wrong messenger.
Right. 1 second, applause, Stefan. Stefan No Urkel. Let's see what we got here. What's this one? Okay, we did that one.
He put Kendrick dropped in the chat. That would be absolutely.
Oh, I love that.
His name is Jason from The Six, the person who put that in the chat.
All right, so we have this right here. It says, Bigg Jah standing on business to the max. Don't let them box you in. What the fuck? Shout out, company man. You a real one too. Love from Nigeria. Shout out to you. 1 second applause. That was a good conversation though. That was good.
Oh, with Jah?
Yeah.
Man, y'all cooked that nigga.
So
Chuck, you had me dying laughing coming back in.
I was struggling.
So
I was struggling.
I didn't think that was going to happen because I texted Elle and BK. I was like, yo, if you guys have questions, go ahead and jump in. And the responses were reluctant, I think might be okay to say. Reluctant. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just keep talking. I talk all the time. I can talk to anybody all day if I need to.
No, but you know what had me dying? The chat was like, Elle's charging up. They were like, BK charging up. I said, no, they're just observing. The chat was like, They was like, BK about to pop. I didn't know that they really knew what they really were about to pop. And
right.
She came in, she's like, well, respectfully, let me just say this. And then she like filleted his ass, put him on the grill, and just didn't let up, just flipped him over, kept cooking. Then I was like, oh, you ain't never been cooked? Well, let me cook you some more. It just got. I
was just thinking. I was just listening. I was like,
And y'all roasted him easy too. It's like it was easy. Like we don't want to do this, but we have no choice. I was like, God, I was crying. I was crying.
Yo, and
I got like a 4 limit. If I'd have hit a 4 times.
I thought he handled it really well. He was honest. He wasn't pump faking. He wasn't up here trying to be something he wasn't. He wasn't fake deep. You know what I mean? Like he legitimately was
that
like,
look in his face. He was like, oh, what did I get into? It was like, oh, okay, this is happening. It's really happening. Okay, all right, sure. I can handle this. You got this. Jah, you can do this.
He handled it really well.
A lot of times we just want to talk about the truth. So if you just say the truth, like I felt kind of bad. Like I guess this is a black woman thing. But saying the truth will really clear a lot of shit up. He was like,
right.
It's just a double standard.
Yeah. It was good.
He didn't try to fight you. Most guys would have tried to fight.
Yeah, it's like, well, why didn't you? Since we just playing with tropes and it's just comedy and it don't matter, why you didn't put no gay dudes on there yet? He was like, I don't want to see that shit.
That was
right, which is
that was checkmate.
Yeah, but then he was like, you know what? Yeah, I am hypocritical. Yep, that's exactly what I am.
And he probably gonna make some necessary changes. You probably talked to him. You probably made it better for whatever he's doing.
You're gonna get that spin
I don't think so. I think if he makes the changes that we're talking about, he will have less success because he needs those problematic things.
You got to see the show. That's the gray area right there. If there's a blind spot to the conversation, is you haven't seen the show.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So, but
I was like, damn, Justin set him up crazy. He walked him into the lion's den.
I mean, look, I feel like that was a very well-rounded discussion, and I think that's what happens with effective pieces of art. Because BK did watch it, and BK, she's part of the community that this film is talking about. You know what I mean? Or the TV show. So what that was okay. Here's someone who thinks it's funny, loves the product, but also has these emotions and experiences just based on her life and her experiences. That's who you want to talk to. I feel like that is, if you have a product like that, any product you got, that's who you want to talk to. Right. You know what I mean? And I feel like it came out dope.
No, it was it was great television.
Right. Shout out to Bing Antonio. Thank you for that 1 second applause. Got this one right here from Tamia Peach. Shout out to Tamia Peach.
Hey, Tamia.
I always think about Super Mario Brothers every time I see her name. Mm-hmm. Didn't get to watch today, just saying, hey, hope y'all have a great week. Hope you have a great week too. 1 second applause.
I want to say one more thing about the job thing that I think was hilarious. I started thinking, are you going to say something or are you going to just let it ride? And I was like, I need something to decide. And I was like, you know what I'm going to use as the deciding factor? Who is paying for this? That's what I said I was going to use in my mind as the deciding factor on how I was going to comment. When we got to Blue Chew, rap's over with. We're talking about it. Fuck that.
So Blue Chew got him chewed.
Had me blue, had him chewed. I don't know what this. I don't know, but and I didn't know it would be that funny. That's actually was hilarious. I didn't know the person would be that funny, but I knew I would like to know about the money. Where is the money coming from to make this go for 5 seasons? And that being the answer was hilarious as fuck. I just wanted to say that.
Word up. Blue Chew. You didn't know what Blue Chew was, though?
No comment.
Okay.
What?
You didn't know? Okay.
Oh, I'll be right back. My shit is not.
Oh, you got food at the door. Oh, your DoorDash just got here. Your food's at the door.
Yes, I'll be right back. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Never mind. It can sit out there. What was you saying about the next super chat?
Oh, yeah, SG Informer. Always on point with SG Informer. Just want to send love to the Culture United. Love you guys. Also wanted to shout out Mothership by Odd the Artist. That mixtape came out about a month ago, and it needs more attention. Word up. Add it to the list. We still got to make that playlist.
Oh,
The
it's
CU
coming.
playlist.
We got
Yeah.
apps and shit.
Yeah, we got Claude working to our advantage now.
Type of shit going on.
1 second applause. Thank you so much, SG. Let's see what else we got here. We got.
I gotta tap out in a few minutes.
Me too.
Okay. Word up. Well, I'll be here rocking with you guys because we got some things to get through. But thank you guys for hanging out. Anytime you need to leave, it's been a great show, and you guys brought some great things to this episode today too. So, Jimmy Guapo, people say 21 Savage and the rest of Atlanta need to help Drake. All I'm asking is, what the hell were they going to do? Out-rap Kendrick? Drake can't even do that. I think it's really just say something.
It wasn't about out rapping, Ken. It's just about supporting them, like showing some open support. Apparently, I guess that's what what they would expect. Now they can't out rap them. They're not even rap guys, but they left them out there where it looked like the whole industry. They would call it a 20v1, right? So it's like you couldn't be 20v2, like you know what I'm saying? Like if he getting jumped,
it was. It was too.
Stick around.
It was. Yeah. That's why I want to see. That's why I want to see it. That's why I would love to see Drake versus J. Cole. I just think that if there's a battle, that I want to see who's third. Who's the third of the big three? I want to see it. I think they're
is better than Drake technically.
But Drake has way more personality.
Yeah, he makes better record.
He can make a better record.
And that's the thing. You know what? This is the thing. It's not that. This is the thing people don't understand. We know that he make good records. That's not the problem. Yeah. I will tell you all day, Drake knows how to make good records. But that's not why we get so frustrated with Drake. You know how to make good records, but it's all the other things that we wish you would understand. Just make the records.
Right.
You don't need to battle anybody. Why are you battling? There's plenty of big stars that Lil Wayne has never had a battle. You don't need to battle. You know what I mean? Drake has had 3 battles that he didn't need to. None of them needed to.
Didn't Wayne battle Pusha T? Didn't that Wayne push? I guess it wasn't even a battle.
Wayne never responded. He made one line.
That's true. Okay, that's true.
To Pusha T.
Yeah, that was a very bad line.
Never battled anyone.
What about kidnap your girl? Get that? How much you want your lady money?
That's to Jay-Z. That's not to Lil Wayne. I mean, that's to that line was to Jay-Z, not to Pusha T.
Right.
No, I wasn't talking about. I was talking about just another.
Oh.
Jay-Z smoked him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why it was funny when you put the glasses on. I thought something was about to happen. I'm like, oh shit, he's about to do something.
Before you leave, I got to find this super chat that someone had mentioned. Let me see where it's at.
Oh, I just want to say 21 Savage would have been lame as hell to jump in. You was a real nigga not to say nothing. He like, I'm gonna hold you down. You still my man. You can call me. We can talk if you want to, but I'm not about to do all that goofy ass shit. Great job, 21 Savage. That would have been hella goofy. He would have come out, man, what y'all doing to Drake?
This one is from the NYC and Healthy. I ain't listening to nothing, just laughing at Charles Brown, Charles for the last 15 minutes.
Nice and healthy.
I
saw this when it popped up. This was when
during Bigg Jah.
Yeah.
During Bigg Jah.
I ain't even listening. I'm just watching him.
You still get cooked. You're doing a good job. You get cooked.
Oh, it was so funny for that. He said, "You sure? You coming back? You getting cooked? They cooked." He was like, "Cooked? They're my cook."
I don't know.
This one right here is from Seaberry. It says, people killed Cole for backing out. Drake threw in the towel. Now he's dissing and his fans cool with it. The same fans that say Kendrick needed Drake. I think there's an argument to say that Drake actually never to win the white tile. Like I know he says, I don't even want to dish you no more. I'm tired of battling. This battle's over on the Heart Part 6.
That's throwing in the towel.
Yes, correct. But then there's things that he says after that I think contradict that, right? Let's see. Let's pull this up real fast.
That's the thing. You can't say I'm tired of this and and I'm done with it, and then still throw subs after you're done with it.
100%. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. But if you look at some of the language, let me see if I got this wrong. Next one, then go draw out the West Coast cover. I would like that one. The W, that would be some shit. I could dance if it was a tripper. You know, but just let me know when we're getting to the facts, everything, my shit is facts. I'm waiting on you to return the favor. The last line is literally
that Kendrick was lying.
Right. He said, I'm waiting on you to return the favor.
Right, but he's saying to tell the truth.
I agree. Don't
tell the truth.
Don't get me wrong. I agree. I'm not over here trying to remix history.
Right.
But that last line is there, and he's also the last guy to rap.
I mean,
right. I'm not giving him grace. I'm just saying that's just how it's set up. Technically,
he gave up in the same song, and the battle was over. And he knows the battle was over because he called his lawyer.
This is what I'm saying, man. Go follow Challz Brown's new page, Challz Brown Life. You're doing this every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Justin,
oh gosh, that's so good.
At a time like this, Justin brought out that he never conceded the battle theory.
They're gonna put that up.
I mean, look, technically, look at this. Am I wrong? He's the last guy to rap, and the last line says, what was it again?
You know what that's like, Justin? That's like your mom beats you, and you go walking off, and as you're going into the room, you mumble something under your breath and close the door.
That was what that was like.
That's what it was like. 100%.
You know she's at that fucking. She gonna be at the door too. As soon as you try to crack that thing open.
Right. Let me see.
You always doing this.
Where's that right here? Hold on. The last line, everything in my shit is facts. I'm waiting on you to return the favor. I'm waiting on you to return the favor. And he's the last one to rap.
All right. Do a poll on your Twitter then.
No, I know the answer to the poll. I agree with everybody, but I'm also...
You had to mute that last post. You're going to have to mute that.
No. Look, I don't want you guys to get it twisted. I agree. I'm not trying to remix history. But I also know... how about this? I've also noticed owl patterns. I recognize owl flight patterns. A goalpost will get moved so quick, the conversation will be shifted to something else. The whataboutism comes up like at the speed of a right click. Okay. I know somebody in here is like, well, technically not here, but someone in the owl community. It's like technically Drake kept rapping. He's the last one to rap and say he's waiting on Kendrick.
Oh no, they've been
That's
saying
a very creative
quit. They've been saying that he didn't quit. So
well, there you go.
I think that's a wild creative angle, but you see, I got real quiet. Don't try to include me in this shit when y'all.
I think it's one of those things that you say when you're too personally attached to an artist and their Elle feels like your Elle, and you're saying whatever you need to say in order to make yourself feel, he didn't actually really quit.
Yeah. Yeah. They did so much gymnastics over this course of this 2 years. It's so they'll be mid flip and have to flip backwards to try to make this shit work. It's insane.
Right. Exactly. Let's see what we got here. We got that one. We did that one. We did that one. We did this one. We did this one. Okay, no, we didn't do this one. Jimmy Guapo.
We did.
Oh, we did this one. Okay, this one. Shout out to Screw, Project Hip Hop Culture, BKL, Justin, Nick, Grant. When y'all inviting Deontay, Kyle, and Big Ice Cup Cat from the Grits and Eggs podcast, I actually love to have them on. I think about that every time I run into one of their clips. I got to reach out. I don't have a relationship with them. Do you have a relationship with them? Would you like to introduce us? You can do that over Twitter or Instagram. Because I like the conversation they have over there quite a bit. 1 second, applause. All right, what's this one? Oh, Brittany Danielle. Shout out to Brittany Danielle. 1 second, applause. Let's be honest. We made Drake, and now he has a ton of money, a.k.a. soft power, and of course the industry will prop him up any way they can because they are checking for the money. And I see that every time Stat and DJ talk about this rollout on the third verse. Because Stat and DJ are always like, hey, it'd be great. You know, I hope it does 1 million first week. It'd be really great. You know, and then in the comment section, everybody vehemently, loudly, and in very sharp, colorful language disagrees. And so the industry standpoint on this, I do think is very real. And I also think it's valid, even if it's not representative of where everybody is, right? And it's not that Drake is saving the industry. It's that in general, let's say you look at this in the film industry. Let's just take it away from music. If you look at it in the film industry, when Marvel started watering stuff down and they put out these movies that nobody wanted to go see no more, when you start getting the Shang-Chi, the Eternals, like that whole era, the whole movie industry felt that. And so certain tentpoles, big things are exciting for the industry itself. And that is the case here, regardless of the fact that I understand how these narratives just feel like bullshit to me. It is very real that when something big happens in the space, everybody who works in the space gets a benefit from that, one way or the other. And so, you know, that's what I see. They're going to prop him up because there's not that many artists who even have this much attention on him in the first place.
Economics.
That's why they call it the industry.
Yeah.
Right? They don't call it the music community center.
Right. Right.
You know, this is the music industry. You know, it's not the rap community center.
Right. Now, but if we're gonna talk, that's not hip hop. Hip hop
Correct.
is in the industry. The industry has co-opted hip hop to make money from it, but we've been blurring the lines for years of what the industry standards are, and we're making that way. So we're making like he sold a lot of records. That becomes a hip hop thing, which that's not a hip hop thing.
Right.
When you're doing a hip hop thing, did he make a better record than that guy?
Right.
That's what hip hop is supposed to be. But now it's like, oh, he sold more records than him, then he's better than him. Drake is better than Master Ace because Master Ace can't say, you know what I mean? So it's like we've adopted what the industry decides is good for them. A lot of record sales are good for them, for their super yachts and this, that, and the third, for them to take their vacations and whatever. That's good for them that Drake sold a lot of records, right? But that don't mean hip hop benefited at all. It's just two different things. If we're gonna measure it, we gotta have a balanced stick and measure all of it. But now we're measuring it by what first week sales. Right.
And, you know, that's one of the things I really like about this era, because I do think there's a lot of voices that are popular, a lot of people who look to certain people who are having these conversations away from just the sales. You know, like there was a time when I felt like it was very hard to find interesting, credible, energetic people who were talking about this space who would talk away from the sales. Because not only, I think a lot of it had to do with just another generation coming up and this is their only version of these conversations that they really know. Right. Like if you started watching the internet in 2010, watching YouTube videos or whatever, and let's say you're in 8th grade in 2010 or something like that, it's very different than if you're in 8th grade in 2017. 2017, the conversations had moved to a lot of places where sales became very important, especially when you had the SoundCloud era where people were really championing all these artists that came up at the SoundCloud era at that point in time. Like that was like our XXL people.
Guys, those sales.
100%. 100%. I want to shout out Brittany Danielle real quick with this one too. She gifted 10 memberships. So thank you so much for that, Brittany Danielle. 1 second applause. This is actually a really cool thing to do because like my memberships, I think are $5 or something like that, right? So essentially she gifted $50, right? But instead of just giving a $50 super chat, she gave 10 memberships to 10 people $5 memberships. So it actually gives the channel the opportunity to win a subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
You still get the revenue hits you the same way, but now you get the opportunity to impress someone. You get the opportunity to show someone why this is a community they should be a part of, rather than just like, showing us your appreciation. You're showing us the appreciation while also saying, this is how much I co-sign you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And that is actually really, really great. So I appreciate Brittany for doing that. I appreciate Miss Hummus for doing that. Anybody, Nick S., he did this recently on the Third Verse channel. But it's just something to think about. If it's something to think about if you're, not sure what the best way is to support a channel. All of it is support. But this one is a really interesting one because you get a chance to impress new people to join your community.
And you know what's crazy? I never knew what that was until now. I've seen that on my page. I never knew what that meant. Now you just told me what it means.
Yeah, right. Yeah. 1 second applause to Brittany Danielle. Thank you again. She said that she
get a membership. I've watched a few lives where I saw somebody gifted a membership, but I didn't know how to say, hey, gift it to me. So maybe there's other people in the chat who don't know how to claim one of those 10 like me.
Yeah, perhaps.
Wait, do y'all not know?
I don't know. I imagine it's probably, I'm not sure.
I thought someone was going to pop up like, you want to get this membership? And it didn't.
I'm not sure. I mean, she might have blindly done it, Maybe it's less. I'm not sure. I've never actually been on that side of the chat. I've only seen it on this side. But,
like a boss.
So we have HCX Dave says, he did it for Miss Gladys. I saw this when he put it up earlier. That was funny. 1 second applause.
Was that about Rick Ross?
No, that was about Birdman, that damn
Birdman.
church.
Oh yeah, Birdman.
All right. Do we say this one? This is long-winded short story. We being polite, but most rappers have hyper-masculinity. Yeah, we talked about this one. Okay, we did that one.
A shout out to Long-Winded Short Story. Love that name.
Mm-hmm.
Love that name so much.
That's who told me to say bubble bath rapper.
All right, we're going to see y'all on Poly Market. We know what's going on.
I said it twice now.
I tell a lot of long-winded short stories. I think that's why. That's like the perfect way to explain how I ran out of story.
Right. All right, let's see what we got here. What's this one?
I got one more story, then I'm out. One more super chat.
All right, so we got through all those. So now we go back up to the top to the next color section.
That's a good one.
Let's see what we got.
Give us one when they cooking Jah.
Oh, baby.
What do we have here? Let's see.
Oh, somebody said memberships are randomly given.
Salute.
All right, so this one says, ask Challz to speak on him saying Drake's career was over 2 years ago because the numbers tell a very different story, fam.
Okay, so this guy, I saw that comment when he said it. This guy is a Drake bot, whatever you want to call it. I don't be calling people OVO hoes, but do with that what you will. But homeboy was in the chat quite a few times going on and on, tell Challz this, that, and the third, right? But I guess I said Drake's career was over. First of all, when I said that, I'm trying to remember what the context was. But I've said a lot of things. At the same time I said that, I said, well, we know what this guy has fans. I say never, just like what you said earlier, you're not fully done because you got a fan base. But him being where he was, it is over. Which we still ain't get these numbers yet for this thing, and it took him 2 years to make it. So we don't know what it's going to do. We know some sexy songs for you didn't do what he normally does, right? The Drake that you know is over, gang. So yeah, everybody gonna have a career. It doesn't mean that the nigga's over. But what I'm saying is the Drake that you knew is cooked. He's had 40 songs. The stimulus package is over. The sexy songs for you that went 1 week at #1 and then dropped. Okay, so end of the day, the career that he had is gone, right? We can sit here all day and talk about what Drake used to do before the battle and what he did after, right? He had the Australian tour. The last 4 shows he had to cancel them, right? We could go all day with this, so it's not the same. No, is he done? Nobody's done, man. Shit, Raekwon still got a career. Everybody's still gonna rap, right? Everybody that ever raps is gonna have a career. If you ever had a record, you're gonna have a career. But the career that we know that he had before the battle, that's done. The 750 first week, all that shit's over. I don't see this record doing 750, 650, 550, 450. I don't see it doing unless they put millions of dollars in bots. I just don't see it. And I know we like to think that this record got all this momentum. And I think that a lot of that momentum is online. It doesn't mean it's going to translate to all these streams. We've seen a lot of these records that we thought were going to be much bigger don't do that what we thought, right? We were making some wild predictions about some really big records last year, and they didn't come out to be what we thought that was going to be. The record, he has the momentum, right? But I don't think it's going to last. I don't think it's going to be months of. I don't think it's going to last 2 weeks. I'm gonna be honest. This shit might last 1 week. I just feel the record's flimsy. Just my opinion. I know I sound crazy, but
you haven't heard the record yet.
I know, but
how do you feel it's flimsy? You haven't heard it yet.
So how many ball players that you know you've watched them play for 15 years? When in year 15, how much does their game change? You watched them decline for 15 years. How much are they going to be better when it's really on the line and they're 15 years in the league? Are they going to all of a sudden give you a 80 points? No, they're going to give you exactly what they've been doing. I think that's where we're going with this. I think Iceman going to be exactly what you think it's going to be. It ain't going to be this magical return to what era? What Scorpion? What, that 6-7 years ago? How long ago was that?
Look, sometimes we're surprised. I didn't think Bam Adebayo would have an 80-point game. I never thought that would happen.
What was it, preseason? Like when I don't know.
He scored an 80-point game. Well, it was the end of the year, but it's still 80 points. Anybody just being able to score 80 points is crazy.
Ain't it his second year in the league or something like that?
Bam Adebayo? No, Bam's an all-star. Bam in Miami.
Oh, okay, all right.
He scored 80 points this year. It was an 80-point game this year. He passed Kobe.
Put it like this. He's not him. Okay. and second of all, we saw what happened in the battle. We saw him struggle to have the semblance of all of them. None of them records did anything of what he used to do. None of them. He had one record that out of all these records, it was Nokia, and they had to go 4 weeks of calling and pushing that record on their phones, streaming it. I used to see him on Twitter. Come on, guys, we almost there. We keep streaming. So they had to push that record as a collective. That was the only record, and they had to go crazy to push it. So we're not there no more. So we're not that guy. So he said, tell Challz to say whatever. So Challz is saying 2 years ago, I said it. Over is relative, right? That's like what kind of, let's say, do you think Steph Curry is still Steph Curry from, I mean, not saying that he's bad.
Or like LeBron. LeBron's probably a good example.
LeBron is not LeBron, but he's still LeBron, right?
He's still LeBron, yeah.
And us thinking that, okay, did we think the Lakers was going to do what you know what I'm saying? Like this year, what was we expecting of the Lakers, right? So it's like it's exactly what you think it's going to be. So I think when I say with this album, I don't think he's going to switch up and all of a sudden become, you know what I'm saying? I don't see him all of a sudden he's fucking like who are we talking about?
I want to add this. Sometimes there's a benefit to having ghostwriters or writers. That is the benefit of having writers, right? Yeah, you switch your style real easy.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to sit here and point fingers at Drake for having writers forever, you know?
I mean,
I'm playing devil's advocate. We don't have to answer that.
We know he got writers.
I understand the spirit of what you're saying. So.
Right, no, I get it. I'm just saying, I feel like the album gonna be what it is. I think it's gonna be more of the same. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think it's gonna be this revolutionary sound that we never. I think it's gonna be more of the same, and people are tired of it, and it's not gonna have no staying power. That's just me. I sound crazy, but it is what it is. We're gonna see.
We're gonna see.
We're gonna see, and it's a lot of that cachet. What they don't realize, what he used to get those numbers. He hadn't pissed off half the fan base of half them people that used to rock with Kendrick don't rock with him. They may give him the curiosity listen, or they may not listen at all. But it's going to fall off really quickly, because they used to care and wanted to hear his stuff longer. Now people they're so divided they don't care. And let me ask you a question: if Kendrick dropped, do you think his stuff gonna last longer? People want to hear that more, or that's gonna be popcorn? I think what you're gonna get on this album a lot of popcorn, especially based on what we just heard, the bars that we just heard. I think it's gonna be a lot of popcorn. I'm 100%. Listen, this is me, gang. It is what it is. I feel like
it's what it is.
I feel like we're getting popcorn, gang.
Look, the album comes out tomorrow. You go listen to it, and then we can check back in.
I'm gonna watch
because I'll say this: you are very specific, while also stating clearly and cleanly, you haven't heard the music. We haven't heard the music, and so I think that's where this super chat's coming from, right? They're like, yo, you are very specific, and you're being,
Put it like this.
We'll see this.
I would say I've never heard a rapper that was getting older, and we've heard them for years do what they do. I've never heard them out of nowhere turn a corner and become extremely good at what they like. They don't change. You don't really. I don't really hear artists get better after they hit a decline in a brick wall.
Okay.
Wait, have you ever heard of the sophomore slump?
Who?
Sophomore slump?
Yeah,
I think what he's talking about is like after an extended period of time.
Yeah,
onto the second album.
Oh, okay.
I've seen his albums get progressively worse. That's all I'm saying, right? And it is what it is. Challz, you're more long-winded than me. No, it's not about being long-winded. What it is, I'm just saying I see the guy. I've heard everything. I've heard it all, and the albums have gotten less and less desirable for me to hear. I played the whole Scorpion. Some of it was good. Some of it wasn't my cup of tea. So I'm like, how much better as I listen to these albums, the more I listen to them, the less I like them. So I don't see this one all of a sudden. Elle, do you like his stuff? Like all of his new stuff?
The new stuff, no, not so much. But I did like old Drake, and I do recognize that he is a pop version that kind of congeals different groups together, because so many people like his music because it's just that kind of watered down a little bit enough. So I recognize that as a skill set. But he kind of my favorite album was Nothing Was the Same from him. And to me, after that, it just kind of he kind of lost me a little bit after that, but probably wasn't talking to me too.
So imagine if that was your favorite album. Imagine right now that was Nothing Was the Same probably 13 years ago. That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's a long time. I don't know how long, but it was a long time ago. He lost you back then. Yeah. In what world would he capture you out of nowhere? Right now, 2026, what could he even say? Like, it won't even, you know what I mean? It's not going to all of a sudden, he's saying all the right things. Now he's kicking, like he's popping.
Well,
I don't see it.
I don't mean to cut you off. I do want to say this, though. I think BK and Elle, when they were talking about Drake's woman audience, I think that is the variable here. Mm-hmm. Do women show up for him on this project? And part of me feels like Some Sexy Songs for You was an attempt to bring those women back into his orbit, perhaps for a lot of the conversations that were happening around the battle. From the audience, Drake is always online, he's watching people's reactions. You go through a battle where you're being painted as someone who's not actually very women friendly. Maybe your next album is an R&B album, just trying to get closer to that base. But I think that is the variable that will determine whether or not the Drake that we used to know, if he can be that guy from an impact standpoint again. Because a huge reason that was the case was because of what BK and Elle were saying. He was speaking to women in a way that other rappers weren't. And so you will see what that looks like.
But then he got called soft, so he lost those women. And then the guys he was trying to impress, he lost them too, because he's really not as hard as they would like him to be. So then he's somewhere in the middle.
This is what I'm saying. This is why I want to hear the album, because there's so many threads and storylines that are around this. I want to hear it to see which one it is, because all this is everything you're saying is valid. It's valid in theory. Now, when
it's like sportscasters, they don't.
but
All
when,
they can do is guess.
but when the album comes out, now we get to see that theory in practice. You see what I did, Elle? Ha. That was dope right there. That was deep and dope. Word up.
Nah, you've been killing them all day. Blasted, limp wristed. I was like, oh yeah, he in his journalist bag.
The limp wrist punchlines. I can't stand limp wrist punchlines. It's not even a punch.
Like I said that.
So let me ask you a question, Justin.
Yep.
This is just, it is what it is type question. Do you think you're gonna like the album?
I almost never predict whether I'm gonna like an album before it comes out. So, but I can say this. If it's Drake of recent history, not likely. But I like Nokia a lot. I like Circadian Rhythm a lot. I like Tailor-Made Freestyle a lot. I like Tailor-Made Freestyle because he's rapping in third person. So there are examples of things that I like that he's done recently. And if he does more of those type of things, yeah, I think it's on the table.
Okay.
If I have to just go based off of, I haven't liked the Drake album really since Scorpion, so that's a long run. But before that, I liked a bunch though. I liked More Life. I liked What a Time to Be Alive. I liked If You're Reading This Is Too Late. I thought Nothing Was the Same was cool, and I loved Take Care. You know, so he went on a long streak of me liking stuff, and now he just happens to be on a streak of me not liking stuff. But but he has done things that I thought were, examples of times when I liked him the most. I don't go into a project thinking I'm not going to like something though. I never do that, and I never go into a project necessarily thinking I'm going to like something. I go into I go into projects hoping I'm going to like it all the time. Like every time I put on an album, I'm like, I hope this is good, especially if it's somebody I really rock with. Like, oh my God, I hope this is dope, But I never go in there thinking this is probably going to suck.
Elle, do you think you're going to like the album?
Do you think that song is really on the album?
Do you think you're going to like the album?
Do you think you're going to like the album?
I heard you. Do you think that song is really on the album?
The one that he read the lyrics? Yeah, I do.
No.
He crazy enough to put that on there.
I mean, whether it's on there or not, right? It's a part of the rollout. Timestamp record.
I hope he hacked.
You haven't heard that? Did you listen to it? You listened to it, right?
No, listen to it?
I sent you. I know. I sent you a link.
I couldn't
beforehand.
find it in that.
Oh, you could. Right. Okay.
But I heard just the Joe line in that room. That's it. But I'm gonna listen to it when we get off.
I'll listen to it. I'll find it on Twitter somewhere.
Yeah.
I actually need to leave.
Yeah,
I hate it too. This has been the best time with Justin. But I actually want to see. I'm still gonna watch it. Justin gets the cooking around this time, so I hate that I have to walk across the street before 11 o'clock.
Now, do your thing. It's all good.
That sounded crazy.
That's what time it is here. It's 15 minutes to 2 o'clock. It's 1:45 in the morning.
Yo, y'all hung for a long time, man. I really appreciate it.
Damn.
Charles Brown, Elle Janelle, 9-second applause.
Thank you for having me back. I love the ladies. I love Elle. I love BK. I love both of you. I love both of you ladies' energy. You guys don't mess around.
Thank you so much. I was happy when I saw you were coming on as well. And we're going to keep promoting that channel. And you're going to get the other one back. So you're going to be
right. You have 2 channels. You got 2 channels.
Double fisted pause.
Like you should be at monetization pretty soon. I guess you're probably just waiting for watch hours maybe. But
yeah, watch hours.
But you got the sub, so.
Nah,
you still got your old videos. So can't you take your old videos and just put them on a new channel?
No. Well, I don't have access to them because once you upload them, you delete them. Once you upload them to YouTube, you don't keep them no more. So I don't have them actually. And they were all on YouTube.
Where are the original ones that you uploaded?
Deleted.
He deleted them.
Deleted. Because I do them on my phone. So once I do them and I need more space, I just delete them.
Yeah.
I don't save the old ones.
That's about right. I save them until I run out of space, and then I delete a bunch of them.
Yeah.
On an iPhone?
Yeah, I do all my stuff.
Did you go look at your Apple Cloud?
They might be there, but I mean, the old videos are old, so it's not. You know what I mean? They're not even gonna. Nobody's gonna watch them because they old. You know what I mean?
Well, hey, if Kendrick can re-upload Not Like Us this week, then you can do anything.
Oh no, but when I get that account back, it should have them in there. If it should still have the old videos in that account. So the YouTube should still be intact, hopefully. So
Cool,
then
but
they'll
just
all
check
be there.
Yeah, but just check your cloud anyway and see what videos you have in there, just as a little fail safe.
There should be
Just to
some in
download them, whether you gonna upload them or not. Just download it to have.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, it was
All right,
so
guys.
good. I had such a fun See You Wednesday. I will
fun.
see you all
See you
next
guys later.
Wednesday.
All right,
I'm
guys.
still listening, Justin. So make sure you get those good stories in. I know you're gonna be entertaining.
It all depends on the audience. They drive the conversation. That's what's the beauty of the second show. It's their show. The second show is their show. We're basically the guests. We're here for them to have a good time. So
All right,
this
I'm
is
gonna stay
their
for one more
show.
super chat. I'm gonna stay for one more super chat.
Okay,
Bye,
cool.
Charles. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
All right, bro. Great to see you, Charles. That was dope.
This was
Okay.
such a fun episode.
You say what?
This was such a fun episode.
I had a lot of things. That's another thing that I'm excited about with Culture United, with how it's evolving, because this isn't a finished product by any means. And there's so much that I realize we can do with this very efficiently, particularly because of how long the show is going now. Like, the past couple episodes have been 6 hours. It's going to be 7 hours because there's a lot of super chats to go through here. And so, oh my God, there's a lot. There's a lot. What I do is I go click on them based on the color code. It's like, okay, well, that is the one benefit for giving, a higher dollar amount. You get to jump to the front of the line, right? But I don't like disrespecting, smaller super chats at all. So we got through the reds and the oranges and the yellows, but we still got greens and blues and grays. So I'm gonna be here for a minute.
Okay. Can I go to the waiting room while I run across the street, and then when I come back, I'll text you, and then you can bring me back in?
Yeah, or you can it's going to be the same link. You can just re-enter the same link. I can see you in the room below.
No, I'm going to leave this all up on my computer. You're just going to take me off live, and then
Okay.
I'm going to come back and text you and say I'm back.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. I'll be back.
Gotcha. All right. And then it was us. 1 second applause. Thank you guys so much for rocking with Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. 1 second applause. We are in the middle of the second show. If you are just now tuning in, we've been live since 5 p.m. PST, and we are going through the super chats. And so I will be here for a while because there's a lot of things that you guys have said that I think are really dope and worthy of talking about. If you're just getting here again, we had a great main discussion. We had Nick Grant on, we had Screwface John on, Elle and BK were here as well, and Charles Brown. And then we had an interview with Bigg Jah, which is fantastic to me. If you guys like the Bigg Jah interview, go ahead and drop the applause in the chat. Drop the applause emoji in the chat if you guys rock with that. I don't spend as much time as I probably should on the general chat, but I always watch back the chat replay. So I see y'all personality in there. 1 second applause to that. But I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun. It's a big day. It's Drake week. We finally got a new song, and apparently we got a bunch of new songs. I'm going to check out the leaks after this live. I don't want to jeopardize the live necessarily playing these songs. It looks like a number of them have already been taken down multiple places, so I know that they're on the hunt for these. But it's all happening. 1 second applause. All right, so this was the Charles Brown one. So let's go back up here. So which ones have we not seen? I saw this guy. This is ironically the first super chat of the day. First super chat of the day was from a Drake fan. It says Grifters United. I am always impressed by people who will pay money to dish you. So thank you.
Tomato.
But you don't get an applause though. All right, so we got next. Okay, Johnny Cage says, Drake just dropped 1 a.m. in Albany, 30 minutes before y'all went live. He sneaked dissing all through it. Yep, yeah. I think we saw that. Big shout out to you, Johnny. Thank you for that. Let's see, we did this one. We got K-Way for real says, Nick Grant in here, big fan, bro. Greatest sway freestyle ever and incapable of making a bad song or album. Looking forward to the new album. Keep going. I mean, the album is really good. Actually, the song he released with Punch is out right now. It makes me want to hear them do an EP or a project together. I think they have a lot of synergy together. And if you haven't heard it, punch yourself in the face. It's out now. It's called, where's it at? Where's it called? Same Song. That's what it is. It's called Same Song. Oh, it's actually the song I use on Instagram for the flyer. So if you go to Instagram, look at the Culture United flyer from today. That's where you'll see it. So big shout out to K-Way for real. 1 second applause. Ditto for the algorithm. Good panel. Screw. 1 second applause. Thank you. Long-winded short story says, Albs quoted, what is it? The Braids victim bars on the way. Yeah, he did do that. I don't know, man. Like, I think a lot of this, you kind of have to do for your own audience. Now, I don't know what's on these other songs that leaked at all. I know that this song right here has got a lot of disses on it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the energy for the whole project. I hope it's not, but I've hoped for a lot of things when it came to Drake over the past 10 years. And most of them haven't happened. So I just don't know why you would go back into this lane. Like, why? I can see him doing this for the audience again. We'll see what the album sounds like. But appreciate that long-winded short story. 1 second applause. Let's see what we got here. Silly Santiago says, Justin, you say the quiet part out loud. Complex Can't Fathom isn't qualified to have you on their list. I appreciate that, man. It's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. I had a good time making the video I did on it, though. And I truly believe what I said at the end. I think that if there is a problem with the complex list, it undervalues how the market, the conversational market, the market of people who are willing to engage cultural conversations around hip hop in one way or the other, either people who are just now entering or people who have returned, I think that is severely underplayed. And I think that there are easily 20, 30 channels that represent that. I think that, all of us see it in our comment section and in our feeds every day, right? And so I think that they took stock of very conventional metrics. And I don't think that they're paying very much attention to anything outside of what they're used to highlighting. I don't want to say anything, but that is what I saw when I saw that list. So 1 second applause to you, Santiago. Silky Santiago. Silky. Smooth, just like a silka. Just like that song. This is for Elle, top 5 philosophers. We'll ask her when she gets back. All right, this one right here is Truth Seek says Pauly Marcus says it will sell more than 550,000 copies. I can't. I said it was five. I said on Culture United, not Culture United, on the third verse. What was this? Yesterday. I said we were gonna do, not we.
Tomato.
Definitely not we. But I felt like Drake was gonna do 500,000. Statin DJ, they think he can do 6 or 7. And when Statin DJ say something like that specific, they're coming from an industry standpoint. And the one thing that they say all the time is that when an artist needs to hit a number or wants to hit a number, that artist and their team will find a way to hit that number. And I don't put it past Drake's team to do anything less. I also think that the reason people in the industry so often are talking about how they need this Drake album to be good is because, again, there's not that many artists who can put up numbers like this, right? It's like Kendrick, Drake, Travis Scott, Tyler, the Creator. We'll see with Future, So we shall see. But I think Pauly Market might be a little high. I honestly think he's going to do about 500. I don't think that, where I disagree with Challz is that I know there's going to be a lot of people who might disengage from this, but I don't know if that really affects his base, like the people who really rock with him. I think what Elle and BK said, I think that really is the variable. How are women going to react to this? And Some Sexy Songs for You did 225,000 first week. Strong showing. I think it was the best first week for the first half of the year last year. But those are not the same Drake numbers. And I think that conversation when it was happening was basically saying, well, it's not really a Drake album. Well, it's with Party. Well, they didn't really do a rollout. There was a lot of buts around that. And it's an R&B album, right? When that album dropped, the whole conversation around this was like, Drake makes music for guys who sleep with beautiful women or whatever it was, right? That 225 doesn't really represent that to me. So I think that's really what to look for, is to see how women are interacting with this album, because outside of that, I think everybody else is already in their camps. But appreciate the info, True Seek. 1 second, applause. We got 21 Blackjack. Justin, we got to see the live reactions to that leak. I can't. I'll do it. I'm going to do a reaction video. Oh, shoot. We are doing, over on the Third Verse channel, me and Stat. I'm not sure if DJ's going to be there that night, but I think the next day he will be. Actually, we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow on the Third Verse morning show. So we do a morning show every Thursday at 8 a.m. It used to be 7 a.m. Now it's 8 a.m. Big shout out to all the moderators in here. Big shout out to all the moderators over there. I think over there it's just Aaron and Lil. So big shout out to Aaron and Lil's. But we're going to do a live stream where we just talk about what we like about the album. And then we're going to do another one for members only where we listen to the album. And so we'll have a live reaction. So you'll get to see what we think about the project over on the Third Verse. But I'm not going to do it over here tonight. Appreciate you, though. 1 second, applause. Let's see. Long-winded short story says, Elle, if this is Game of Thrones, Obbs is a Lannister. Right? He's a Lannister. Who else could he be? There's the Lannisters, and then there's the one that, he's got to be a Lannister. He's got to be King Joffrey. Joffrey. I've seen him Joffrey jumping out, not Joffrey, Joffrey's little brother. I've seen him Joffrey's little brother being like, I'm not ready for this, and he just jumps out the window. 1 second, applause. I love that scene so much. It's such a great scene. Shy Nose, big shout out to Shy Nose. She says, justice for OVO Hush, Anthony Paulman, ghostwriting. 1 second, applause. That's the thing I disagree with, not disagree with. I think that's the thing that I think works to Drake's advantage in situations like this. Challz is saying that we're going to get the same Drake that we've been getting. And that's likely the case from my point of view, because we have heard some sexy songs for you, and we have heard all the plot twist stuff. And it was the same Drake on all those things. And all those things are post-battle. But, you just get a ghostwriter, you get someone to help you write collaborative writing, you acquire the right song, you can sound like anybody. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to Shy Nose. 1 second, applause. I appreciate you. Shy Nose be having those awesome takes. Martine says, Drake gonna do numbers because of Kendrick the same way people were saying Kendrick was relevant because of Drake. And I think that's the case too. One of the things Stat and DJ were saying is that they think someone on Drake's team was part of this licensing thing or whatever happened with Kendrick's songs. I don't know which way, one way or the other, if that's true or not. But it does put the spirit of the battle back in the air, right? And now if you're looking at this with this new song, 1 a.m. in Albany that just dropped. So, now you've got that battle energy right back. He's dissing Kendrick, calling him Muggsy Bogues, all kinds of stuff. So they're going to be inextricably tied to each other for the rest of their careers, for the rest of their lives. For the rest of their lives, they're going to be tied together. And this is something that, this is a conversation I think is going to go back and forth forever with fan bases. I just wish people would realize Kendrick also went on tour with Tech Nine. He was on the Strange Music Tour with J-Rock and Tech Nine, okay? So we can stop saying that Drake took that man on his first tour. It wasn't his first tour, first of all. But I get the point they're trying to make, but it wasn't his first tour. So it's just, because every time they hear that, I'm just like, tomato. Immediately. 1 second, applause to Martine. Let's see what this one says. True Seek says, Drake's haters all in one podcast. Thank you, with your Canadian dollars. So what is that, like $1.99? I don't even know what the exchange rate is right now. Is that $1.99? It's got to be $1.99. I guess it's got to be the lowest amount that YouTube would even allow you to give. Paying money to to diss. All right, go. I appreciate you.
Tomato.
Can't wait for real says, the nigga sued and aligns himself with white supremacists. Shout out to all the trash pandas ears that will have it in rotation though. Yeah, there's gonna be a whole lot of Drake. Drake fans are so interesting. Like, when I say interesting, I mean like flat, you know? It's interesting how flat they are. Like they speak the same. You know, they all say stuff like, Drake makes music for guys who get bad women, bad chicks. And it's like, why do you all say that though? Like, you all say that? You know, it's not a lot of range in a lot of things that come out. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people bumping this. 1 second applause. Zone Fanfic says, I think the word we're looking for is growth, which based off of what we know of his recent actions, it doesn't look like he's got it in him. And I think that's a great way to summarize it, because where I do agree with what Challz said today is, if this is gonna be something different than the last 50 tracks that we heard, still kind of in that same sphere ethos, that's maybe the best indicator on what to expect from this project. So shout out to Zone Fanfic, 1 second applause. Appreciate you, brother. It's crazy to me how this Culture United went from like, you know, just a 2-hour just discussion. Like, I went back, because I'm on the Culture United Clips channel. First of all, I need help on social media. I have an Opus Clips account, and I really need someone who could just go in there and chop up videos and then send them to me so I can schedule. So if you want to do that, if you know anybody who wants to do that, let me know. But the reason I say that is, I started this year basically with one channel. And now I have 3 that I'm managing. And it takes even just the back end stuff on YouTube, it's a lot more than I think the average person probably realizes. So anyway, I've got 3 channels to manage. And so I'm always taking stuff from here, trying to get it over there to the Clips channel, and then take stuff that we do in the live stream on Third Verse, and then, you know, make a separate segment for it, or take stuff that we talk about in the Third Verse, and then try to weave it into a story that maybe that it connects to, that I can tell from a different angle on this channel. And I'm desperately worried about bastardizing myself, because we were doing the morning show a couple of weeks ago, and someone was like, damn, Justin dropping a new video on Company Man channel while he's live on Third Verse morning show is nasty work. And I was like, it is nasty work, right? So that was part of the adjustment stuff that I was talking about that I was going through last week. And now we're closer. I think we're closer, but I'm still not sure how this is gonna work with all the live stuff we're doing. But I always drop videos on this channel at 7 a.m. That's my prime time YouTube channel. My MCN, big shout out to Quarter Lab, 1 second applause. They're the ones that make the wrap-up video that we drop on the Clips channel every Friday. And so they actually created that channel for me, which is amazing. And all y'all are amazing who have subscribed to the channel, and because that channel got monetized super fast. Out of all the channels, that channel's growing the fastest, right? And so they make the Friday wrap-up video, and they posted at 9, right? And so now everything at Third Verse is going up at 8. But I feel like that is a lot. Like, the Company Man universe is just dominating mornings, right? But the thing is, now we're doing the live show on the morning. The Third Verse main show is a live show now. And so that starts at 8. And then there's a Thursday morning live show, and that's at 8. So it's like, this channel is fine. I can drop at 7, and now I'm clear before the Third Verse stuff happens. But that 9 o'clock video on the Clips channel is dropping during Third Verse, and I have to figure this out. So I asked Claude about it. Because I recently broke up with ChatGPT, and I just told her, it wasn't working out. It was better we part ways. And I went and got an account with Claude, right? And so Claude gave me a calendar, gave me a schedule. And so Claude said, all right, Justin, here's what you do. You drop on the Clips channel Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? And just let the weekend just be all clips from Culture United, recent episodes and old episodes. And then you get to this channel and you drop on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Never miss a Friday, right? So that's only one day that's overlapping. And then they said, now you got third verse on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? Sounds amazing, but there is a certain volume or there is a certain number I need to hit on this channel because this is still the main channel. So either way, all this stuff is happening. It's all happening. Things are moving all around in so many different ways. And I just wanted to share that with you. I forgot what the main point was. It's all happening. 1 second pause. Elle's back.
I'm back. It is all happening.
It is all happening. You missed a couple of super chats that people had for you.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what we got. Yeah, let's see. Where'd you go? Okay. Elle, if this is Game of Thrones, Obbs is a Lannister.
That's crazy. Who would Drake be on Game of Thrones?
Joffrey.
Joffrey is funny.
That's what this lawsuit is. It's him spazzing out. Joffrey didn't treat his people that well. Everybody turned on him. His eyes bugged out at the end. He went crazy.
I think I'm going Reek. I think his name was Reek. Hold on, I gotta look him up. Reek. Was it somebody named Reek on Game of Thrones?
I feel like it.
Or did I make that up?
I think there's
Theon Greyjoy. Yeah.
Oh, the Greyjoys. Is that the one that was like who chopped the dude's member off? Is that the Greyjoys where that happened?
I don't know if that's the specific one, but I'm going Theon Greyjoy because I think he's the one who got adopted. He got adopted, right? Maybe I'm not remembering it all the way, but I think he was the one who was like, damn, who was the one? I don't remember it. I was going to say, I think he's the one that I think one of the Starks or something like that brought him in. I'm trying to do a play on the idea of hip hop, accepting him in and then him betraying hip hop, but I don't remember the character's name well enough to make it land.
Okay.
So somebody in the chat that's a big Game of Thrones fan is going to string it all together for me.
We got this one right here from Traceless Flight. For Elle, who are your top 5 philosophers' favorite philosophical text? And I'll be right back while you do that.
Okay, so I guess I should start with my favorite philosophical text. I'm a little bit, okay, this is not true, but I'm going to say it anyway. Right now, I am in class and we are doing Descartes, and he is the one who basically, he said, you can't really know, or he was playing with the idea of what could you really know? Like, you think you know things, but do you really know them? And so he started stripping off like, I don't really know that. I can't say that I know that. And then the more he did it, he was like, I don't really fucking know anything. So he was trying to find something that he knew absolutely that could not be denied. And he had gotten down to like basically nothing. And what he came up with is the fact that I'm even having thoughts means that I exist. And there's no way that that could not be true. So he's the guy who came up with, I think, therefore I am. So I don't know that that's necessarily my favorite philosophical text, but he cooked with that. He cooked with the fact that I cannot deny that I am having thoughts, so I must be something. And he kind of went back and forth over what the I was that existed, but I think that was a really beautiful kind of thing to realize. Like, the only thing that I can know for sure is I think, therefore I exist. I think that's kind of fire. So I'm gonna say that's my favorite right now, but that is fleeting for sure. Then I would probably go Fanon, of course, who is more of a political philosopher. Definitely Socrates, even though I think Socrates stole a lot of shit from black folks because they say Socrates is the inventor of rational thought. It ain't no way that's fucking true from like 400 BC or whatever. Like niggas was thinking rational before that. But Socrates is kind of fly if the story is true. He just went around arguing with niggas. They got so tired of him that they was like sentencing him to death. And he could have argued to stay alive, but he just walked in, took the poison, like fuck it. He didn't want to be there with all them dummies niggas no more anyway. He was like, fuck it, thank you. So I think that is fucking funny. So I would go Fanon, I would go Descartes, I would go Socrates. Shit, I need 2 more. I would go Bell Hooks. Of course, Bell Hooks talks a lot about love and like real specific in like talking about what love means and what love doesn't mean and how it should look and all of that. And I think that's really good philosophical work. And my 5th, Justin, help me. Who would be my 5th? I would have to do something about.
What about Goethe?
Yeah. Why would you pick Goethe?
It's got one of my favorite quotes. It says, Goethe said, oh my gosh, brain fart.
Google it. I'll Google it. There's a Jamaican guy who talked about, and saying there's a Jamaican guy just fell. So I'm gonna Google it after I say it. But there's this Jamaican dude who studies like how ideas are communicated. And he kind of talked about how, like, when I say an idea, I think my idea is intact and I'm sending it to you. And you should be accepting my idea intact. And that's why people get frustrated with misunderstandings. But a true communicator should understand that I have an idea. I try to box it into language, but even that process, it reduces the quality of it. Then it has to travel to the other person. That reduces the quality of it. Then they have to accept it, reduces the quality of it. Then they have to process it into their mind. So he really spoke a lot about how communication should be kind of looked at a little bit different from like, oh, I said it, so you should understand. It should be understood that you kind of have to massage the idea into the other person's mind. And I think that was really fire. He was a Jamaican guy. I'm gonna look him up and tell you his name.
That's like one of my favorite movies. Some of All Fears. Have you seen that?
Some of All Fears.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman.
That was like one of them. It's about to be the end of the world movies. But
It's not John Grisham. It's the other one. It's a spy espionage movie with Morgan Freeman, Ben Affleck. Who else is in that? Tom Brady's first wife.
I like this movie. Tom Brady's first wife. Who the fuck?
Yeah, Bridget Moynahan. Yeah, Bridget Moynahan. Yeah, there's a scene in there where they're sitting in I think they're called skiffs. They're in those, a room where they're getting sensitive information, and Ben Affleck has the answer, but he's, the analyst for Morgan Freeman. And he's like, sir, no, that's not right. So really, the Russians are not going to do that. He's just putting on this flex right now for his military, but it's really this other thing. And Morgan Freeman turns to him and says, when I need you to speak, I'll tell you to. And he says, okay. And then they leave the skiff, and Morgan Freeman goes, when it comes to senators, I like to give them a hint about what I'm going to tell them, let them get used to that, and then later I go ahead and tell them. I think you're on mute.
I said, ooh, fire.
Yeah,
the name sounds familiar. Like, I feel like I have it listed as like, this is one of the greatest movies.
It's an awesome movie. I really
but
like
I
the
can't
movie.
really pull it right now. But because I like espionage movies. Like,
oh, I love those. Goethe said, be bold and mighty forces will come to your aid.
Fire.
Yeah,
fire.
that's how
Like
I try to live like that. It's in the same vein as Big Boy scream fire in the stadium one that he told me. I like stuff like that. Stuff that reminds me to have courage.
Facts. The guy's name was Stuart Hall. He was from Jamaica, so I am cooking, in fact. And The way it's explained is meaning isn't transmitted intact. Audiences read messages as intended, negotiate them, or oppositionally reject them. Identity is positioning, not essence, which is fire. It's like when you understand that.
Oh yeah.
You know, like when you understand that that person has to process it as that person, it makes it a little more acceptable to be misunderstood, and it kind of shifts the way that you communicate. And I think I'm pretty good at that. Like I'm looking for the path where we can connect and what language I can use or stories I can use to get the idea out of my head and into yours, and vice versa. So I really liked Stuart Hall.
So 1 second pause. Where else you gonna get philosophy conversations at? 11 p.m. PST. 1 second pause. All right, we got this one here. It's from Silky Santiago. Where in the world is Silky Santiago?
Oh my God.
I used to like that show.
Me too. What? Espionage.
Right, exactly. Dwan was 1,000% right with his J assessment. Not in adult formative years in the mid 1990s, you weren't there to live and feel the cultural impact of rap albums. What do you think about Dwan's Jay-Z assessment 2 weeks after?
The same thing that I thought about it at the time. I think it is in alignment with Carmen Sandiego to travel to a video 2 weeks later and leave a comment about an old video. So that's cool. Santiago living up to the name.
Word up. 1 second pause. Do we want to talk about Chud the Builder? Do you see what happened with Chud today?
Is he gonna stay in jail, or is he just in jail for something fleeting where people are gonna make him a victim and everybody's gonna send him money? Chud the Builder is this crazy dude who's just going around calling black men niggas in their communities, trying to inflame them so that they could do something to him, so he can be like, oh, look at them. I think he says shit like, oh, they're chimping out. It is the tackiest shit I've seen in quite some times, and allegedly he's been arrested today. Damn!
Live streamer Chud the Builder charged with attempted murder after courthouse shooting. On May 13th around 1:15 p.m., 28-year-old Etherly faced off with an unidentified man near the Montgomery Courthouse in Clarksville during his civil debt hearing. Witnesses said the man punched Etherly first, leading him to fire 3 or 4 shots. He grazed his own arm, so he shot himself. And both ended up in the hospital in stable condition. Authorities charged Etherly with attempted murder, aggravated assault, and related firearm offenses, holding him without bond as the investigation continues. Etherly, a contractor with over 220,000 followers for his provocative public streams using racial slurs, provocative, why did you say racist? Claims self-defense to first responders.
Oh, he really want to kill somebody. So now I understand more what he's trying to do. He was trying to get somebody to give him a reason to kill them.
Right.
Wow. And now he's about to try to beat this case by saying that the guy hit him first.
That's what he's going to try to do, right?
Wow.
The academics. He says, I tricked that effing moron off the street who's chimping out now. My finest work yet. Chud the Builder, here's the official police report. Earlier today, law enforcement officers responded to a shots fired incident outside the Montgomery Courthouse in Clarksville. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office immediately launched an investigation into the incident. As a result of the investigation, Dalton Etherly, 28, was detained by criminal investigators and charged with criminal attempt, murder, and employing a firearm during dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. Etherly was booked into the Montgomery County Jail, where he's being held pending arraignment, at which time bond will be set. Sheriff Ferson stated, it's unfortunate that incidents like this are happening in our community. This kind of violence won't be tolerated, and our office will work to make sure those responsible are held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. This is in Tennessee. They just stripped voting rights out from Memphis, by the way.
Yeah. What do you think about this?
Well, I think there's more here, right? So this is audio from Chud the Builder. Okay, this is apparently him describing what happened.
I walked up to him because they were pointing at me. They were laughing. They were pointing at me, and I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away from him. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He was still wailing on me.
Where's your weapon at?
They have everything.
What weapon is that right there? I believe that's. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's talking to him right now. Oh no, you guys are gonna do your thing. Okay. He has a graze. I call it a graze to the left shoulder, left arm. He has slight abrasion right here on his head.
So that's him in his own words. He said he walked up to him first because they were pointing at him. So he walked up to them. And I think that's probably where he got this murder charge as opposed to self-defense.
This is. I don't know why people. I don't even know what angle I want to go with this because the way these racists are emboldened to just do whatever they want to do, down to the point of shooting people on the street. I don't even know what the.
I mean, one, I'm happy the dude wasn't dead. Oh, is this, so this looks like video of what happened? Is that what this is? Video just dropped of the altercation between Chud the Builder and the black man he shot outside the Montgomery courthouse. He didn't just defend himself. He was out here looking for a reason to shoot somebody. All right, let's see what this sounds like. There's no audio on this one. Let's see what we're talking. Let's see what it looks like. So that's him getting, that's the guy beating him up. Mm-hmm. Those are all police officers right around there? Wow. Where are the gunshots?
I think that must have been post-shooting.
Oh, well, there's his hat. There's his Stetson hat. The one that other little, the little white kid with a missing tooth stole from him last week.
I didn't see that.
That was the guy saying he was gonna hurt Chud the Builder for black people, but he was a white kid who says nigga all the time. So it was very interesting. It was interesting to watch.
Clout chasing off nigga trauma is outrageous.
It's crazy. So that's what that is. Fearbuck says academics reacts to Chud the Builder. We just saw this. Okay, let's listen to this guy. Let's listen to this guy because I heard this guy earlier.
All right, so this fucking retard finally shot a black guy because he wanted to. You know what the funny thing is, though? He also shot himself because he's a fucking retard. Now, thankfully, the man he shot, as of right now, is alive. And look, I can't believe that there are fucking morons that like this dude who think that's a bad thing. Like, there are people literally in my comment section like, too bad he survived. Are you fucking retarded? Do you have any idea how lucky that motherfucker is right there? That he didn't murder somebody. Yes, I said murder because right now, I don't know for sure, but it's looking like attempted murder. Let me explain something to you smooth-brained cunts, like I have been trying to tell you before this even fucking happened, okay? You can't provoke people with fighting words while wearing a gun and then claim self-defense when they attack you.
You know, it's kind of like what Drake did, right? He went in on Tailor-Made Freestyle, and he said, tell him I like young girls as a gift to me. And then they tried to sue for defamation when that's what Kendrick did. That's actually where that case hinges, right? Can you have defamation with...
Like, was that consent?
Right, yeah, it's consent. Yeah, consent. Can you have defamation if you give consent? Right, and so... All right, well... All right, so look at this.
I gotta look at it. Oh, okay, go ahead.
It says stand with Chud. I don't feel like getting too...
You want me to read it?
I don't know what it says.
Chud is challenging the insane civil rights consensus and actively risking himself to do so. I don't care if he's doing it for imperfect reasons. When there's a social order that allows blacks to murder whites at will because they don't like a word, free speech doesn't exist. And if you don't support Chud walking free on that basis alone, you are campaigning for a social order where blacks can murder white people and it's illegal for white people to defend themselves. The mean words leading up to it doesn't matter. Fighting words laws are a massive misnomer, and even speech which isn't protected by the First Amendment, such as direct threats, do not make it legal to assault the utterer.
Yeah, this is like Heritage Foundation stuff, right? This is. I don't even know this person. They have no face, as most of them don't. But we're in an era where we've had. When I was talking about Lewis Powell, right? We've been having these illogical interpretations of the Constitution, in my opinion, right? They're trying to look at things based on the letter of things and not the spirit of things. So it's like, things that were codified 60 years ago, 100 years ago, they're trying to reinterpret what that meant based off of language. And this reads like one of those things. I never make it all the way through these. I'm like, oh, okay, I know how this ends.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Right.
I hope they smack him. I hope they fry him. That's gonna be so interesting. Like, oh, you thought you was protected, and then people decide to make it. Because what you gonna do when you go to court and they play all of the previous videos of you going around and calling people niggas? They're going. Well, I don't know. I was about to say they're gonna slam him, but
I think so too. I mean, he literally has all kinds of enough evidence out there. He's been inciting violence or doing his best to incite violence for weeks.
And then you actually shoot somebody? Please. Then what do he think is going to happen when he gets to prison? Yo.
I mean, he got what he wanted. He spoke all this stuff into existence.
Idiot.
So that's Chud the Builder. I haven't done a Chud the Builder story yet.
It's kind of good because now you get to do it on the heels of this. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Pretty interesting peak. Before it would have just been like, hey man, what's up with this white guy doing it? But now it's like, alas.
Alas, Chud the Builder.
Mm-hmm. What is he building besides a jail cell around himself?
KKK chapter.
Hello? White robe factory.
We got this one from A Prominent. Says, I'm catching the replay tomorrow, and I gotta say, at this point, Elle stays just to keep breaking the longest CU record week after week.
Maybe,
just a little bit. But yeah, all right. Well, we got Chud the Builder in there.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, that real smooth producer extraordinaire.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Where are we going all the way back to? We're back at the top. Okay. Where's that? Okay. All right. Wait. There's a lot of super chats out.
We thugging.
I think it's We Be Clubbing.
We thugging, bro. Oh, you went We Be Thugging?
That would We Be Thugging.
Bro. I thought you was going
totally different.
We thugging, rolling on dubs, but I think we can't sing that. Never mind. Super chat, quick.
Oh yeah.
No, run.
All right, so we did this one. Okay, we did this one. Okay, we did that one. Okay. This one is from the Russian Ninja. Just listen to 1 a.m. in Albany, and it feels like George Costanza thinking of comebacks 2 years too late. 1 second applause for hilarity. That is hilarity. I wasn't as moved by it as other people seem to be, or at least what I heard in that Twitter Spaces. 21 Blackjack says, I don't care to watch the Thunder get 30 free throws, so I'm not going to watch them, but their next potential opponent will watch their film.
Oh, is this sports ball talk?
This is sports ball talk. 1 second applause. We got this right here from Tom says, how can you be braggadocio and your lawsuit in your lawsuit claim you've been damaged? And like Challz said, the battle is dead. Right.
Can you be braggadocious?
Right. He's coming out here dissing while suing it. I guess the slippery slope, or I guess the thin line would be he's actually suing the label. The label.
I think this is quite a belabored point. I think people are right with it, but I don't know what we're supposed to say when they bring it up 10,000 times. But you are correct. This is wildly hypocritical if this is the case. And it's whole shit.
Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds about right to me.
No.
Lantoinette Boo says he's suing but taking shots. Yeah, there it is again.
Yeah, there it goes. Lantoinette is a beautiful name.
1 second applause on Lantoinette.
You want me to help you read some of these?
No, I'm okay.
All right,
I think you're okay. Overlord 6815 says, just admit that Drake can cross any line he wants, and a lot of y'all still gonna listen. That's all it is. I think this is an outstanding situation. I think this is an outlier. I think a lot of people just want to see how the story ends. Because this will be, like I've described, I mean, this is the last outstanding piece of rap history we've been waiting on when it came to this. At least from a music standpoint.
Yeah, this is an interesting part of the story. Like, what?
I don't know if there
like
ever will
Trump
be
going to trial. Like, it's like Trump doing something terrible and he goes to trial and they like, we're gonna air when he gets on the stand, and people be like, what? You gonna listen to his testimony on the stand after what he did? Yes. Actually, I can't wait for his testimony on the stand after what he did. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're just processing it different.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible for him to have anticipation like this ever again. This is his last most anticipated moment.
Think so?
Oh, for sure. Without question. Not to this degree. No, absolutely not. One, he's been talking about this album for 2-3 years. He's been telling people, Iceman, for a long time. Two, we've been given a lot of passes, okay? The fact that we're over here even entertaining the idea that we've been waiting on Drake to drop still in May 2026. May 2026. Okay, I remember the plot twist dropped. I remember all these songs, all these leaks. I was watching these live streams. There were songs coming out in the live streams. I listened to his R&B album that was made for summertime and for guys who get beautiful women. And we just acting like that doesn't exist. Say, no, this is the real one. This is the real one. I mean, that is some extra special. Like this does make me feel like he is amazing at embodying characters. And right now he's embodying Wheelchair Jimmy because people are treating him like he is a Make-A-Wish kid. That one doesn't count. Okay, that one doesn't count. Okay, try again. How about you try again? Oh, that one didn't hit? That's not the real one. You got it. Go ahead and do it again. Come on, Drake. Here's another chance. Oh, you know what? We'll ignore those other 50 songs, that other album, and all the 100 gigs that's on the Plot Twist account, and we'll say this is actually your return.
Yeah,
Right.
and they definitely wouldn't have gave Kendrick that same grace.
No, they wouldn't have given anybody else because of a number of different reasons. But I think part of the reason he is getting those is because he has been such a huge moneymaker, tentpole for the entire music industry, right? Like there are people, I talk to Sat and DJ all the time. They're all like, yeah, this is good. This is actually good for the industry when you need these kind of things. And I understand it, and I'm with them. But in terms of anticipation, never again. This is like the last time people are going to ever care this much. You know, I mean, and not even just like as a slight to him. This is just the circumstances of this. All of this is one of the biggest outliers in music history.
Yeah, because you are saying this much. Like, you care a lot right now. Like, a lot.
I'm not saying no one will ever care again after this. I'm saying.
But not this much. Got you.
Right. Yeah, no. This is it. Right. So I don't know if that he can cross any line. I don't know if that's the case, but I think that, like, let's say we separate all this from the battle. It's impossible to do, but let's say we separate all this from the battle, and we've been waiting for Drake to drop Iceman, like we were waiting for J. Cole to drop The Fall Off, you know, like we're waiting for Detox, like we're waiting for a lot of albums we just heard a lot about, and 3 years go by, and he drops a Plot Twist account, and he drops a whole bunch of different songs. He drops an album with Party Next Door. I think without the battle, that run of Miraculous Mid, I think that run right there we'd be looking at Drake like, dog, hang it up. I think it would be legitimately reduced to just super fandom without the battle. Because we acted like this man hasn't dropped consistently, more consistently than rappers who weren't even in the battle. He got more songs on the street than Gunna. Gunna drop every year. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't hit for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to complain, you know. Like,
No, I know, but it's just
it's fine,
highlighting the fact that you getting a lot of passes.
He's got
It's like the girl who can't jump double dutch. We all stand in the line to jump double dutch. Every time you jump in, the rope fuck up, but they keep telling you to try again. Try again. Like, it's other people's turn to jump in the rope. But I understand what Stat and DJ are saying about him being like an industry shaker, but I think like they're saying it'd be good for the industry if he does well, but it's interesting because it's so bad for the industry that we have to rely on that. Like they
that's because
so great. It's like, no, I think because you get paid more streaming based on your market share of the industry, those people, the labels and the other people who benefit financially from him inflated some of that stuff to have such a high market share. I think it was a scam.
I mean,
I think it's still good music, but I think there was a scam behind it. Like, because I didn't always know that about streaming money, and that you having such a huge market share gets you a shit ton more money. So it kind of makes sense of how could we create a situation where one person has a stupid dumb market share. So it kind of makes sense if you start putting together the pieces of the alleged conspiracy.
That's how it happened. One second, pause. Erkman12, go ahead and start something, Drake. I want to hear that +5. That's what Stat says every week. He says, please diss him. Please diss him as hard as you can. Let's ride this. Let's ride this straight.
Kendrick is going to send a drone.
I mean, it just looks really sad.
You think if he dissed Kendrick not going to respond?
I think it depends on how he disses him. I don't know. I don't think Kendrick's going to respond to short jokes. I think short jokes are beneath him. Everything that I've read on this screen and heard on that song, stuff that Drake's already said. You know, Drake said that Kendrick was lying. The first song, Push Ups, making short jokes. The last song, short jokes. The Hard Part 6, well, you know, hey, let me know if you want to be honest or whatever. Oh, you got to make stuff up. Well, that's what he's doing here. You know? So he's still saying that Kendrick is lying. I guess he's talking about the daughter. You know, I guess he's talking.
What I mean?
I guess that's what it is.
What if we find out 20 years from now it really was a daughter?
I don't know. I had someone tell me off record that
you did say off record.
I can't even remember.
Yeah. Don't not remember.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that. I wasn't gonna say the person, regardless. But I was just thinking what I wanted to share.
You can't remember. You can't even remember.
It's crazy what happens after streaming for 6 hours and 27 minutes.
Don't worry, I was leaning in.
1 second applause. Earthman 12. Shy Nose, undefeated Shy Nose. Shy Nose, I think Shy Nose should have a podcast. Do you have a podcast? I'm not even sure if you're listening. A blog or something. Because Shy Nose, I read her stuff on Twitter. She's always up on the news. Shy Nose be doing her research. She'd be drawing parallels and places I didn't even think about all the time. She's community oriented. She'd be out here talking to different people all the time. Like, that sounds like someone who should have a microphone to me.
Absolutely.
Shy Nose says, Drake subbed heavy on Irish freestyle and Gimme a Hug last year. Move the F on. You lost the battle and lawsuit. Get a freaking grip, you obsessed weirdo. For real. I think Challz might be right. I know, I'll say this. Challz was right, in my opinion, when he said that people are going to beat this up. They're going to...
If this shit sound like, well, I don't want to say sound like because I didn't hear the music, but those were some, what you call it, flaccid, limp wrists. That ain't it. The 23andMe bar was kind of fire, though.
I am in full support of Drake going at whoever else he needs to go at. I feel like I think those are the unfinished storylines. I think those are the untied binds. Mm-hmm. Right. The Kendrick thing.
Ain't no loose strings there, Playboy.
Unless you got something else. Unless there's something else we haven't heard before. Right now we're still on short jokes. Shout out to Shy Nose, 1 second applause. Maddie Warhol says, would be respectful if Lawbury wasn't appealing a lawsuit over a diss song, Courtroom Poppy disses just misses. Ooh, that's a bar. Courtroom Poppy disses just misses.
Courtroom Poppy is hilarious.
Yeah.
From Champagne to Courtroom.
Courtroom Poppy, Sue Pac, Lawbury Graham.
Nah, Lawbury might be the best one. I gotta be honest. Lawbury is insane.
It really depends on the day for me.
You did this one.
You know?
Yeah, it's like, it's looking like a Tupac day. You did
I
this.
feel like
one.
a Tupac day.
Okay, let's see.
Do we do this one? Music, Musa Chandri. Musa Chaudhry.
Chaudhry. Yeah, Musa Chaudhry. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Musa Chaudhry says, Drake isn't mature enough to make the album we all think he should make. That's what you're saying.
Way.
It was funny watching you go from, yeah, it's possible to be like, actually, you know what? It's a wrap.
Them numbers started dwindling fast for probability. Like, if this is where we starting here, it's not happening.
That's funny. Jermaine Johnson, shout out to Jermaine. 1 second applause. You punched me, I punched you, then you call the cops, the feds are investigating me, now you just started punching us again?
Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of snitch is you, bro? This is a killer snitch.
Yeah, it's a special snitch. Dia why you acting like a Dia I used to love that song. That song used to go up in the club.
The bass.
You don't remember that song?
Do I remember that song? I will turn into a full-blown hooligan if that bass line comes on right now and stand on top of all this furniture. The hell? I will transform into a rascallion immediately.
That's funny. Cody gonna be salty the entire album, just running everybody pressure up. A lot of people like to hear that. Look, I don't want anyone to underplay how important the fan-artist relationship is. A lot of things you're just doing for your community. You're doing it for the people who follow you. You're doing it for the people who feel like you represent them. And people want you, a lot of those people want you to be a fighter. They want you to feel like, you weren't defeated. You haven't lost your mojo, your aura. They haven't felt your confidence. And in that regard, I think right now a lot of this stuff, especially since the plot twist stuff to hear, feels performative in that regard. Because none of that stuff has hit as hard as... it hadn't hit hard enough for me for it to register, for it to really resonate. So, he's doing the thing again. Oh, there he is again, right there. I remember the other time he was doing things. Oh, this is the thing. It's cute. This is cute. Oh, look at him do his thing. Oh, short jokes are back. Oh, it's good. It's good. Oh, he's still talking about LeBron. That's cool. He's doing the thing. That's what it seems like.
That's a terrible idea, Drake. I told you not to do that 2 weeks ago, but you don't watch the show.
Nigel, our brother Nigel. Shout out to Nigel. 1 second applause. For the company man, what's a great Nick Grant bar? There's one off this album I like. I like one off the new album. Because that's the Nick Grant that's stuck in my head right now. What did he say? He said, oh, where is it at? I know I wrote it down because I'm going to ask him about it, but I didn't get to it. Where is this thing at? He said, holding my, I can't find it, but it was something like, holding my, he said, holding my heart, now niggas Fred Sanford.
Yeah, I heard that because I thought it was the big one.
Right. Oh, it's the big one. Here I come. Yo, it's crazy. But he's got so many.
Got on my damn nerves if he was my damn daddy. Yeah. In the hat.
Shout out to Nigel with 2nd applause. JG, Just Gwen. RR is funny as F to me with his cartoonish voice.
Who is RR?
Who's RR? Rick Ross. Yeah, it's probably Rick Ross. I like Rick Ross. There's a part they asked Ross, have you thought about selling your catalog? He says, I don't know. They said, how much is it worth? Priceless. Priceless. I like Rick Ross. He's got a lot of personality. I think that Teflon Don Rich Forever mixtape is one of the best back-to-back albums this century. Like we get that run from Teflon Don to Rich Forever. And honestly, I like most of Mastermind. I think a little bloated, but to this day, it's one of the top 8 album release parties I've ever been to. It was at a movie theater. And they had the most luxurious pictures of guns and bullets and cash and money and boats flashing on the movie screen. And everybody was just in there listening to it, smoking weed and everything. And you felt like, it felt expensive, even though you were just in a movie theater. I loved it, because had to be focused on the music. But they still find a way to make you feel that way. But Teflon Don to Rich Forever mixtape, 2nd applause. Okay.
Why top 8? 8 felt like a random number to use.
Because I can't think of 9. Yeah, it's just because it felt right. Sometimes you do stuff for the feel.
You ate with 8.
What did Lupe say? Get back on that pill. We in it for the feel. Sometimes you do things for the feel. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? Top 5 philosopher, Lupe Fiasco. I gotta kick one of the Stuart Halls. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Lupe got some.
That's a deep. He's so
philosophy wise, yeah.
Just writers in general. I think Lupe is just on a different tier. You know.
You saw him with Rakim?
I did. You know what's because did he perform the second night?
I think it was.
Or was that the first night?
I thought Monday was gonna be the first night, but I guess Sunday was the first night.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw the post.
That shit was fire.
Yeah, it was really dope. I remember Lupe's in the Fader magazine cover. I think that's his first cover. He talks about writing a book from the perspective of a window washer. And he said he was working on a book where he's a window washer and he's just looking at everything people are doing inside the windows because he's on the outside of the window. I remember reading that. I was like, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be like 2006, something crazy.
Yeah, the tour starts tomorrow in Sacramento, 20th anniversary of Food and Liquor. Do Sacramento Thursday, San Francisco Friday, and then we coming to LA on Saturday, and San Diego Sunday. So most of the dates I think are sold out, but if he's coming to your area and you want to see the classic 20th anniversary show for Food and Liquor, live band.
Is he going to do theme music for a drive-by?
You will have to show up and find out.
I mean, you just put Crash Out. You put Crash Out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
Crash Out's out.
Mm-hmm.
That
Crash
was
Out
on,
is out.
it was supposed to be on the original.
Mm-hmm. Similar to
Spaz Out.
Yeah. So you
Crash
never
Out's
know.
out. Theme music to a drive-by. I still don't understand why that wasn't included on the main one. I think maybe it was a bonus track. I think it maybe was a bonus track. I think they did, or maybe a later edition had a bonus track. But
I think it leaked and then they added it as a bonus track later on.
that's one of the greatest rapping performances to this day. I can't feel nigga paid, devious skill to make a strong will, nigga Wayne, since a little nigga hang. With the killers and distributors, a cane, they diminishes the switches, then refill it with the Jane, then they tilt it, then they flick it with the flame, they took a bullet killer to the brain like evil-minded like Krang. Y'all know who Krang
I love
is?
when you rap stuff.
Y'all know who Krang is? Hold on a second.
Also, another thing that while Justin looks this up and has his hotkeys to show us all Krang, this motherfucker popping up, man.
Right, he's
Krang
evil-minded
looking
too.
up.
This is Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It was the villain boss, but he was a brain inside of a stomach. So when Luffy says evil-minded like Krang, I was just like, oh my God, we're in a whole nother. I did not expect that to be the simile to end that bar there.
Right, didn't see that coming. But another thing that I want you guys to do when you get to the show is go to the merch booth. The merch for the 20th anniversary Food and Liquor Tour is pretty cool. So go to the booth, take a picture, tag us, and we'll retweet you and reshare your stuff.
Word up. 1 second pause. Shout out to Shot Knows again. She says Drake is a lick for Future. He doesn't respect him. 100% agree with this. 100% agree with this. And, you know, a lot of my sources were telling me that. Like, not even just recently, but 2023, 2024, you know. They looked at him. What was the quote they gave me? They looked at him as just like a white guy with money. That's what she said. Or they said, rather. Makes sense to me. Young Thug Get Out, dropping bags, you know. That's what it is. I'm not saying that, you know, it all looks really transactional. But he did apologize. I think that's as close as you get to apologizing in a battle rap. When he said, shit with Future made me sick to my stomach. We ain't never really been through it.
I'll give it a white flag, not an apology.
Okay. Truce. There we go. Shout out to Shot Knows. 1 second pause. JG, Just Gwen. Wait, so Uncle Murder and Yayo got big nerves talking about anybody needing a stimulus the way the hug for dimes and 2 nickels man part strange birds.
Strange birds is such a funny insult. Strange birds. Just shake your head.
But one of the things I liked about that episode of their show is they said they're bringing back G Unit sneakers.
That's the thing you liked about it, huh?
Yeah. You didn't like G Unit sneakers?
They look like the S. Dot Carters.
They had a different shell. S. Dot Carters look more like Reebok Classics.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to say look like. They register in my mind like the S. Dot Carters.
Right. They were not as good. They're not as cool as the S. Dot Carters.
You was wearing S. Dot Carters?
No, I couldn't find them. Them mugs sold out fast where I was at. I would have worn S. Dot Carters in a second though.
Okay.
They look like Reebok Classics. That was my all-time favorite shoe at one point. Man, that's like my favorite outfit. I still do. Like if there's a chick who's got on a Tommy Hilfiger polo short dress, some Reebok Classics and cornrows, it's a wrap.
Is it time to bring back Reebok Classics?
I think it's a good timing for that. Classics are dope. Be ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
That was my favorite outfit. Anytime, every girl in school came to school. Every girl who wore that outfit at school was my favorite girl that day. Look at Tasha.
Thinking she's
That's
special.
a great
She's
outfit.
gotta wear She tried to wear a new outfit to show off because Justin liked her on Monday. All of a sudden, he don't know her on Tuesday. Ah, bitch, Jordan.
I wasn't like hollering at everybody, you know. I don't know if my confidence was all the way there because I had just moved to South. I don't say confidence. My confidence was there, but I wasn't really like hollering like that because I just got to this new school. And so when you get to a new school, you got to figure out the lay of the land first. But I know every day I was like, that's my favorite outfit. Oh, she's wearing it too. They all wearing it. Dang. This is a great school, Mom and Dad. Thank you.
We're talking about two different shoes because when I Googled Reebok Classics, this is not the shoe I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one that had the horizontal lines that went up to the threads, but I don't know the name of that shoe.
This is the one I'm
Not
thinking
this
about.
Reebok Classic. Hold on, let me come back to this screen.
This is the one I'm thinking about.
No, that's not the one I was thinking about at all. What's the other ones that had the lines? You know what? I'm thinking about K-Swiss.
Oh, the K-Swiss was dope too. Yeah, that was an acceptable alternative.
Yeah, I'm going K-Swiss Classics over this one.
Reebok
But I
Classic.
feel you.
Bad. With the Tommy Hilfiger polo shirt dress. Let me see.
Yeah, we gotta do this or that. Reebok Classics or K-Swiss Classics. I think I might smoke you.
Like this right here. Come on now. Hold on. I used to love this outfit. This right here. With Reebok Classics and then cornrows. There was nothing better. 16-year-old TCM was like, learned a lot about himself in that era.
She's the one.
Knew exactly what I like. All right.
I had a stud joke. I held it in.
Let's say where we at? What's the last one? Okay, so we did that one. We did this one. We did this one. Okay, here we go. Star Trek Ambassador. What's up, Star Trek Ambassador? What's your applause? Elle, let Future be on Iceman. Real peeps know he ass anyway. I don't think Future's ass. That's strong.
I don't think Future's ass either. I was just with my rap friends and they did a Future versus Travis Scott battle. Because my Southern friends were making the argument that Future is bigger than Travis Scott, which actually turned out to be a really good argument or whatever. I'm not that deep into the Future bag where I'm going to be talking about B-sides and C-sides. So I kind of stayed out of it a little bit, but saying he was bigger than Travis Scott to me was crazy.
I think he has more gravity, more respect. If they're talking about sheer volume, that's just not the case. I don't think they were very close recently, but I think Travis Scott's just on another level now.
Right.
Legitimately, Travis is. It's like if you really want to talk about the super high end, it's like Drake and Travis and Kendrick. Like if you want to do that, like those guys get to, just a. Travis can just throw out anything and sell 400,000, 300,000.
Well, see, I don't know because some people were trying to make that point, and I think is that he doesn't throw out anything is the reason why he has that level of success. Like Travis's production sounds crazy in my headphones. I don't know if I have baller headphones, hacked hair headphones, but the production on the Travis shit is like upgrading my headphones.
I'll definitely say this. His production is nuts. But we just saw that. He dropped Cactus Jack 2 or whatever last year, almost as a response to Clips. Just to step on their release. He was like, come on, guys. Let's just put this out there. We can't have Clips getting number one or whatever. That was an example of him basically just throwing something out. And people didn't respond to that like it was the best music he had or anything because he just didn't like Pusha T dissing him. So but he was way up there.
I believe Pusha T though when he said he was a fake ass nigga. Anyway.
Man, I've never had a good interaction with Travis Scott. The first time I saw him was at Revolt Studios where they did Revolt Live when Revolt first opened their Hollywood office or whatever. Mm-hmm. And this had to be 2013, 14, maybe 2014, something like that. What's that song he had with Diddy? I'm on a upper echelon. What's that song? I can't think of it. My man, pretty small studio. Like a television studio. He was going to perform in there. And he was nervous. He was so nervous to go in front of this room of people. And he was like, nah, the vibe's not right. The vibe's not right. We can't do this. The vibe's not right. The vibe's not right. Then Diddy comes in there and he's like, what? Give me that microphone. All right, we up here right now. Up extra loud, whatever the song was, right? And then so Travis started jumping around with it, but he was like a jerk about it to everybody. Like he was, when it comes to the production team and like the other musicians on stage and stuff, he was basically blaming them for the vibe not be right. It was straight up.
Tomato.
Then the second time I saw him, the next time I saw him was at, I can't remember the name of this arena, but it's in Anaheim. And it was when, was this Real 92.3? One of these radio stations had one of their big radio station concert events in Anaheim, and Ye was performing. Ye was headliner. And Travis Scott was there. And security, so we're at the very front of the venue, like right by the barricades to get to the stage. Mm-hmm. And Travis Scott walks over there, and he didn't have any badges. And he was vocal about it. I don't have my badges or nothing. The guy's like, I can't let you back here. He said, what? I'm Travis Scott. What do you think this is? What do you think this is? You're about to get fired. I'm gonna make sure you get fired. You gonna get fired. You're in trouble. I watched him do that shit. I was like, dog, that's 2 in a row. So when people say things like that to me, every interaction I've had, very limited. I'm not gonna say the totality of who he is. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying I've watched him treat people very poorly in situations where I felt like that didn't have to be the case.
Yuck.
So we got that.
And I can't stand because I know a lot of people be like dick riding celebrities or whatever. Because I really blame capitalism. They think they're gonna come across a celebrity and all of a sudden they're gonna wake up tomorrow like Pretty Woman or whatever and be like rich. So I understand that the world doesn't work that way. So it's very freeing. So I would like to let you guys know that if you want to figure out how to be calm and cool and not lose your mind when you see somebody famous or meet somebody famous, realize that your life doesn't change because you mess up. Nothing is going to change for you. It's not a whole new world and all of a sudden nothing's changing. They're just another person. So I really hate when people let their celebrity go to their head like that, where they get to acting like they big shit and other people don't matter because they are who they are.
Right.
Absolutely fucking hate that.
I don't like that either. To me, the easiest thing in the world is to be kind to somebody.
Super easy.
You know,
it's tacky.
It's tacky. Let's take applause. That's exactly what that is. It's tacky to be an asshole.
Yeah.
It's tacky to be Chud the Builder. Like,
facts.
That's just.
And it's like it should be easy for your rich ass to be cool. Like I could see if you stressed out, missed the bus, kind of hot, a little musty, struggling. You got attitude. You itch. The whole time of shit is wrong. Like, nigga, you fresh off a massage, great clothes, great house, about to do something exciting, and you still got attitude? Like
the guy we saw in the Astro World documentary, when the mosh pit happened and people were dying, and he's standing up on that crane, he's like, oh man, damn, man. Look like people dying down there. That's crazy. Wow. It's like that level of it was just callous. It was almost like, dang, these people are fucking shit up. They're dying. He didn't tell them to stop the music. He didn't say, hey guys, calm down. This is not the time to be no. He just sat there and was like, damn, that's crazy. Look at that shit. Oh well, I'm Travis Scott. You know what I'm saying? Like all those, you start looking at all these things in a row, and it's it's a very similar picture that is painted. So
I thought he was high.
Still, that would have blown my high.
Depending on what you high on.
I can't think of anything where I could watch people crushing themselves to death that wouldn't scare me enough to be like, wait, what's going on here? This is fucked up. Oh shit. I'm not used to seeing people look like they I don't know what that drug might have been. Any drug to me. You're watching people die. Like, that don't blow your high? Like even Lean would be like, dang dog, somebody need to get that shit.
Did you try to?
Somebody need to get that shit. That's what that would have been.
Wait, let me see what you did off the Lean.
Somebody need to get that shit. Somebody need to get that shit right here for real. That's like I can't even think of the drug that would allow me to be on stage and watch people crush themselves and not immediately find a way out of it. I just can't.
Oh, I can't wait to tell BK to come to this part of the video.
I just can't.
Somebody
Okay. I just can't even see it. Can't even see it. Shout out to JG says hip hop has felt like a Thanos snap since 2024. It has. That's why I wanted to ask Nick Grant that question, because I was like, yo, how's it feel? Like, does it feel like shit shifted towards MCs or whatever? And he gave his answer, but it does feel like a Thanos snap. And we are legitimately watching. It's like when I compared it to The Last Dragon the other weekend, right? Show Nuff had the glow, but it's really only his hands on fire. It's really only his hands, right? Leroy had the glow. And then when Leroy get the glow, Show Nuff glow wearing off. And he starts trying to charge that shit up.
That's the
right?
funniest shit.
That's what this Drake release all these Drake releases feel like that to me.
Him trying to charge them hands.
Plot twist, sexy songs for you, Iceman live stream, all that is like, let's charge this bitch up. Right? 21 Savage's last album felt like that to me. Streets is dead. Fuck it. Let's jump on the wave. Let's see. Let's see how this plays. This is charged up. I'm charged up. Thank you for that, JG. That's what that be feeling like to me. Oh, damn, man, that's crazy. Then that GNX drop. And everything is, can you teach me some moves? It's a good movie. I love that
It's
movie.
a really good movie. The way you feel about Last Dragon is how I feel about The Wiz. But I have Last Dragon in like top 5. But
yeah.
I like when you do your Last Dragon stuff. I'm gonna start including more of my Wiz.
You got to. You got to.
It's very similar to how you feel about The Last Dragon. It's hella funny.
Yeah, it's good.
There's some great music on that damn soundtrack. Like ever since you started saying it, you got that glow was playing in my head. Like they really was getting off though.
It's Barry Gordy. What should we expect? Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon.
Elevation? Is that what
Right.
it's elevation?
Yeah, power of elevation. Well, you got the glow. You need the glow. You need the glow to grow. And we know that if you live low, you got to move to the upper level because you got the glow. There is no stop. And everybody breakdancing. And I loved it how like just about all the black people in the movie were doing karate, and most of the Asians were rappers, breakdancers. I love that. That's my favorite thing.
They was jamming. For all the youngsters that have never seen Last Dragon, maybe don't watch the movie right away. But right now, well, no, not right now. When our stream is over, go listen to this song.
Take life one day at a time. Fantastic alarm clock song. Fantastic. That's what a wise man said to me.
Do you know about Willie Hutch? I never looked.
Yeah, Willie Hutch.
Never looked up his name. I don't know who Willie Hutch is, but Willie Hutch, The Glow is a bop.
You got that glow. You feel with wonder. You got that glow. The fire is open. Don't let go of the power of elevation. Shine on. Shine on.
Your mind, body, and soul must be one. They was getting off.
It's a sacrifice. It takes hard work. It's a way of life.
They was getting off.
That was great. That was so good. 1 second pause. That was amazing. That's really amazing. Easy Money Sniper 94 says, gonna be a cold summer for you bozos.
Oh, snaps.
I
Wait,
know.
Easy Money Sniper. Kevin Durant.
It would be Durant's burner account. I don't think it'd be really him.
Oh, yeah. Kevin Durant, get no ass on our chat talking shit.
Yeah, well, he's paying money to talk to us, so.
Tomato.
They get the full experience. They get the full experience. Like, people pay money to diss us. That's fine. Yeah, you get the
Enjoy.
full experience. You get the tomato with it. That's fine. Bonafide MC says, how can Drake win in a game he says is rigged? Sympathy. That's why you take the victim position. Just generally speaking, if you consistently frame yourself as being the victim or the subject of conspiracy or all of the powerful forces that are standing in your way of progress, that's what a win looks like.
Yep, that's what Chud's about to try to do.
Yep, he's already doing it. I mean, I walked over to him and then I walked away. He just beat me up. I'm just an innocent guy in a Stetson hat who's been walking around for months calling black people the hard R for no reason and has said that I'm going to kill a chimp one day and tell people they're chimping out. You know, that's like.
That's all.
That's all. Oh, well, it is Tennessee. It is
I think
the
Tennessee's
Confederacy.
gonna slam him. I don't know if he is. If they are, if they don't, I guess I wouldn't be surprised. But as of right now, my vote is they're about to slam his ass.
I can't even call it anymore.
But I know.
The Confederacy rose again, so.
Right, because it's like when they be like, "Oh, actually, he's free." I'm like,
Yeah. Shout out to Justin.
thoughts are physical.
Thoughts are physical. That's very true. Thoughts are
Gonna
physical.
slam his ass.
Shout out to JG. Once again, Obbs is about to let the chopper sing passive aggressively.
The chopper gonna sing. They'll sing like who's a singer that'll sound like his chopper? It gotta be a super soft, barely singing ass singer. Who would be this? Who
Oh my
is
gosh, who would be?
singing when the chopper sings for Drake?
Drake.
Oh. I was gonna say Mahoney.
Oh man, that was a good song. On a Tuesday, got your girl in the cut and she Tuesday club going up. That was a good one. I've said it before, he'll do numbers, but will it stick around beyond a few weeks? That's the question. That is the question. Not a lot of stuff is sticky right now. I mean, Ye is way down the charts. Ye is like in the 50s, 60s after like a month.
But didn't they do something to adjust the charts where, like, remember
There's
they
no
were saying
YouTube. There's no YouTube on it, so that's one of the things they did. Which that's another reason why. So here's an update for people who watch the Company Band universe because there's all these different things. But it's so chart report. Chart report is just so weird now. Just where my scheduling is. So with the live show on Tuesdays, I'm trying to work in the chart report over there. So I go through the chart report with Stat and DJ, which I think could be more entertaining, like more interesting, because you get an executive approach on it. So, you know, that is an update that I wanted to share with you guys. I'm always thinking about chart report, where we're going to put it. And I think it might actually do better on the live, because we'd just be live. We did our first in-studio live. Did you see it, Elle? You see the in-studio live?
Yes. Sorry.
Let me show the audience real quick. Look how this looks, because it went really bad. Not bad. The live is actually great. Live was actually great, but like you see all the technical difficulties with this live here. There it is. Let's see. My bias must be hard. It's a sacrifice. It takes hard work. It's a way of life. So this is actually the live stream that we did. So this is our first time in studio live. Where's this at? All right. And so we're gonna have a whole bunch of just random surprise things. Thank you to everybody who tuned into this live, by the way. Appreciate it. So here's a moment that took place.
I think it's foul what's happening with that. I think Ward, I mean, I understand it's a part of it, but like, I'm an American to the politics. Right? Yeah, I'm not political.
But I do think it's really interesting when it comes to your broader point, right? You go
telling us the UFOs is here too. You know,
side with the aliens.
Yeah, no, you got
We War of the Worlds.
We're not.
It's the one with the shop. This
point though. I got it. Kendrick thing, and it is Toronto.
DJ
Everybody, round applause for DJ. More millions.
Kendrick was battling a Haitian. More millions.
More millions in the house.
You don't got
DJs here, everybody. Round applause for DJ.
So that's one of the things that's going to be fun with this is that when people show up, you can watch them show up.
Yeah.
So there's about to be a lot of that happens on this show, just like random things. But this is our first time doing it live.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it was cool. Like it's like a Seinfeld entrance or something, some Kramer or something.
Yeah,
yeah, it's good. So
I was wondering I was like, is that what you were counting as a technical difficulty? Us seeing
it's gonna okay. Well, let's see. Okay, yeah.
Well, no, I'm not saying. I know we got super chats to go through, but when you said it, I was like, I don't think that I had noticed me.
No. Well, here we go. Right here.
What y'all got going on? Come on, man.
Oh, okay. I must have got here after that.
First, but I think
good.
Yeah, so we had a lot to fix, a lot to figure out, but we did it. Brooklyn, we did it. 1 second applause. All right, let's see. This one says Travis has worst mic setup. Second is Cardi. Okay, word up.
Travis's mic setup? What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, cool.
I'm not sure.
They're talking about like when you're performing. It is true that some of the mics be trash, and the people who bring their own mic and connect it, they be sounding 1,000 times better.
Yeah, this is true.
If that's what he's talking about, then okay.
Miss Noel says, didn't realize I'd be pulling an all-nighter catching up on work, but this 6-hour commentary helped me get through 300 plus emails. Thank you, see you. You're welcome.
Do your thing, Miss Noel.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, I have to be realistic with myself now. We go a lot faster, or I'm gonna have to leave something on the table.
No, let's do rapid fire.
Because I got the morning show too. So.
Okay, rapid fire.
Okay, so let's go through this. Listen to Bulldog by Kenny Mason. It is on my to watch list or to listen to list, and I'm gonna check it out this weekend. Thomas Fanto says, for non-wrestling heads, Razor Ramon is WWF WWE. Razor Ramon. This one right here from Briscoe the King says, talk these niggas floating. Or ninjas. Ninjas floating. Floating ninjas. 1 second applause. I don't know, but I like the framing. You know, I think that might be a word, not framing, but I think that might be a word that could be used in a lot of different ways. Floating. Oh no, this is the song.
About the song.
It's a song, but it's a song. Oh, yeah.
That nigga was floating first.
Yeah, they were. They were definitely doing that. That was amazing. K-Way, goddamn, Nick.
Fire.
GT4. ASDLJKL colon semicolon. Johnny Cage 202 says, Nick, I wasn't familiar with your game. This is fire. I think we did some of these because Nick was already here. So we could speed up a little bit. We did
that project is fire.
Yeah, it really is. It really is fire.
I'm gonna be honest. I was like, okay, we're doing homework for the show.
Right.
Let me listen. Let me do my job. Oh fuck! This nigga's smoking this.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's dope. It's amazing.
Did you listen to it before you sent it to us?
Yeah, I listened to it.
Oh, okay, so you already.
I've had it for a few weeks, and so I've been talking to them for a while to schedule them on the show. That's what I was saying before. That's something I was really excited about with this episode because this is another breakthrough episode in that regard. We had an artist on the panel, and then we had a separate interview at the same time. You know what I mean? And so, and I give everybody the option. I'm like, well, do you want to stay for the panel? Or do you want to have like a separate, conversation? We can break it out either way. So there's a lot of things that can be done with this platform, and you guys will be seeing that as we continue to grow and go forward. But a lot more new music, a lot more artists as well. I feel pretty comfortable in our ability to be able to tackle any conversation. Like, I meant what I said in my I Got Haters video. I don't think there's a lot of places on that list that can give you the range of things that we can capably talk about, right? Or at least that is places that are willing to explore our expansive and diverse interests in a real way. You know what I mean? But I do think that one of the main growth opportunities is on the music side. And so there's a lot more of that to come. But
absolutely, I'm proud to be a part of it. And that transition was very smooth, I'll say, just in case nobody popped your collar on your technical producer skills. Very smooth transition.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. 1 second applause. Big Biz Grizz says, this is why Justin is really the hip-hop platform GOAT, because this dude, Nick Grant, is amazing, and I'm pissed I'm just now hip. TCU, the Culture United, really is undefeated. Appreciate that, Biz. Second applause. Yeah, that album is great. I mean, you take that, this way we premiered today, then we take Simba. That Simba track was crazy. I still listen to that Simba joint. I'm still bumping it. Like that Simba joint, I listen to at least once a day. I love that joint.
Yeah, we're becoming the bars. Hold on, let me think of a good word. We're the bars area.
So far, I mean, look,
I need a better term for it, but this is bars vicinity. Welcome to bars, and I'm the mayor.
It's the gym.
No, I'm gonna work on that.
We got it. Okay, so we did these.
This is the gym because it's full of bars.
I like it.
I gotta work
the
on
candy shop because it's full of bars.
Candy bars. Come on, Justin.
Let's see what we got here. Fanto, Johnny Cash shooting men in his muscle, and he's praised.
You know, I love that you said muscle because when I first read this, I read muscle too, and now I know that we're equally.
Oh, music.
Yeah, I think he was talking about. I don't know why. I think maybe I'm scan reading and the ampersand confused me. I don't know, but he's talking about the person who was the Birdman thing where they were talking about detrimental shit and thing.
My bad. I misread that too. Yeah, I guess our lids are heavy over here. Can't wait for real. Birdman is a 60-year-old, 12-year-old dressed like Hood, Mr. Potato Head in church. No wonder YMCMB crumbled. Wow.
We read that one already. I just wanted to hear it again. A 6-year-old, 12-year-old is fucking hilarious. No, Hood, Mr. Potato Head might be funnier.
That's pretty funny. But this is actually pretty great. Any MF that fumbled, Tony Braxton, can't be trusted.
Tony Braxton is fine as shit right now. I seen a picture of her popped up on my Instagram. Hey, God damn, Auntie.
Bonafide MC says, why do rappers have to be accountable for what others don't see as art? Birdman don't influence people. People may become influenced by him. Yeah, and that's...
No. Birdman don't influence people. People may become... As a journalist, you understand what he's doing with this passive voice switch. Birdman don't influence people. People may become influenced by him.
You know, I'll have to sleep. I'll have to sleep and think on that. Bonafide MC, if you're still on, bring that back next week. Let's handle that. Let's handle that with fresh mind. Let's just keep going. Just focus on the step by step here. This is an amazing. Thank you guys so much for all these super chats. Sincerely, and I am not kidding. And that's why hope you understand we are going through speed rounds right now because we've been on for 7 hours and 10 minutes. Record breaking. 1 second applause. Peace 9446 says 1 a.m. in Albany reaction already. My B, I'm late. Yeah, you missed it. Well, you can just slide back, rewind, you'll get it. Somebody gonna be able to get all the way through all day at work off this. That's one of my favorite things to see in the comment section is people like, oh, good, there's another Culture United. This is how I get through my Thursdays. I love that. Love that. Because with the breakdown at DX, when we started that, we started dropping those on Saturday, and people started calling them Saturday morning cartoons. They're like, oh, well, God, there's another one that's good. I love it. You know what I mean? So this one, when everybody's talking about how, yo, man, I listen to this all day at work. This is my shit. You know what I mean? I love that.
That's
fire. Somebody gonna get through a whole shift now. They're gonna have to kill no extra 2 hours. Not a whole shift done. It's just 8 hours. It's gonna be 8 hours. Well, I don't think it'll be 8 hours, but gets you the most of the day.
They got a pause time when they actually gotta listen to their boss, so they're gonna stretch it to the 8.
Right. There it is.
Do a quick pause, like what you say? Yeah, I'll bring it in here in a second, then come back and hit play.
The Great 983rd week, waiting on that juvenile reaction. It's going to be, we'll come back next week. We'll definitely get to it. I got Michael Sneed, though. He didn't ask me about it this week, which is funny. TDX6 says, I haven't heard Challz. Okay, we did this one. Okay, so this is Jago Say Les. I got blocked for trying to help out a YouTuber, and effing Lester Holt sounding ass blocks me on the other account. Whatever, keep this 5 him out. I have no idea what he's talking about, but thank you for the super chat. To the max, we do this one.
To the max.
I didn't know where to put this one earlier. I wanted to put this on, but then it was
like
ULBK and the way I was like, all right, let me come back to this one. Sorry, can't wait. I thought this was fun. I dated a lesbian once. She was married and I didn't even know it. Her wife was a huge Samoan and played arena football. I disappeared like Homer Simpson.
Hey, wait.
To the bushes.
A huge Samoan that played arena football. Okay, wait.
Yeah, that was her wife. 1 second,
Don't
pause.
let that lady get a hold of it.
Bigg Jah, make the Last Dragon sequel for Justin. I want a prequel. I don't really want the sequel. I want the prequel. I want to learn all about Show Nuff. Why is he like that? Why is he wearing shoulder pads? Who hurt
Lightning
him?
round.
That's what I need. Okay.
This is a lightning round.
Lesbian Homie needs to be in IMAX. Yep. Well, we did this one already. Aerial Smoke. Shout out to Aerial Smoke. TC, I've been bumping the 2024 Pokemon Cypher Fire. I got to check that out. 1 second, applause. Okay, wait, we did that one. TDX says, I wonder what Nick is doing right now. Okay.
Nick Grant?
I think that's what he's talking about. Okay, Wade says, shout out to Blue Chews, 2 of them, and you can F the fur off a rabbit. 1 second, applause to rabbits. Okay, Wade says, get Dwight Howard, Malik Yoba, and Bobby Valentino on the show, job. Problem solved.
Yep.
I know. This one right here says, damn, Elle. This is when you were going in. This is where you were cooking.
I was very nice to that young man. All right, next speed round. You gonna hesitate. Speed round. It's funny because I be following your non-verbal things. Like sometimes you don't even have to do anything. You can just take a. But this is what I have to learn. I gotta stop saying it out loud. Like, okay, Justin, fine. Like I didn't even say shit. Like I'm looking at you.
Right.
I gotta just stop saying okay, Justin, and just round it off. Like
That's
whatever.
amazing. Quack the movie. We did this one.
We cooked him. Now Quack, we cooked you. Yeah. Quack got cooked.
Uncle Diddle said the series is awesome, talking about the Lesbian Homie.
We got commercials too, don't it?
Yeah, it does. It does have a commercial. HCX Dave says, Quack is whack. I spent money for this. That's actually funny. 1 second, applause.
I like his profile picture.
Yeah. NPC John Smith, Justin, I watched your SEC video and it's definitely being slept on. I appreciate the way you use somewhat narrow topics to address wider issues. Thank you. I think we did this one. Somebody clip BK, shut the fuck up so all podcasts can put that on their soundboards.
No,
please. Somebody please do that, actually.
Shut the fuck up. Like, let's go, BK.
What men call studs that they with? Traitors? I don't know. I don't know the math on that.
You know, the trade is a thing.
If
you know, you know.
Certain things not in my wheelhouse. If I haven't needed it yet, it's probably fine. Josh the Hollow 2002, Quack, even you, we all haven't said with your dumb ass. Second applause. I didn't realize he was getting roasted over here.
Always be tainted.
Excuse me.
Even you.
Shout out to Rory. Says your SEC video was my favorite piece of content this week. Literally was talking about it to people. Man, 1 second applause. My brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. This is good. I felt like I finished. I was like, yeah, this is a good video. I feel good about this one. That shit said. It's like, all right. I mean, I worked that video. I was like, all right, let's try another headline. All right, let's try another thing. I don't normally do that. I used to just let a video, if it's dying, it's dying, right? But I tried to resuscitate that one. I went and probably made 4 different thumbnails by the end of the day. I had like 6 different A/B tests, like 3 and 3, trying to just do like an NCAA tournament to see which one might get them. None. So, but
Tomorrow, I'm gonna take the link from that and I'm gonna go on Twitter and everybody who was talking about it, I'm gonna put it. No, you know what?
that'd be really awesome.
United Twitter.
Yeah. Do we have a Culture United Twitter?
In the future, we will.
We gotta get socials because I desperately need help with clips. I just ask people in here, does anybody want to run clips through this Opus account or whatever? I know we talked about it. I was just like, I'll just give it up, because it's too important and it's a lot between running these 3 channels. Reese Bones says, I think they are shadow banning your SEC vid. Maybe. Maybe. That means you got to work harder manually. We need everybody in this chat, all 625 people still in the chat, go over to my channel or click on the videos channel. Go to the SEC video. Press play, leave the tab open, keep it on mute. Come back over here, enjoy this conversation, right? Just all go over there, open a tab, press play, keep it on mute so you can stay in here as we get through these super chats. And then that way you'll be helping the movement and help push this video that I think is really important. And it captures what's happening with Lane Kiffin and the irony of him trading one Confederate state for another Confederate state because he was saying that Ole Miss is racist and he's at LSU now. And that all the stuff that he was talking about is ground zero in Louisiana and it expands. And there's a whole lot of things that are really important in there. So thank you. 1 second pause. What's this one? Mon Kife says, hey, what's up, Mon Kife? Enjoying the combos today. Love y'all. Special shout out to Elle and BK for being able to key in on interesting parts of the art. Y'all are really great at that, actually.
Thank you.
1 second pause. Can't wait for real. He put money in the streets for info on Dot, asked for Dot's kids' DNA, brought his wife in the drama, aligns with MAGA, no room for grace.
Asking for Kendrick's kids' DNA, I gotta be honest, that is a little not even a little, but that's the closest one to me being like, you know what, fuck this nigga. Asking for the DNA is crazy.
This one says, I know this is random, but BK looks so beautiful.
She really did.
This one says, I know this is random, but Elle looks so pretty.
Thank you. I almost didn't wear this dress. This is my first time. I was like, I think I finally outfit fumbled.
No, your winning streak continues. Your winning streak continues.
Oh, no, I think I fell off, but thank you.
Stefan No Urkel, we did this, right? Yep, we did this one. Yeah. We did this. NPC John, did we do this one? Or we feel like Drake is chasing the attention high he got from the battle. Streaming isn't a strong enough hit, and he's begging for a diss.
Like, nigga, my streams was up when we was beefing. Yeah, that's right. An interesting angle. Everybody talk about Drake as the stimulus. What if he needs the diss as a stimulus for himself?
Hopefully. Hey, let us all eat. That's fine. You know, I'll take it. This is one of my favorite conversations ever in rap history. I know people are tired of it, and I get it, but like, this is fascinating. We watched the Shakespeare and Shakedown in a real way. And my man, Drake predicted this. What's that? With the last song on first half of Scorpion, he has a line where he was like, he was basically saying he was untouchable. He said, like, even if you round up your horses and round up the troops, there's nothing you can do. And he was basically saying, hey, everybody could just come together and there's nothing, they couldn't knock me off. I'm still Drake, right? And we actually got to see that play out. like, I'm sorry, this is just an outlier moment in history. I'm too fascinated by all of this to not enjoy.
Play so cool. I don't give a fuck about no. I can't wait to see.
Right.
Sorry.
We got a new member. It is Arabic Pilot 11. 9 second applause. That was they left a comment last week. Arabic Pilot 11. You made the similar face. K-Way For Real says, fun fact, 23andMe filed bankruptcy after a data breach where 7 million users' DNA was compromised. Yeah.
They gonna continue stomping his ears together, boy.
Yeah, they're gonna do it. Star Trek Ambassador says he sounded like Eli from Iron Mike with these disses.
I don't know Eli from Iron Mike.
I don't think I do either, but it sounded funny.
Rapid fire.
Arabic Pilot says, how hilarious would it be if Kendrick team released an AI Drake song to ruin Drake's rollout? Because my reaction was, oh, this motherfucker Drake better not. I think that'd be great. It'd be on brand. You know, they're invested in AI. None.
It'd be kind of hate, but it'd be hilarious.
NPC John Smith says, I mean, the realization that Kendrick was showing restraint in 2024. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Yeah, true that. 1 second pause.
He definitely got that +5 in the clip.
Sin Survival Negativity says, clip up L's nah too. LMAO.
I can't remember what this was. But some, I'm like, nah.
I can't remember what that was either. Sin Survival Negativity. Survival and Negativity says, I don't like Drake, but I pray those raps AI. If this dude dropping Nazi bars in the Big 2-6. Oh, we talked about this one. Yeah, that is a very common bar. That's like saying my life's a movie in 2026. Even Joe Budden said it's okay. We did that one. Did we do this? When I heard the fuck me. Oh, okay. Yes, right. Okay. Bun Jamaican says he has no integrity, lost respect. When he went to court, Kendrick was right. He has no clue about black culture. He spent too much time with his rabbi. He's talking about being Jewish, at least in the song I heard earlier. True Seek says they played the whole song, not the line. Okay.
No, I was in that room.
Okay. Phantom Studio says, it's dope, but it's a little too late. Kendrick will drop. We at the 2-year mark. I hope Kendrick drops. That'd be a fantastic week. Erkman12 says, for all the AI profile pick, Al-Liban, I guess like Taliban, Al-Liban fans in the chat saying, we the panel are hating. Okay, you reap what you sow.
Oh, they was thugging it out.
Apparently they were thugging. I appreciate that. 1 second applause. Ride or die. Shout out to Kembe X, Crooks and Castles, and shout out Read My Soul for promoting great art. 100%. 1 second applause. Fan of all those.
Castles is Crooks and Castles back?
I'm not sure, but I used to like
it. It's a clothing line. Crooks and Castles.
Mm-hmm. I used to like. We did a few partnerships with them when I was at Brooklyn Bodega.
Oh, cool.
Unkman 12. I need Charles Brown and Glasses on a pod to cook Drake. Glasses is not gonna listen to the album, and I don't think that Charles is gonna listen to it. Did Charles say he's gonna listen to the album?
He said he was gonna listen to this 1 a.m. in Albany when he got off.
Gotcha.
So
I mean, I need people who need to listen to the album for this discussion. Like, I get it. I get the point, you know. But if you're not gonna listen to it, I think you could do two things. I think you can shit on him for suing and all these things and still listen to the album and like have an opinion on it. But I understand people who are not willing to do that. And because I don't necessarily think that Drake is necessarily giving people the most goodwill in the first place, right?
I think if you listen to clips of some of the songs, you can have, you can have an opinion even if you don't listen to it. But if you're talking about relevant opinions for the upcoming episode, enough clips, I think that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the core of it, I still want to have people who have knowledgeable opinions on any topic talking about it, you know. And so if you don't listen to the music, it's kind of like, all right, well, I see where you're coming from.
But the story isn't only the music.
Well, but this chapter is the music.
Okay.
And this is a chapter we've been waiting on for a very long time.
That's true. That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm at. Like, we've been doing a great job without the music. Plenty of stories without the music.
Yeah, now it's time to talk about that music.
Now it's the music, you know, so you gotta have to,
that's fair.
You know, that's what the chapter is.
Very fair.
Monkey King Ghost, then what would make GNX a rebuttal? Then that would make GNX a rebuttal.
Because you said, he said it's on you, basically saying he was the last one to rap and he told him it was on him. He's saying, so GNX would be the rebuttal.
Did some sexy songs for you as the rebuttal. And then now he's rebuttaling again. Because that sexy songs for you had a bunch
What you
of
gonna
subs
say
in it.
now, Monkey King Ghost? You didn't know he was gonna come off the cuff so quick like that, now did you?
Drake has never. Drake has been dissing this whole 2-year cycle. He has a visual aid of Pinocchio running around.
Sure.
The battle never ended for this guy. He is in court suing. He won't let it go. Okay.
Would you let it go?
I would definitely do some different tactics.
No, me too. But that's not
My
what I'm
tactics
asking.
would be totally
That's not
different.
what I'm asking. You did not answer the question, sir.
I would.
No. If you want to
No,
ask
I mean,
no, I'm not answering for you. I'm giving you a second to think about it while I answer. No, it would be up for life, forever. Everybody who name started with a K. Everybody who come from a place that started with a W. I don't give a damn. Sorry. Now, what's
let's
your
take an
answer?
applause. I would definitely use different tactics. It'd be different tactics. It would still be up, but my tactics wouldn't be. It wouldn't be this obvious in this regard.
Right.
Tactically, I wouldn't be positioning myself the way he seems to be, but we're all different people. Seaberry says, so you're saying Drake is smoky? I'd be quiet.
I don't know what we said to make him smoky.
All right. No formal professional relationship with Grits and Eggs podcast crew. I just got a feeling they'd mix well in this space. Big shout out to Challz and Bigg Jah. This is from Eric Zaniga again. Word up. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
Second post.
he was the one who suggested the Grits and Egg people.
Pressure keeps rising. NPC John Smith, I want to subscribe to Elle's Philosophy podcast.
It's coming, buddy. I just gotta finish school. Got like 3 weeks left. And a little bit of content shit and like 3 apps I gotta finish and it's on.
Zero. Word up. Kara says, what Drake needs is an extremely fire Riri collab. I don't see that in the cards though. Maybe it's not all happening. Exactly.
A$AP Rocky's baby mama.
That ain't happening. What's like applause?
They married now, huh?
I don't know. I know they were fighting.
We did this one.
Okay. We did this one.
We did that one. I don't know if we
Sean
did
says Drake went crazy on 1 a.m. in Albany. Dope. This one is from Jiraiya89. Says, I just came from karaoke club event. Someone did best I ever had and no one engaged. The irony, someone else requested Squabble Up and the crowd started jumping. It's random, I know, but it was my experience. That's crazy.
If you're still here, please tell us the city that you were in, Jiraiya89. What city were you in?
Shady Fazbear, thank you. And this is the last super chat. Last super chat right here. It says, Adam Up TV. I'm a huge Kendrick fan, but I'm still interested to see if Larbury says something crazy about Dot. Where are his friends to tell him to move on? That's who he should be dissing, his fake friends. And that's how I look at this too. I can't tell if Drake should fire everybody around him or listen to him. I don't know which one it is, but I agree with everything you're saying right here, Adam Up TV. And that was it. We have made it. We've made it.
That was a fire idea. Should you fire everybody on your team or listen to them? That was hot.
I don't know which one it is. I can't tell. But I know that things look askew and have looked that way for a long time.
Askew, such a good word. We did it.
We did it. Oh my God, 9-second applause. We breaking records over here. This Culture United. We making it rain with our hands. This gotta be like 13 seconds already.
Oh, it's over? All right, cool.
Thank you guys so much. You got anything you want to say before we get off?
No, I'm just waiting on your cool outro. Oh, yes. Food and Liquor Tour. Go to lupefiasco.com/shows. Get your tickets for the few tickets that are left.
What else is going to chill? Check out Chill Spotlight. Number 7 just dropped. We have a old Unearthed single from Lupe Fiasco. We also have a single called Sonic from a new artist on the label, Ray. And really just go through the whole Chill Spotlight series. Like, Chill has an amazing ear, and he goes through and he creates these almost Quincy Jones like collab projects, and we're on the 8th one. What else do we want to sign up for my YouTube page, because I will be dropping a video before June is over, and once I start, ain't no stopping.
That's what's up.
I think for me,
that is what's up. I can't wait to see the content that you drop. I can't wait to see all y'all for the Third Verse morning show, Third Verse Thursdays, 8 a.m. You know Stat is going to have a lot to say about these Drake songs. And Stat DJ are going to have a lot of insight around it too. We're also going to do a live stream. We're doing a members-only live stream this weekend where we play the music, we react to everything in full, and we're going to have a live stream probably tonight where we talk about just early reactions to it as well. So a lot of content around this conversation for those who still want to engage. For those who do not, there's plenty of content on the Culture United Clips channel that is non-Drake related. Actually, our most popular videos are actually not Drake related. There's the Tyler Perry video, there's Screwface's J. Cole video, there's the Bambaataa video, which we'll have to talk about it another time.
Yeah.
There is the Killer Mike video. That page is really starting to look like a debate channel, which is, I think, probably why it's the fastest growing one that we have. I am so thankful for every one of you guys. Thank you for rocking with us as long as you have. 7 hours, record breaking. We're only in May. It's about to be the summer of separation, baby. Summer of separation. Everybody else is over there, and then we're going to be separating like we're wide receiver out the backfield. You know what I'm saying? Like separating like we're really fast on the football field. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get some SEC jokes in here, but ain't nothing funny about the Confederacy. Thank you so much for rocking with us. It's all happening. Peace.
Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Culture united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.